York Knicks. At one guard position from Florida State, number 21, Charlie Ward. At the other guard position from Tennessee, number 20, Allen Houston. At the center position from Maryland, number 52, Buck Williams. At one forward position from UNLV, number 2, Larry Johnson. And at the other forward position from Virginia Union, number 34, Charles Oakley. The head coach of the Knicks is Jeff Van Gundy. Assistants Greg Brittenham, Don Chaney, Brendan Malone, Jeff Nixon, Tom Thibodeau. The trainers, Mike Saunders, Sid Hampton. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Sly.
Activate launch in 3, 2, 1.
At one guard position from Florida State, 6'3", number 10, Sam Cassell. At the other guard position from Villanova, 6'5", number 30, Kerry Kittles. At one forward position, the rookie from Utah, 6'10", number 44, Keith Van Horn. At the other forward position from Illinois, 6'5", number 13, Kendall Gill. And at the center position from St. John's, 6'10", number 55, Jason Williams. The head coach of the Nets is John Calipari. Assistant coaches Don Casey, Kenny Gaddis, and Johnny Davis, and Rich Delatry. The trainer, Ted Arzonico.
The Nets have won 2 straight in the series. They enter action tonight at 16-13. The Knicks one game better at 17-12. New Jersey very strong at home with a mark of 10-3. We spoke with Jason Williams earlier and asked him what the key is to winning this game tonight. He said it's rather simple.
Us to have more points than them. I tell you what, I think to keep the ball moving. I think get a lot of rotations and a lot of motion in our defense and our offense, and just fast break. You know, just try to run them out of the building tonight.
So Jason Williams feels the transition game will be.
Absolutely. I think from the Nets' perspective, you'll see that. And I think also one of the things you might see with the Knicks in terms of not so much like a starting point tonight, but without that gentleman right there, Patrick Ewing, this team, the Knicks, have to get the basketball up the floor a little bit quicker. They're not going to turn into the old Denver Nuggets. We're going to try to score 150 points a game. But what they're going to try to do is get down the floor a little faster.
They are measuring the baskets, the height.
Now what happened there probably, Ian, is somebody from the Knicks, when they were warming up down there, shooters and players know how high it is. Even if it's off an inch, somebody, I don't know which one, but somebody probably questioned the height of that basket down there. Wasn't it Bill Bradley who used to do that all the time at the Garden, I think, wasn't it? They'd bring the guy out, put the pole up, and right on the money.
Now, you never did. Obviously, it would have no effect on your shooting skills whatsoever.
If it's, 10 feet or a little under or over, brick's a brick.
Yeah. Any way you slice it.
That's it. Getting on the early tonight.
Oh, yeah. Take a look at some of the matchups. Keith Van Horn. Talented rookie, just 22 years old. Charles Oakley will start on Van Horn defensively, and certainly Oakley would want to get inside the head of the first-year pro. Kendall Gill, his former teammate, Larry Johnson. Johnson can no longer be just a complimentary player with Ewing injured. 13 points per game. That's not going to cut it. Johnson, though, coming off a 26-point effort in a win over Orlando. Nets lost in Indiana. Patrick Ewing, 35 years old. He said yesterday he wants to return and expects to return. Probably won't happen this season. Lou Grillo, Billy Oakes, Benny Adams, the officials tonight for the first meeting of the season between these two clubs. Buck Williams getting the start. Former Net in the middle. Matched up with Jason Williams. And a tap. Fought for, smacked to the backcourt, and the Nets will control it. We are underway. Nets and Knicks.
Oakes doesn't waste any time getting on the floor, does he?
Cassell against his former college backcourt mate, Charlie Ward. Kittles starts things off with a jumper.
Nice high screen, too, by Van Horn. Just enough to free Kittle. Kittle's coming around the high screen.
Kittles had been in a shooting slump over the past 2 games. Hitting on his first attempt. Johnson losing the ball, smacked away. Knicks hold on to it. 9 seconds left of the 24. Buck Williams, low post. Hopefully the extra feed. Van Horn steps in front. Off the turnover. Cassell thought about it from 3. Gill strokes it. Way off the mark. Williams taps it outside. Kittle's inside the arc. He hits his first 2.
See the activity. There's 2 things playing now early on. Houston is somebody that Knicks have to get involved offensively, but Kittles will work him defensively.
After the pressure, Ward able to fire ahead for Allen Houston.
It's one thing to make a long court pass like that, but that was a diagonal. Somebody should have had a hand on that or should have got a deflection or a steal.
We mentioned the pressure on Larry Johnson without Ewing in the lineup. Pressure also on Allen Houston as well to step up his game. Foul is called. Cassell does not hit the shot. Personal on Charlie Ward. First foul called at the 10:34 mark of the first.
Already we've seen the Nets look to go to the perimeter and also running guys from the low positions. Cassell that last time, Kittles before. Start them low, run them around high screens, make the Knicks guards defend.
Sam Cassell putting up huge numbers this season, a shade under 20 points per game, just under 8.5 assists per game. You see points per game, that's guards only, and Sam Cassell up there with some rather large names around the NBA, all-star names.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys around the league think he may be second to Gary Payton when it comes to courage in terms of taking big shots.
Cassell called for the foul. So the first personal on Cassell, first team foul on New Jersey.
Well, here comes the hand check and the push at the same time. Sam Cassell starts deep a little bit early for the officials.
Nets lead 5-2, 10:20 left in the first. Houston off the spin. Shot clock is down to 12. Ball movement. Larry Johnson, a 3. Long rebound is tracked down by Ward. Tough pass. Oakley gets it inside. Johnson off the window.
The second opportunities. The Knicks have to come up with those second chance opportunities as the night goes on.
On the other side, Van Horn nearly lost the ball. Oakley hit the deck once again.
That'll give him numbers down this end.
Open man. Kittles on a 5-on-4. He knocks it down. He's 3 of 3 from the field. That's a trifecta for Kerry Kittles.
There's a thing called good effort, Ian, but the difference between good effort and making good judgments is different. He went too far out on the floor, gave up a 3.
Houston on a pump fake, taking it strong, gives up the body and gets the roll.
Unequivocally, that's what the Knicks have to do more of. Get the ball down low, penetrate, get it inside. Nice block.
No look feed, Kittles to Williams.
One guy gets it going, you have to focus on him, run some people at him, it gives you some numbers.
Once again, they tried the pressure on Ward. Knicks able to handle it. Oakley stationary jump, rims out. Offensive rebound, Buck Williams.
So what the Knicks are doing well is they're spacing themselves on the floor. That little extra dribble allows the penetration, forcing the back guys to make reactions.
10-8, New Jersey. Kerry Kittles with 7 points. Gill feeds mid-post. Van Horn back in on Johnson. Van Horn, a turnaround short. Oakley there for the rebound.
Van Horn looking foul, doesn't get the call.
Knicks on the move. Williams passes outside. Knicks in the half-court set now. Ward tries the crossover. Cassell doesn't bite. Ward rimming out. Jason Williams with the rebound. That's his first.
Pretty good balance, too, by the Knicks getting back defensively.
Kittle sizing up Houston. Ball popped in the air. Knicks with the numbers if they hurry. Nets get back defensively. Ward, pass deflected. Kerry Kittles, that wingspan, came off his fingertips out of bounds.
Very deceiving with Kittles. Not only the wingspan, but it's the combination of a couple of things. The wingspan, the anticipation, and just a flat-out quickness to get to the basketball.
8:18 to play in the first. The Nets up by 2. Williams will set the high screen off the switch.
Cassell can go behind that high screen as he just did. Let Ward take the shot from long range if he has to.
A clear out for Johnson. Cassell pinches over. Shot clock at 5. Trickling down to 2. Johnson on a turnaround. Williams, the rebound on the weak side.
By choice, the Nets will take that. If they get a guy drifting away, it takes him out of offensive rebounding position.
Cassell, the spin around Ward. Penetration. Kendall Gill draws the foul as he took the baseline.
The penetration, once again, by Sam Cassell, a classic situation where you have defenders rotating to the basketball.
Charlie Ward picking up his second foul. Gill will shoot a pair. 4 of the Nets' 5 starters have now scored. Keith Van Horn, the only one yet to get on the board. Former Net Chris Childs spent 2 years in a New Jersey uniform from 1994 to 96, replaces Charlie Ward. Childs signed that big deal, 6 years, $24 million, and all the pressure that comes along with the money and playing across the Hudson.
And more pressure now because they need, without Patrick Ewing there, they do need scoring to be spread around, and they need some action from the point guard position.
Childs averaged just under 13 points per game in his second year with New Jersey. Traveling is called on Houston as he tried to turn the corner on Gill.
Just a little bit of an isolation play for Houston there, but the little hop step right in front of Jeff Van Gundy.
Knicks have now turned it over 2 times. The Nets, 1 turnover. They have a 4-point lead. Cassell and Childs, 2 real competitors going at it.
Absolutely. Let's see if they get Van Horn in away from the basket. Here he comes.
Van Horn, pump fake on a 3, got Williams in the air. The leaner, no. Jason Williams taps it upstairs. Gill controls it, new 24.
It gives you a good example of Jason rebounded because of that rotation defensively with Van Horn breaking people down, so the Nets get another try.
The lob. Jason Williams with the catch and slam all in one motion.
The ball almost took a little extra time to come down also, and Jason had to kind of twist a tiny bit, wait in the air, and then ram it through.
A 20-second timeout has been called. .6:51 left. 14-8 Nets in the first quarter. They have now changed it to a full timeout. So both teams will have a seat and will return in a moment.
W1 by Raymond Weil. The cutting edge in time. Time for the next generation. W1 by Raymond Weil.
When Olga Maslova wants to phone her husband, she gives new meaning to the words long-distance call. He works in a space station.
Before you call or you fax or you internet, you need this, and this.
It's a job for Siemens. We're experts in voice, data, video, all kinds of communications, anywhere on Earth. So why not above the Earth as well?
So for this, or this.
We're Siemens.
We can do that.
Hey guys. Need a smile? Call Domino's.
Yeah.
A Domino's deep dish does the trick. An inch thick with cheese baked to the edges. And now with 3 toppings, $8.99. Any second, $4.99. But we deliver more than great pizza. At Domino's, we're delivering 1 million smiles a day.
For all Nets fans who are playing along in tonight's Coors Light three-point play contest, the first three-pointer of the first quarter was hit by Kerry Kittles.
And the openings on the perimeter, that was the result of Charles Oakley going for that steal almost at half court. He got back into the play, but clearly very, very late.
Kittles was shooting just 35% over his last 5 games, getting off to the hot start, 3 of 3. Chris Childs inside the arc. Fight for the rebound. Williams came flying in. Last touch, New Jersey.
Knicks are going to have problems scoring if they do not get Childs and Ward to get the shot going down. We know Houston is a streaky shooter, and he's a reliable force for them, but they need help from the perimeter.
Chris Mills in for Buck Williams. Change in the Knicks lineup, so Oakley and Williams are matched up at center. Allen Houston, rainbow delivery, no. Williams in for the board. Nets off and running. Cassell leading the break. Gill, killer crossover around Mills, tosses it up and draws the foul. Chris Mills did not know what hit him as Kendall Gill faked left and took it right.
The advantage an offensive player gets when a defender's running backwards at first and then has to reload and charge at him, and Gill throws the body in perfectly to create the contact on Houston.
Gill short on the first free throw. Now 2 of 3 from the line tonight, shooting 71% on the season. His numbers are off from last year. He averaged just under 22 points per game. He's at 15.4 this season, but understandably, the Nets have a lot more weapons.
Absolutely, distributing the ball a lot more, and that's a kind of a learning curve again to get back into not being the top gun and having to settle for when it comes your way.
Nets open up their largest lead at 7, approaching the midway point of the first.
Double screen for Houston.
Allen Houston a 3, book it.
Nice little step with the Nets. Run Houston from the left baseline. They give him a delayed double screen to free him just for a second.
15-11 Nets. Kittles handling the ball. Cassell working on Childs. Van Horn the screen. And the foul called as Cassell got tied up with Childs. It might be the illegal defense first. It is. There was some contact made, but Lou Grillo had the illegal defense call on the other side.
Check the look at him. Childs' face also.
Oh, he was about to explode.
Yeah, he was ready to go ballistic on that one.
And he's already gotten a reputation around the league with these officials.
Absolutely.
It started here in New Jersey and just continued as he became a member of the Knicks last season. Kittles moving without the ball.
Oh, they're going to get
pop.
Van Horn.
It is Van Horn.
John Calipari's arguing that one official from the baseline makes the call. You have another official standing out front looking at it. Tough one to make from that baseline position on Van Horn.
First foul on Van Horn. A 4-point New Jersey advantage. On the perimeter, Childs looking to set it up for Houston. Fronting Kittles. Williams comes over for the double.
You can do that if no one's hitting the outside shot. Good luck.
No look feed. Oakley on the inside. Missed the layup attempt. Missed another. Williams with the rebound. That's number 5. Kittle slows it down. The Nets were a bit out of control. Cassell taking his time. Hawked by Childs. Kittles off the dribble. And Billy Oakes with another whistle. This will be called on Allen Houston. Second personal on Houston. Stops the clock with 5:02 left in the opening period.
Both players starting for the Knicks at the backcourt. Both with 2 fouls.
Always interesting to see the fan breakdown here at the Meadowlands when these two teams play. John Starks coming out onto the floor. A chorus of boos. Normally it's about 50-50. Sometimes 60-40 with Knicks fans outnumbering Net fans. Tonight, though, it might go the other way.
Yeah, and especially when the Knicks start playing well is when you really hear the shift. That was an interesting reception, though, for John Starks.
You have those swing fans that could go either way.
They wear both hats with them. They bring one for the back pocket and one for the hat.
Shot clock winding down. Jason Williams got a good look at the basket. Strong elevation as he hits the jump shot. He was 4 of 4 against the Indiana Pacers. Van Horn with a steal. Van Horn right to the rim. He's fouled by Childs. It will not be a breakaway foul as Chris Childs made sure that Keith Van Horn was not going to get the gimme.
Well, great hands by Van Horn. Childs gets around. You notice how Childs got his body just a touch in front of him. If he comes from behind on that play, it becomes a more dangerous play. So I think it's the right call where they make Van Horn go to the line, and Childs is an aggressive player.
Keith Van Horn, his first points of the night. All 5 net starters have scored. John Calipari has not made a substitution as of yet. Starks trying to create. On the baseline, John Starks.
John Calipari in front of us, puts his hands out, says, where's the help? Starks, though, explosive at times, especially when he plays under control.
Johnson saves it to the wrong man. Van Horn, penetration, the floater. Doesn't get the roll. A foul is called. Keith Van Horn, the offensive, his second.
Big attack there by Van Horn, but Charles Oakley put one out there for the team. A great rotation defensively. I think Van Horn, with that extra dribble there, Oak comes out, and he gets himself outside that area underneath the basket.
Let's see if they attack Van Horn playing with 2 fouls. Starks off the dribble. The foul is called on the floor, and it's Kendall Gill picking up his first.
One of the things about a guy like Starks and other good scorers in the league, they act a little bit. They're dramatic with their motions after they get hit. He's very good at that, bringing the attention of the officials to him.
John Calipari, recognizing the fact that Van Horn has 2, has replaced him with David Benoit. 3:52 to play in the first. The Nets lead by 6.
Have to give these guys an opportunity to get to the second quarter without getting 3 fouls.
Childs directing traffic. Timer down to 10. Johnson, the back end. Kick out. Childs, a 3. Yes.
Now that forces you to defend a little bit more. Now we get technicals on both sides, I believe.
It is technical fouls. Jason Williams and Charles Oakley. Those 2 fighting for position on the inside.
Here comes the kick out. Now watch them on the left side. Williams and Oakley. Here's where it continues. I mean, we have seen both of those guys land heavier blows, but they want to keep this under control.
Those 2 friends socially. Not tonight.
Cassell leaning with the arm. Pretty use of the body.
Sam Cassell. His first field goal. He's got 3 points. The Nets shooting 64% from the field. The Knicks are at 47%. New Jersey on top by 5.
See how slow that bounce pass. Doesn't give Mills time to operate.
His first opportunity. Larry Johnson off the miss. Kick out. Starks buries it for 3.
Even though it didn't give Mills a whole lot of time, the late rotations allow the Knicks to get offensive rebounding position. What do they get out of it? A nice easy stroke from Starks.
Starks shooting 31% from 3-point range. Kittles the miss. Jason Williams tries to tap it to the outside volleyball style. Out of bounds. Knicks will have it when we come back. A timeout. The Nets leading the Knicks by 2.
Hey, this could be cool. Ford's year-end clearance. Tell me more. Ford.
Hey, Beer Man, you may have won $10 million. Being the Beer Man's a wonderful thing. People know Frost Brewed Refreshment. They're always happy to see me, and I'm recognized wherever I go.
Hey, Beer Man.
Hey, Bobbin Head Doll Man. Coors Light! Coors Light!
Nets lead by 2 with just under 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. In case you missed our pregame show, we had a segment where we interviewed John Calipari. He said in a game like this, he could be less animated and less energetic on the sidelines because it's the Knicks and the team would generate that enthusiasm. I said I believe it if I saw it. Fellas, I haven't seen it. John is as animated and as emotional as ever.
Not yet, Matty. Calipari's been pacing up and down the sidelines. His team does have a 2-point lead with 2:40 to play in the first. Jeff Van Gundy, wouldn't exactly call him emotional, but there are times where you will see his emotions right out there on his sleeve.
I'd put intense out there with that.
Yep.
As far as a definition or an adjective. Guys show it in different ways.
Nets up by 2. Johnson, the pump fake, gets around Benoit, in for the layup.
A beautiful pump fake guy, and also Benoit, as soon as you leave your feet out at 12 feet, you're just dead. Everybody else on the squad is also with rotations.
Nets had an 8-point lead. The Knicks have battled back. It's 21 apiece. Kittles stops and shoots.
Beautiful down screen by Benoit to come back and free Kittles. A lot of action away from the basketball in this game with these two teams setting screens for one another.
He is 4 of 5 from the field. 9 points here in the first quarter. Just under 2 minutes to play in the period. Oakley, ball reversal. Childs with the pump fake. The jumper goes down.
Oakley with that basketball in that corner hit a diagonal skip pass. And generally when you skip, you end up getting good results from it. You throw a little ball fake and a shot fake on him, and Childs frees himself.
Jason Williams able to free himself from Charles Oakley, but had the ball knocked away. Starks to the rim, flips it up and in. John Starks off balance.
Off balance. I thought he may have even gotten hit. I'm sure he thought that with the look that he gave to the official.
Knicks take their first lead. Jason Williams on a turnaround. Whoa! Williams and Oakley really going at it on the inside, and this foul is going to work against the Knicks on the interior as Oakley and Williams collided and hit the deck.
John Starks, very, very good at exciting basketball. Down on the out on the break. Now see if he gets hit. See, he gets whacked right there, and if you watch his follow through, he puts the ball in and also looks over his shoulder. This is a dandy right here. This is the one iron where you're glad you're sitting over here, because when those two big guys get together, it's about, what, 300 pounds of muscle going at it there?
Now 245 pounds, Jason Williams. Oakley at 245 as well.
I meant to say 500 pounds. Yeah. Excuse me, almost.
Kerry Kittles on the bench, replaced by Kevin Edwards. Williams 1 out of 2. It's a 1-point game. Knicks on top. Starks quickly up the floor. John Starks over the backboard. And with just 4 seconds elapsed off the shot clock, a very quick shot from John Starks.
Well, and he got a look from Chris Childs. I don't know if you caught it right at half court, but Childs gave him one of those glares like, hey, we don't need that right now.
25-24 Knicks, not for long. Sam Cassell with a minute left in the first as the Nets have regained the lead. New Jersey on top by 1. Childs in the half-court set. Oakley sets the screen. Ball movement. Starks a 3. Side rim, no. Mills offensive rebound, knocked out of bounds. And Benoit touched it last with 23 seconds left on the 24. Knicks have a lot of time to work with. 40.6 on the game clock.
Nets didn't do a good job of that exchange on the lower blocks. Good cut.
Starks getting it to Oakley. He could not handle it cleanly. And the Knicks will reset with Childs.
Bounce passes are tough for those big guys to handle down by their knees.
Childs with Edwards. Timer down to 10. Childs straight down the lane. Ball stripped away. Knocked out of bounds. Off New York. Nets have it with 24.8 remaining in the first.
Keep in mind, not many shot blockers on the floor for either of these two teams, and the presence of Patrick Ewing not a factor anymore for the Knicks defensively. So you would expect to see guys driving into the basket.
Nets will hold for 1. Fraction of a second difference. Shot clock to game clock. Edwards.
Nets have a foul to give if they can get an opportunity.
Off the ill-advised pass. Starks open, sets himself. 3-pointer at the buzzer. Got it!
That's where knowing what you have defensively comes into play when you have it offensively. You turn the ball over. Somebody could have grabbed. Benoit could have grabbed. I think it was Childs going down the middle of the floor there to prevent the 3.
Instead, the Knicks end the first quarter with the lead. John Starks, a trifecta. 10 points off the bench here in the first. Second quarter action coming up here on Sports Channel with the Knicks leading the Nets 28-26. Stay with us. We return to the Meadowlands after this.
Sportsmanship? What a load of crap. Don't preach your morality to me. Steve Austin doesn't have any compassion. You want mercy? Go to church.
Order the WWF Royal Rumble and learn how to get $10 off the official Royal Rumble t-shirt. Watch Royal Rumble for details.
Looking to have some remodeling work done in your home or office? Then call 1-800-REMODEL today and get in touch with the experienced people at Jarrow Building Industries. When you call Jarrow at 1-800-REMODEL, you'll be working with talented professionals who will take you through every critical step of your remodeling project, designed to fit your budget. Jarrow Builders has been providing quality remodeling work for over 29 years and offers a 3-year warranty on workmanship and materials. Call Jarrow Builders today at 1-800-REMODEL and begin to work with the best.
This set the record straight. This sets a new record. For an unprecedented second year in a row, Continental Airlines has earned the Frequent Flyer magazine J.D. Power & Associates Award for customer satisfaction as best airline for flights 500 miles and more. Continental Airlines. More airline for your money.
American Express Small Business Services. How can I help you?
How can I help you?
Right. We only work with small businesses.
Why don't we start with your cash flow?
And our equipment financing plan will help spread out the payments.
That'll definitely give you more flexibility.
How about setting up a line of credit?
We can do that.
Then I'll put you in touch with one of our CPAs so you can start getting ready for tax time.
We can always make adjustments when your situation changes.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS to find out how American Express Small Business Services can help you do more.
Ian Eagle, Jim Spinarkle, Matt Loughlin back with you at the Continental Airlines Arena. We are underway in the second quarter. Van Gundy and Calipari, a little bit high scoring for Van Gundy's taste. Knicks are allowing their opponents 86.1 points per game. That's tops in the Eastern Conference among team defense. Charles Oakley on a turnaround. He connects. And he had a little word for Jason Williams.
Yeah, they'll go at it most of the evening, I would suspect.
Oakley with his first deuce to go along with 4 rebounds. Williams 7 points at 7 boards. Knicks now lead by 4. Van Horn sets the screen. He's playing with 2 fouls. Benoit roaming out on the perimeter. Tough shot, short. Oakley snatches the rebound. And the Knicks on top 30-26 with the ball.
Clearly not the shot the Nets are looking for.
Johnson in some traffic. Kick out. Childs. Open 3.
John Calipari wants to, and it's a good decision. Let's talk things over. Regroup a little bit.
So the Nets will take a 20-second timeout with just 1:06 gone by in the second period. The Knicks with their largest lead. 7-point advantage.
Giles and Starks have done a nice job coming off the bench. You see the long-range shooting, 18 points already between the two of them. That's a great lift. We have a situation where the Knicks will have much more success, and this is a clear statement to make about any team in the NBA when they're shooting the ball well and better from the outside, because it does a number of things. It forces the perimeter defensively to come out and guard you, but it also, while they're coming out, they also have the ability to go by you. So look at those numbers, 18-0 from the bench.
And for all Net fans who are playing along in tonight's Coors Light three-point play contest, the first three-pointer of the first quarter was hit by Kerry Kittles. The first three-pointer of the second quarter hit by Chris Childs. So no winners in that second period. Sherman Douglas out on the floor in the backcourt with Cassell. Keith Van Horn rims in.
I like the way John Calipari used his timeouts. Van Horn not very active in touching the basketball prior to that. Sets him up, and the confidence of knowing that, hey, I'm supposed to catch it and shoot it. You shoot the ball better mentally when you're ready.
Just his third field goal attempt of the night. Mills, high arcing delivery, no. Van Horn couldn't grab it. Starks does.
A little quicker to the basketball as a team right now, the Knicks.
Reset for New York. Williams battling with Williams. And a late whistle from Billy Oakes as Jason Williams picks up the personal foul. That will be his first.
Talked about the acting with the little guys. He's acting with the big guys also. Buck Williams, I thought, did a nice job of creating contact and forcing that foul call.
Michael Cage in to replace Jason Williams at the 10-16 mark of the second quarter. So it will now be Cage matched up with Buck Williams. Chris Childs hits another. Childs is in double figures. 10 points off the bench. Starks with 10 points as well. They are the only 2 players posting double digits in scoring thus far. Benoit looks to get it to Van Horn. The lob, the catch, the dribble off his leg, out of bounds. Nets have now turned it over 8 times. It's led to 10 New York points. Childs again. The 3 in and out. Cage, the quick outlet for Cassell. The quick three doesn't go. Benoit off his fingertips, but Williams stepped in, and it came off New York last. Nets hold on to it with a new 24 to play with.
Both teams matching the settling of shots just from the outside. Neither coach happy with the selection the last two trips.
Kittle's in for Cassell, with the Knicks leading it 35 to 28. Benoit triggers in. Avoids the 5-second call, but Van Horn was on the sideline, out of bounds.
Understanding and recognizing where you are on the floor. Some people thinking that the court's getting a little too small for this 5-10 guys that are so big and so fast.
Now 9 turnovers for New Jersey. It's been sloppy here in the first half. Starks uses the pick set by Johnson. Mills, the pump fake around Cage, floats it outside for Starks, offers up a three. Long rebound, tracked down by Benoit, gets it into the hands of Douglas.
Good Knicks balance, though, defensively.
Van Horn, the bullet pass, Kerry Kittles, the backdoor cut and a layup.
Little cheating going on there by Starks, trying to run out the hip side on Kerry Kittles. Great look by Van Horn, up high.
Knicks' lead has been cut to 5. 8:48 remaining in the first half. Starks thought about it. Mills puts it up for 3. Douglas able to smack it over to Van Horn.
Knicks know where their shots are coming from, though, and their balance defensively is pretty good.
Douglas, the runner doesn't go, but he's fouled.
After a while, you have play at the offensive end as Kendall Gill comes in, where guys, see John Starks went ahead of Kittles on that play. It was a great shot if you were looking for it. Defensively, though, the old rule is keep your body between the player and the basket. He cheated out thinking Kittles is coming around a screen for a shot. Next thing you know, Kittle says, hey, you going that way? I'll go back door. Terrific look also by Van Horn.
Chris Childs getting his second personal foul, so Jeff Van Gundy will look to make a substitution or 2, maybe even 3. Ward, Houston, and Oakley into the game. Childs, Mills, and Johnson go to the bench. We'll reset the lineups for you. Ward in the backcourt along with Starks. Houston, Oakley, and Williams up front for New York. Douglas is joined by Kittles, Gill, Cage, and Van Horn. (35-32). Knicks with a lead, 8:28 left in the second period. Nets had an 8-point lead. Knicks then built their lead up to 7. It's currently 3. Ward on a penetration. Houston got Gill off balance defensively, and he takes advantage.
Still getting their outside shots, not getting to the free throw line. Eventually, in most games, not every game, that comes back to start to haunt you at some point.
Van Horn open look, knocks it down for 3.
That's the rotation they want outside. They want Van Horn setting the high screen, forcing the Knicks, who've been known to double team. Good hands by Kittles.
Kerry Kittles was able to knock the ball away. And the Knicks will hold on to it with 18 seconds left on the timer. 7:49 to play in the second quarter. Knicks up by 2. Off the inbound, Starks one-on-one with Kittles, forcing the action, lost the ball. Cage with a lead feed for Douglas. Nets slow it down. Calipari calls out a play. They set it up with Van Horn up top.
That time Oakley lets him go by. We'll see what happens here. Oakley comes. Now you need a rotation.
Extra feed. Gill lets it fly. A 2-pointer, no. Buck Williams deflected away. Kerry Kittles a reach-in foul.
Kerry agrees with it.
First personal on Kittles.
You don't see that too often with NBA players or any level, even the kids nowadays. None of even the kids who are 10 years old in the biddy leagues believe they do anything wrong.
Just the second team foul on the Nets. The Knicks are yet to attempt a free throw here tonight. Nets are 9 of 12 from the line. That's the reason why they're still in this game.
And on the year, the Nets have attempted 911 free throws versus 709 for the Knicks.
John Starks, a bomb for 3. Van Horn, the rebound. That's his second.
So not a strength of the Knicks getting to the free throw line, and also factor in that Patrick Ewing went to the line 186 times out of their 709. So you can see how important it is for them to get to the basket.
Van Horn, pump fake. Oakley, the foul out on the perimeter.
Defensively, Oakley having problems.
Second personal on Oakley. Timeout. 37-35. Knicks lead at 6:50 left first half.
It is perhaps our most impressive safety advance ever. A Volvo that can save your soul. Introducing the all-wheel drive cross-country from Volvo.
You start out wanting it, but in time, you need it. You're using it 10, 15 times a day, and you're constantly hearing voices. Addicted to your wireless phone?
Introducing Worryless Wireless from OmniPoint. You control what you spend on your wireless calls because you pay for them in advance. And since there's no contract to sign, you can quit anytime you want.
Clear sound. Great deal.
Give OmniPoint prepaid coupons and a $49 Ericsson phone.
I don't feel good. I've never felt worse in my life. I got the chills. I need a blanket. Oh, is it going down in your chest yet? This is your captain speaking.
What if you didn't have to worry about flu shots? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of New Jersey.
The league within a league, these two local teams, and certainly a storyline. Chris Childs, former member of the huge steal against the Knicks, and Derek Harper. The Nets going on for the victory that night, and maybe one of the factors in the Knicks going out and signing Chris Childs, the way he performed against New York in the head-to-head matchups. He was terrific against the Knicks. Now he finds himself in a Knicks uniform. The Nets won that game 82-77.
And you also see him Ian, in two different roles. Back then he was looked upon to do a lot more scoring. With the Knicks, they wanted people to distribute the ball to get it to the right guy.
Nice feed for Van Horn, who throws it down with two hands. Sherman Douglas with the pretty look.
And a nice set by John Calipari also on the sidelines.
9 points for Van Horn. We're tied at 37. 6:28 remaining. We're in the second period. Allen Houston doesn't get the roll. Michael Cage there on the weak side. Houston now is 4 of 6.
No penetration, not much offensive rebounding.
Douglas again for Van Horn. He got smacked by Buck Williams and a foul call. Van Horn's going to the free throw line.
Execution by the Nets starting to pick up right here the last two trips. Kittles comes around the screen very hard. Look what happens, though. When a guy runs around screens, he takes other defenders with him. You make a simple little look to the middle of the lane, and you have a big white jersey sitting there. Watch the hard cut. Watch for Kittles, has already cleared. Now look at Oakley. He's out of position because he's trying to help out. And Buck Williams is the second late getting in there because he has to take care of Kittle's cut to the lane.
Keith Van Horn now in double figures in all 13 of his games as a pro. He's been in double figures. 11 points tonight. And the Nets now on top, 39-37. We approach the halfway point of the second period. Good ball movement. Williams gets it inside for Johnson, who found an opening.
And one of the few times that after the ball movement, they were able to take it down low. Usually it's been around the perimeter and take an outside shot.
Johnson has 6 points on 3 of 5 from the field. Sherman Douglas, the floater.
Points in the paint are swaying to the Nets' favor, though. We're not seeing the Knicks get much mileage down low on the blocks.
Douglas, 4 points off the bench. Off the pick and roll. Johnson, the drop pass. Williams, turn around low post. It rattles home. Buck Williams, what a career he had here in New Jersey. Drafted number 3 back in 1981 by the Nets. 8 years as a member of the Nets. Won the Rookie of the Year award in 1982.
There's that spin pass.
Van Horn got Williams in the air. Frees up Gill. The jump shot goes through.
Gill has got to be thinking shot, shot, shot before that ball comes his way.
Quickly back the other way. Starks able to save it for Houston. Slashing down the lane. The quick pull-up. Johnson the tap. He gets the roll.
A little strength on that one with Johnson warding off Kendall Gill on his left. Shoulders and biceps to die for, huh, with Larry Johnson?
There was a time where Gill and Johnson were thought to be part of a trio that would be the future of the NBA in Charlotte. Michael Cage could not hit the layup. Knocked out of bounds. 10 seconds remaining on the 24. Substitution for the Nets. Jason Williams and David Benoit checking into the game with Cage and Gill going to the bench.
Might be time for duck guys coming right at us. Good reaction defensively there by the Knicks because Cage had an easy one.
And that's his shot. Should be.
It better be, right?
He's mastered that 2-foot layup. David Benoit, dangerous pass. Kittles couldn't finish.
Second man around the curl.
Knicks can take the lead. Houston behind the back with the dribble, zigzagging to the rim. Rebounded by Kittles with 4:26 remaining first half. All tied up at 43 apiece.
Great way to start the new year, huh? With the Knicks and Nets tied up.
Nets are coming off the loss in Indiana. Van Horn and air ball. Knicks with a victory over Orlando just before the new year.
Larry Johnson had the mismatch for a moment.
And a kick ball off the foot of Keith Van Horn. New 24 for the Knicks. Jeff Van Gundy came to the Knicks in 1989 under Stu Jackson, and he stuck around under a number of coaches, Jackson being one of them, McLeod, Riley, Nelson, and then Van Gundy getting the ship by himself and is asked to direct it now without Patrick Ewing. 43-43. Charlie Ward at 3 off the mark, and a loose ball foul on the inside. Johnson came over the back.
See, until Charlie Ward starts to knock that down tonight, the Nets have the luxury of not going out over high screens, force Ward to take that shot. Even though he's shooting 54%, you have to still force him to make the shot before you go out and defend totally.
And Cassell is fouled. Out on the perimeter, Johnson picks up a couple of quickies. And a technical foul has been assessed on the Knicks. Is that on Oakley? It's on Ward. Charlie Ward. Usually within himself, not known to get out of control at all. Ward known as a gentleman around the NBA, but there are some that believe that he could be a cheap shot artist. Evidence from the Miami game.
Well, there have been situations where he has gotten himself into like little tangles where he comes out of them smiling, like almost like, no, nothing meant by that. But in fact, he has done some things that have been a little bit more than aggressive.
He is so mild-mannered off the court, so the assumption right away is, no, not Charlie Ward. But he can be sneaky. The Nets just having a field day at the free throw line. Cassell hits another. He's got 8 points. I ask you, do you look at Charlie Ward as a starter in this league?
No.
Me either. He's a backup.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, with Chris Childs and Ward, I think that's where that, you know, the two-headed monster theory usually comes into play. They need a combination good game out of the both of them.
On cue, Charlie Ward with an assist to Charles Oakley.
You said he couldn't play.
Charlie Ward certainly deserves a spot in the NBA. There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely.
Kendall Gill is fouled on his way to the rim.
The question becomes, I mean, your point is well taken, obviously, he's an NBA player. You watch him go away from the action to find Oakley in the right-hand corner. The point becomes, can the starting point guard really play 35, 38 minutes of consistent, solid basketball and be a leader on the floor? I think he has some of those qualities in terms of the leader, but I'm not so sure he's the main man for 38 minutes.
It's a two-headed point guard for the Knicks with Ward and Childs. Charlie Ward in 10 minutes of action, he has not scored. 2 assists. Chris Childs, 10 points off the bench in 11 minutes of action and 1 assist. First free throw from Gill is good. Change in the lineup. Keith Van Horn comes in to take the place of David Benoit. Van Horn with 11 points in 16 minutes. We'll reset the lineups. Gill comes up short on the second free throw. Nets have Cassell, Kittles, Gill, Williams, and Van Horn. Knicks with Starks, Ward, Houston, Oakley, and Mills. Houston called for steps at the 3:06 mark of the second quarter. Nets with a 2-point lead, 47-45.
And also getting back to that point for Jeff Van Gundy's point guards. I mean, they're averaging about 14 between them from the point standpoint. They're only turning it over 3.5 a game, and they average about 9 assists a game. So not bad numbers from the point guard position.
Sam Cassell does draw iron on a three-pointer. Van Horn, the offensive rebound.
Long shots that are off bad will rebound out far.
Cassell tried to dish it off to Van Horn. He's called for steps.
That's a good no call, too, in terms of the foul.
Break in the action with 2:43 to play first half. Nets on top by 2.
This set the record straight. This sets a new record. For an unprecedented second year in a row, Continental Airlines has earned the Frequent Flyer magazine J.D. Power & Associates Award for customer satisfaction as best airline for flights 500 miles and more. Continental Airlines. More airline for your money.
American Express Small Business Services. How can I help you?
How can I help you?
Right. We only work with small businesses.
Why don't we start with your cash flow?
And our equipment financing plan will help spread out the payments.
That'll definitely give you more flexibility.
How about setting up a line of credit?
We can do that.
Then I'll put you in touch with one of our CPAs so you can start getting ready for tax time.
We can always make adjustments when your situation changes.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS to find out how American Express Small Business Services can help you do more.
Giants coach Jim Fossil here tonight. And Coach, first off, Happy New Year. I know the season didn't end the way you wanted, but I don't think Giant fans will forget this year was a marvelous one for you.
Well, it was a good beginning, and I'm very proud of the football team, and I think we got a start for the rest of the time, and I wasn't happy the way it ended, but we'll start next year and get it over with.
All right, what do you have to do now to go to the next level? What improvement are you looking for?
Well, I think our team matured a lot, and I think we'll play better. A few acquisitions in the offseason, and also get a few guys back like Ike Hilliard that we're missing this year.
When will that loss in the playoffs wear off, or will it ever?
I don't know if it ever will. I think that you kind of live with it now, and that when we start next season, it'll be in everyone's feelings, and hopefully it'll stay there, and we'll learn from it.
All right, Coach, appreciate your time again. Congratulations on a great year.
Thank you.
Fellas?
Well, a class guy, Jim Fossil, NFL Coach of the Year, an honor he certainly deserved this season. Allen Houston, his jump shot rimming out. Oakley trying to save it, but he knocked it out of bounds. 2:22 to play in the first half.
Amazing just how hard and aggressive Oakley plays night in and night out. Been doing it for years and years. Just incredible.
47-45. Nets. Gill, acceleration to the rim, got the bump. Foul is called on the floor. It doesn't matter. Knicks are over the limit, so Kendall Gill is going to the free throw line. Third personal foul called on Allen Houston. Well, Sports Channel has 2 games airing tonight in addition to our coverage of the Nets and Knicks right here on Sports Channel. Islanders are facing off against the Stars on Sports Channel 2. To find out what channel location your favorite Sports Channel team is playing on, call our hotline at 1-800-511-4446.
And at some point, I'm sure Jeff Van Gundy's going to start to kind of get into this game and work the officials. You look at the numbers, 20 free throw attempts for the New Jersey Nets. There's not a one been taken as of yet for the New York Knicks, and we are, what, 212 shy of finishing the first half.
And this is the second straight game where the Knicks have dealt with this against Orlando. At the midway point of the second quarter is when the Knicks attempted their first free throw in a victory against the Magic.
Now, the point also is, though, unless you start going to the basket, you can't start arguing and working the officials. So you have to start getting it in tight.
Johnson getting a bit more aggressive as he made his move low post.
But it's tighter. See, you're in a little tighter.
David Benoit called for the foul. with an even 2 minutes left in the first half. You see the numbers. Last game against Orlando. Similar problem for New York. On the perimeter, Stark settling for the three. Cassell the rebound very early in the shot clock.
And you don't get to the line that way.
Cassell had the ball taken away by Johnson. Ward starts the break. In transition, the bounce pass for Mills, who lays it in.
Great run by Mills and Starks on the left side after the turnover. Larry Johnson kicking it out, but well done. Good to see guys get out fast and get to the angle 17, 18 feet away and work to the basket.
Nets up by 1. Kittles, who got off to the quick start. Jason Williams strokes it over Oakley.
Jason has the belief that he can take Oakley from the 15-foot range facing or on the blocks with his back to the basket.
John Stark sets himself. Short on the three-point attempt. Kittles could not control it. Oakley, low post feed on the interior. Johnson stepping away from the basket, and a loose ball foul called on New York.
Number one, you don't go to the line if you're Johnson on that play, but on that particular play, he started 2 feet away from the basket and ended up shooting the ball for more like 10 feet. So you're just not going to get to the line if you're the New York Knicks, falling away and fading, shooting outside shots.
Coming up, the Mazda halftime show. We'll head back to the sports desk with Bill Daughtry. We'll have stats and highlights, and Matt Loughlin will chat with Coach John Calipari. All coming up on the Mazda halftime report. 50-47, Nets with the lead. Kerry Kittles can add to it. He has 11 first-half points. You can make it 12. His first free throw of the night. 5 of 7 shooting from the field. You see the free throws, and that is a storyline that is certainly developing. Knicks yet to attempt one from the line. The Nets now 18 of 23, and they lead by 5. Just a shade under 1 minute left. First half.
Well, Patrick would go to the line about 7 times a night, so you're losing that right off the bat. But he really didn't get to the line going to it, posting up down low as much.
Charlie Ward loops a pass over for Mills. Shot blocked by Kerry Kittles.
Benoit was in there also at the same time. I think he may have even gotten a hand on it with Kittles on the help.
Cassell takes his time with 15 left of the 24. 30 seconds to play, second quarter. Cassell on a crossover. Gill wide open, foot on the line. Knocks it down, a two-pointer.
We talked about it on the open eye, and the penetration from the perimeter players, whether it's guards or Keith Van Horn for the Nets, getting some mileage with the long range because of it.
Nets beginning to open it up. 54-47. Knicks can hold for 1. Final seconds, first half. Nets and Knicks first meeting of the season.
No fouls to get.
Long jump shot doesn't go down from Charlie Ward. And the Nets will dribble out the clock. End of the first half at the Continental Airlines Arena, the local battle. And the Nets having a little fun. Sam Cassell and Patrick Ewing exchanging pleasantries. 2 quarters of play complete. And the Nets leading the Knicks 54-47. The Mazda halftime report is coming up next. Bill Daughtry at the sports desk. Matt Loughlin with John Calipari. Nets have the lead. On top by 7. Stay tuned to Sports Channel.
New Jersey Nets basketball on Sports Channel is brought to you in part by Discover Cards, proud partner of the Smithsonian's 150th anniversary, and by Frost Brewed Coors Light, who reminds you the 3 most important words are, hey, beer, man.
I believe in the power of the beer vendor, that one man with one beer born in the Rockies can refresh thousands. I believe in the perfect pour, Frost Brewing. Cold beer, warm heart. I believe that the 3 most important words on earth are hey, beer, man. That if a vendor can't get you your Coors Light at its ultimate refreshment level, it's a darn shame. And I believe in comfortable shoes.
So, you want to see my Discover Card statement? I am very, very prissy. What up, I love to be pampered. I go have my hair done. I love to go have my nails done, have pedicures, manicures. My biggest weakness would have to be shoes. Cashback bonus award really floats my boat.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
I am definitely a shopaholic.
It pays to discover. Accepted where you see the notice sign.
Don't guys stop it. You can't do that. Don't hurt her. Can't you do something?
One part minivan, 2 part sport utility, all parts 4-wheel drive. The MPV All Sport from Mazda.
So, who wants a fruit roll?
Lease a 4-wheel drive MPV All Sport, $299 a month.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Page. Coming up on the next Page One.
You're a pro player and your team has just beaten the Oakland Raiders to win the AFL championship, and the rest of the world telling you you're 2 touchdowns, close to 3 touchdowns, worse than the team you're playing against. You know, after 10 days of that, you're tired of hearing it. Our team was angry. I was angry. Our team was angry. We didn't like people telling us how weak we were.
Joe Namath, again, right here on the next Page One.
Good evening to you. Bill Daughtry at the Sports Desk. Since he never played at the Fleet Center, you can hardly call it a homecoming for Timberwolves general manager Kevin McHale. Minnesota visiting Boston tonight. The Timberwolves in front 58-53 in the second quarter. T-Wolves trying to improve on a 4-game winning streak. Boston helping with some ice-cold shooting early. Celtics missed their first 12 shots from the field, but then it's Minnesota in transition on one of the misses. Stephon Marbury with the ball driving the lane. The dish right there to Cherokee Parks for the easy 2. Minnesota in a 15-0 run. Rick Pitino says, look, let's cut the nonsense right here. His Celtics respond. Boston comes back, 24-8 run early second. Walter McCarty, remember him? On the steal to Antoine Walker for the slam. Celtics roar back. They trailed by 2 at the half. 58-53. Minnesota leads that game now in the third quarter. Shaquille O'Neal out since mid-November with an abdomen injury and a wrist injury. He returns to the L.A. Laker lineup tonight. Shaq slated to play about 20 minutes against the Atlanta Hawks. Shaq not counting, just happy to be playing again. And we turn to college football. It's Tennessee and Nebraska battling in the Orange Bowl. Last game for legendary Cornhusker coach Tom Osborne. Also, end of the line for Vols quarterback Peyton Manning. That game in the first quarter, no score there. Big Auburn comeback in the fourth quarter. That allowed the War Eagles to snatch a Peach Bowl victory from Clemson this afternoon, 21-17. Big fourth quarter comeback here has Auburn with the rally to beat Clemson. 17-6 Clemson early in the fourth. Damian Craig, he'll get the 16-yard touchdown run right here for Auburn. They missed the conversion, though. They tried the 2-point conversion, missed it. Still 17-12. 5 minutes later, Rusty Williams, 5-yard touchdown run right here. Again, Auburn misses the 2-pointer, but what the heck, they lead it 18-17. Jared Holmes would kick a field goal later for the 22-17 final, and a bath for Coach Terry Bowden. Washington State quarterback Ryan Leaf announced today he'll forego his senior year. Leaf, third in the Heisman Trophy voting, he'll enter this year's NFL draft. A college hoop upset Philadelphia style. We'll tell you about that momentarily. Islanders, they go against Dallas. That game just about underway. But this afternoon in college basketball, LaSalle beat Villanova 72-65.
Howdy, folks. Y'all getting tired of those car dealing, money stealing ads you're always seeing on TV? Well, K Chevrolet, now they're different. Oh, they've got the Chevy you're looking for, but their prices, they'll blow you away. Let me show you what I mean. That Chevy Lumina's a nice car, but that price is just too dang high. Now for a little price fixing on this here Blazer.
K Chevrolet Geo, Hampstead Turnpike, East Meadow. Their prices are bulletproof.
Knowledge is like a river. Unfettered, it flows freely and enriches everything it touches. There's a college on a riverbank where knowledge goes hand in hand with growth. Dowling, the college on the banks of the whole wide world.
This set the record straight. This sets a new record. For an unprecedented second year in a row, Continental Airlines has earned the Frequent Flyer magazine J.D. Power & Associates Award for customer satisfaction as best airline for flights 500 miles and more. Continental Airlines. More airline for your money.
Guys, stop it. You can't do that. Don't hurt her. Can't you do something? Stop it,
One part minivan, 2 parts sport utility, all parts 4-wheel drive. The MPV All Sport from Mazda.
So, who wants a fruit roll?
Lease a 4-wheel drive MPV All Sport, $299 a month.
They say if you build a better mousetrap. Introducing the new Xerox Document Center. Because it's digital, Document Center scans the image once, stores it in memory, and prints out laser-sharp copies. With an upgrade, it becomes a powerful fax. Oh, and with a short, straight paper path, it's designed to be more reliable. Soon, you'll even be able to print and fax right from your desktop. The Xerox Document Center. It might just be the best mousetrap we've ever made.
Xerox of New Jersey, the document company for the New Jersey Nets.
Back on the Mazda halftime report at the Meadowlands. The Nets leading the Knicks 54-47. And welcome back courtside. Ian Eagle along with Jim Spinarkle. I don't know if the Knicks can keep up with this kind of pace. This is not a team that scores in the hundreds. They're not used to that. Nets, on the other hand, the top scoring team in the Eastern Conference. Really the thing that stood out, though, in that first half. The Knicks settling for three-point shots in that first half. They didn't go to the free throw line once, and it's pretty evident why. They're just settling for the perimeter game.
Well, you better be shooting the basketball pretty well. I mean, forget about the Knicks. That goes across the board with basketball in general. If you're going to be outside shooting the basketball, you need for them to go down. It obviously puts points on the board, but then it extends the defensive guys and makes it easier to go around it. If you're not knocking them down, though, you're in for a long night. They have to get to the line more frequently.
Take a look at the numbers right now, brought to you by Mazda, the halftime stats. And that one glaring number, free throws. Knicks didn't attempt one in the first half. Nets really shot the ball well. 17 of 30, 57%. You see how many field goal attempts the Knicks did get. And the only reason why they're in this game is because they hit some threes in that first quarter, and they have gotten a lot of attempts from the field. Rebounding, Nets leading the way in that category, but 15 three-point field goal attempts for the Knicks. The Nets a little more selective, 2 of 4 from three-point range. The top scorers off the bench, Childs and Starks, 10 points apiece. Allen Houston got off to the quick start, finishing with 9 points in the first half. Larry Johnson with 8. Top rebounder, Oakley, 7 boards, and 4 other Knicks checking in with 2. For the Nets, 2 players in double figures. Gary Kittles, 13. Keith Van Horn, 11. Gill, Williams, and Cassell. That's the Nets starting 5 right there, getting it done in the first 2 quarters of play. Jason Williams with 7 rebounds to lead New Jersey. The halftime highlights presented tonight by Mazda.
And the highlights with a 22-4 bench scoring advantage with the Knicks. Childs and Starks really gave them a big-time lift in the first half, at least to help them out. Really looking long range. And that's when they had a little bit of a stroke going in that first quarter. And you see Childs stepping up. Nice, easy rhythm to their shots because they're going inside first. Nets, on the other hand, a nice distributing of the basketball. Van Horn, a nice 6'10" target to be able to pass over people. Rebounding the ball. I thought there were streaks where the Knicks were a little quicker to the ball, then the Nets caught fire a little bit. Keith Van Horn overall, though, 3 of 6, a nice steady first half for him, forcing the Knicks forwards to come out and defend, and there he slips to the basket.
We'll come back and hear from the head coach, John Calipari. Halftime, Nets on top, 54-47.
Guys, stop it. You can't do that. Don't hurt her. Can't you do something?
One part minivan, 2 parts sport utility, all parts 4-wheel drive. The MPV All Sport from Mazda.
So, who wants a fruit roll?
Lease a 4-wheel drive MPV All Sport, $299 a month.
You start out wanting it, but in time, you need it. You're using it 10, 15 times a day, and you're constantly hearing voices. Addicted to your wireless phone?
Introducing Worryless Wireless from OmniPoint. You control what you spend on your wireless calls because you pay for them in advance. And since there's no contract to sign, you can quit anytime you want.
Clear sound. Straight deal.
Give OmniPoint prepaid coupons and a $49 Ericsson phone.
My My mother is a fashion zombie. No sense of style. I can't even go out of the house the way she wants me. And I have a date. I'm never leaving my room again.
Need a smile? Call Domino's.
Gotta go. I'm having dinner with my mom.
A Domino's deep dish does the trick. An inch thick with cheese baked to the edges. And now with 3 toppings, $8.99. Any second, $4.99.
So good.
But we deliver more than great pizza.
So nice. Gotta go.
I think we bonded.
At Domino's, we're delivering 1 million smiles a day.
Billy, how did you know when I was coming home?
Well, I just figured it was a half an hour from the airport. 10 minutes to get your luggage, 4-hour flight. And then there was, 18 months to get your graduate degree, 4 years for your undergraduate. And, when you factor in the leap year, daylight savings time.
Lee jeans.
Snow days.
The brand that fits.
If Lee is what you wear, Bob's is the place.
Everywhere. Packages to every address in America. P.O. boxes, too. We deliver packages to more places than FedEx or UPS. The U.S. Postal Service can take your business around the world. We deliver packages to everyone, everywhere, every day.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
We rejoin you with the Mazda halftime report. The Nets leading the Knicks 54-47. Nets are 12-2 this season when leading at the end of halftime. Getting ready for the start of the third quarter. Patrick Ewing will not be in action for the rest of this season. Former teammate of his, Xavier McDaniel. They gave the Bulls one heck of a run with X-Men in the lineup who got inside the head of Scottie Pippen that year. McDaniel has since bounced around with Boston and now is a member of the New Jersey Nets. Moments ago, Matt Loughlin chatted with the head coach of the Nets, John Calipari. His thoughts on the first half.
John, one of the reasons for the lead in the first half, you shoot 23 free throws. They don't shoot any. Do you think it'll switch in the second half? Will it have an impact on the game?
Well, it depends. If they start driving the ball like we are, yeah, they'll get to the line. They shot 15 threes. We shot 4. I mean, you're not going to get to the foul line shooting threes. And I imagine Jeff is going to talk about this. I hope the officials don't look at this and say, well, we got to give them some fouls because we drove the ball and they shot jumpers. And it's something that's how we play. That's part of our game.
Well, it has led to a Nets lead at the half, but as John told us on the pregame show, no matter what the score is, don't count out the Knicks tonight. Fellas?
And I'd have to agree with the coach. After watching that first half of action, that was pretty much how it went down. The Knicks settling for jump shots and taking a lot of threes. The league within a league. The Battle of the Hudson, the Knicks and the Nets tonight. Some matchups. Allen Houston, Kerry Kittles. The net 2-guard leading the way so far with 13 points on 5 of 7 shooting. Larry Johnson, Keith Van Horn, 11 points for the Nets rookie. Johnson with 8 points. Only 7 field goal attempts for Johnson. You'd figure that number will rise in the second half. Charles Oakley, Kendall Gill. That's not a matchup that you would normally look at with Oakley a power forward, Kendall Gill a 2-guard small forward, but they have matched up against one another on a number of occasions tonight. We'll see if Calipari makes a switch defensively in the second half of action.
I think it's been a pretty clear game, Ian, in terms of the bench for the Knicks outperforming the Nets bench, and also the starters for the Nets outperforming the Knicks.
Allen Houston. Jason Williams, you know this game means a lot to him. A New York City native. He feels like the Nets are a better team than New York, and he's never been able to say that before. Underway, second half action. Buck Williams working his way to the inside, the running hook.
There's Jeff Van Gundy's message early, though. Let's try getting the ball in the blocks and go towards the basket a little bit.
15 three-point attempts for the Knicks in the first half. They hit 5. The Nets were 2 of 4 from three-point range. New Jersey now on top by 5. Their first possession of the third period. Gill looks to the inside. Williams battling with Johnson. Oakley creeps over, but Jason Williams hits the short jump anyway.
A pretty lob pass to Jason. And how about the catch? And don't take it all the way to the basket when a defender comes up to put his shoulder and chest right into yours.
11 points for Williams, 7 rebounds. Charles Oakley knocks it down inside the arc.
It's going to help the Knicks if they can get those shots to go from the outside, especially 18, 19-foot range. Force the Nets out a little.
Just over a minute gone by in the third. Cassell, the drive around Charlie Ward. He faked him out of his you-know-what.
Boy, was that a dandy in the blocks. Oh, I don't know if he can do that, but he gets away with it. The old high dribble.
Johnson off the double team. Ward, extra feed. Buck Williams fouled by Van Horn. That's number 3 on the first-year pro.
One of the concerns when you're playing against Sam Cassell is his ability to post people up. Watch this ball fake. See you later, Charlie Ward. And an easy little stroke to the basket on the rotation.
One of the best one-on-one players that you will see come around. Sam Cassell.
And he loves to play the game.
Cassell and Ward, obviously old acquaintances. And the Knicks, with their first free throw attempt of the night, no good. Buck Williams will get another. And already you can see the change in philosophy, first half to second half. There's Buck Williams among the all-time leaders in rebounds. He is the active career leader currently, ahead of Akeem Olajuwon. What a terrific career he's had in his 17th year. Two-time All-Star, 4-time All-Defense. Led the league in field goal percentage twice. But he just took an over from the free throw line. 10:20 to play in the third. Nets lead by 7. Kittles one-on-one with Houston. Cassell. Deflected as Sam Cassell was trying to loop one upstairs. And it's going the other way. Last touch. Nets.
Interesting call. There was some action when Sam Cassell shot the basketball. At least the deflection he was looking for.
Johnson hanging out. Back door.
2 out of the last 3 possessions. Where have the Knicks been? Right underneath the rim. Nice adjustment by Jeff Van Gundy.
58-53. New Jersey. Gill free for a moment. They whip it around the perimeter. Kerry Kittles too strong on a 3-point attempt. And Jason Williams with a loose ball foul on the weak side. Number 2 on the net center.
John Calipari urging his team now to kind of stick to their guns like they were in the first half. Go to the basket, bring it to the basket, don't settle, especially early in the shot clock.
Houston on the curl, extra feed, deflected. Out of bounds, 11 seconds left of the 24. Knicks retain possession.
Still the second look there, or the first look, I should say, with Houston was to try to dump that down after he caught it. So clearly the Knicks have changed their strategy a bit to look down low.
Starting 5, Nets dominating so far. Well, the Knicks have gotten a lift off the bench with Childs and Starks. Knicks taking their time, very deliberate. 2 seconds left on the 24. Ward off the mark on a 3-point attempt. Buck Williams, offensive rebound. Reset for the Knicks. Allen Houston dishes. Williams, too strong on the baseline jump. Gill gets around Ward. Nets pushing the tempo. Kendall Gill doesn't get the roll. Ball knocked outside for Cassell. Van Horn, one-on-one with Oakley. Van Horn, the drive. The runner goes down for Keith Van Horn. He stopped and actually pulled back for the jump.
He's so good at being patient with the basketball.
Johnson trying to create. Very active. Rejected by Kittles.
Second man in.
And an offensive foul. Or do they call defensive in the corner? Billy Oakes made that motion, and it is Keith Van Horn on the inside. That's number 4 on Van Horn.
Kerry Kittles gets the block, but watch the defensive effort down low. See, Van Horn does just enough defensively to help. And here's Van Horn at the offensive end. Pulls it back. Nice stroke, but his patience with the basketball sometimes is one of the keys to his game.
Keith Van Horn goes to the bench with 13 points.
Clearly it becomes a better matchup for the New York Knicks, having Van Horn on the on a seat on the bench and having Benoit, an easier guy to defend with not as many moves as Van Horn.
Allen Houston connects on the first 2 free throws the Knicks have made tonight. It's 60-55 Nets, 8.5 to play in the third. Kittle turns the corner, puts it up with the running one-hander, and a loose ball foul. Johnson and Jason Williams fighting underneath the basket, and this time it's Larry Johnson, number 3.
Jason Williams wiggling his way in between Larry Johnson. A little bit of Buck Williams is in there also.
And a side out for the Nets. First team foul on the Knicks. This is not the tempo the Nets want. It is the way the Knicks want to play. Kerry Kittle, that nearly rimmed in. He draws the foul. Charles Oakley disagreeing with the call of Benny Adams.
Now, Charles Oakley argues that he says, I got the basketball. Let's see if he gets it up high, but don't forget to look at the body at the same time. He goes up high here. He gets... Okay, so he gets the ball on that shot there, but it's hard to tell because the official looking across was standing about where Jeff Van Gundy is. So he's looking at a different angle than that upper look. But clearly he got the basketball up high.
But did they bump bodies?
That was the call. The call was that he bumped bodies down low.
1 out of 2 for Kittles, 14 points. 6-point New Jersey advantage approaching the 8-minute mark of the third. Oakley goes behind the back with the pass. Johnson trying to muscle his way to the inside. Off the spin move, Larry Johnson draws the foul, and you can see the change in philosophy. It's so blatant. The Knicks taking it to the basket time and time again, unlike the first half.
And watch all the moves down low, but even sometimes a touch out of control, but he's going aggressively to the basket. And even if you're a touch out of control, the officials will give you the call if you're being aggressive going to the basket.
The question surrounding Larry Johnson, was he too concerned with stepping on Patrick Ewing's toes? And I think the answer is yes. He never seemed to play his game with Ewing in the lineup. Johnson now will be expected to score a lot more than he did. Missing the second free throw, Allen Houston hits. That turns out to be a 3-point play for the Knicks.
That was just a great tip by Buck Williams just then.
Without Ewing, the Knicks are missing 21 points and 10 rebounds per game. That's what he was averaging this season. And he had been so durable over the last 10 years. Shot clock at 5. Gill outside for Cassell. Traveling is called as Gill made the pass.
Got to keep reminding folks, people in the New York area know this for sure, that the Knicks are a defensive team, and they stop people, they prevent you from scoring, they hold the opposition under 80 to 86 points a game. Now the defense is starting to set in for them.
Nets have now turned it over 12 times. 7:15 to play in the third. It's a 4-point New Jersey lead. Allen Houston one-on-one with Kittles. Went for the bank shot, it doesn't go. Buck Williams offensive rebound. Reset for New York.
See how the Knicks guards, even Ward just then, had a look, but he didn't take it.
Oakley, the quick release as he hits over Benoit. And John Calipari will take the timeout. 6:58 to play in the third. Knicks creeping back into it. Nets on top by 2.
Hello, Bomb. Mercury switches with fiber alloy. This guy's high tech. We have to cut the ground wire. I'm gonna cut right now, standing by. Oh man, it's a decoy. Bob, we gotta cut now. We gotta cut. Where am I going?
What if you didn't have to worry about getting your blood pressure checked? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of New Jersey.
perhaps our most impressive safety advance ever. A Volvo that can save your soul. Introducing the all-wheel drive cross-country from Volvo.
Tomorrow, more great hockey and hoops. The Rangers are in Washington to battle the Capitals, 7 o'clock on MSG2. The Knicks at the Garden to take on the Magic, 7:30 start on MSG. Also, the Devils at home to battle the Maple Leafs, 7:30 on Sports Channel. While the Nets hit the hardwood in Cleveland against the Cavs, Sports Channel 2. Later, Islanders in Phoenix to meet the Coyotes, 9 o'clock on Sports Channel 3. All coming your way tomorrow night. Check your local listings. Jeff Van Gundy, John Calipari. We have seen a switch here in the second half. The Knicks taking on the Nets philosophy, driving it to the basket. Nets settling for jump shots. Benoit off the mark on a three-point attempt. And all of a sudden, the Knicks with a chance to tie or take the lead with a three-pointer.
And the same thing that we said about the Knicks in the first half. If they settle for shots from the outside and you're not hitting them, you're in trouble. The Nets are working their way into a little bit of a corner now.
Ward the penetration. Got some contact from Benoit. And the foul call.
Once again, it's an aggressive drive to the basket. I'm not sure Charlie Ward would have been able to make that shot, but he did get hit. He got the body bump. The aggressive move to the basket gets him to the free throw line.
Charlie Ward, 82.
Charlie Ward still developing as a point guard in his 4th year out of Florida State. Well, Net fans, chance to win a trip for 2 to see the Nets play the Bulls in Chicago or other great prizes. Hopefully you're taking a part tonight in the Coors Light 3-point play game card. Just watch the select Coors Light 3-point play games on Sports Channel. Tap the Rockies with the Coors Light 3-point play and Sports Channel. Pick up a game card at Applebee's, Chi-Chi's, Chili's, Ruby Tuesdays, and TGI Fridays restaurants for your chance to win. That's on top by 2. Benoit strokes it for 3. Gill came in and knocked it out of bounds. The Knicks get the basketball.
Nets are going from an inside situation where they try to post up Sam Cassell to kick it all the way back out 20-plus feet away from the hoop. And the Knicks continue to try to get it on the blocks as much as they can.
Charlie Ward, three-pointer drops, and the Knicks have the lead.
Now that's an outside shot, obviously, but the difference is it's an inside look first. So you get the defense creeping into double team, and then you kick for the outside shot. You shoot it a little more in rhythm.
62 to 61. The Nets offense has gone stagnant. David Benoit rocks the rim and the foul.
How about the delivery also by Jason Williams? Jason forcing some guys because he's hit a shot from the outside a little bit this evening. He forces the defenders to react. Watch this. Oakley steps up big. Who's rotating? No one. And all of a sudden, Benoit's all alone on the blocks. All because of an easy look, one dribble, bring the defender to you.
David Benoit, his first points off the bench. And he completes the three-point play.
And he gets one going towards the basket also. So it's really going to be a matter of which team can really focus on attacking first inside, settling second for the outside shot.
The Nets lead is 2. Shot clock is down to 8. Johnson matched up with Benoit.
They clear out for him, too.
Illegal defense called on the Nets.
Cassell started, hesitated, and started again. They caught him napping on it.
That's the first violation on New Jersey. Each team now has one. 5:16 mark of the third. Ian Eagle, Jim Spanarkel, Matt Loughlin at the Continental Airlines Arena. First meeting of the season for the Nets and Knicks. New Jersey leading at 64 to 62. Ward feeds Houston. Timer down to 12. Johnson mid-post. Ward, two-man game. Johnson and Ward. Sets it up for 3. And knocks it down. Another trifecta for Charlie Ward.
And not to kill the dead horse, twice they went down to LJ on the block. So they're forcing the Nets to react defensively, doing a much better job of being patient with the basketball.
And New York goes out in front by 1. Cassell, the back in, takes the baseline, reverse layup, and a friendly rim.
They reverse and bring it out to the front of the rim almost.
Ward, the bullet pass, taken away by Benoit, who stepped in front of Johnson. Knicks have now turned it over 8 times. Nets have scored only 6 points off those turnovers. Cassell off the double. Now one-on-one with Ward, his former college teammate. Sam Cassell knocked around.
Cassell and Buck Williams tangling it up a little bit.
Ward up the floor for New York. Finds Houston, cross-court feed. The jumper rims out, and the long rebound tapped outside to Cassell. Nets will now slow it down with 3:50 to play in the third. They lead by 1.
Sam Cassell is still going at the officials, and I was just about to say a moment ago, he's got to keep his mouth closed because he's been going for the last 2 trips up and down the floor. Couldn't get it out quick enough, but he got it out faster than I did.
Just got the technical foul called on Sam Cassell.
That was because of his last trip down the floor. When he tried to post, he dribbled it back out, went back inside. He thought he got hammered. Somebody's got to get between them. And this is friendly chatter right now, but still, you got to get away from the officials.
Cassell discussing it with Lou Grillo. Allen Houston, one of the best free throw shooters in the NBA, has just tied this game at 66. So John Calipari, sensing that Cassell might be losing it a bit, sends him to the bench, and Calipari now has an answer at point guard with Sherman Douglas, who was signed off of waivers. Douglas with Childs now in there for New York. Shot clock is down to 3. Kerry Kittles with 2. Kittles a long three-pointer, just grazes the rim, and the Knicks control it. Childs running the break. Childs off the spin to the rim. Gives it up for Johnson for the uncontested layup.
Not only a terrific run by Larry Johnson, but absolutely fabulous awareness by Chris Childs down the middle of the floor.
Johnson has 12, and the Knicks lead it 68-66. Kerry Kittles for the tie. Johnson the rebound.
Shots that were dropping for the Nets in the first half, not there. They had a good look with a good screen by Jason Williams.
Oakley feeds, low post. Williams and Williams, no relation. Timer at 8. Childs wants to take it to Douglas. Houston gives it up. Childs the extra feed. Buck Williams couldn't get the layup. Test doesn't go. Nets with numbers if they hurry. Gill the lead feed for Douglas. Back outside for Kittles. Gill trying to break down the New York defense. Flips it up. No good. Williams mistimed the jump as it came off the backboard. Gill saves it for Kittles. Doesn't get the roll, but a foul call.
There were bodies falling. Jason Williams laying on the floor there. Probably as big a reason as any that Oakley was off balance and fouled.
Number 4 on Oakley. Timeout with the Knicks leading it 68-66. Late third.
American Express Small Business Services. How can I help you?
How can I help you?
Right. We only work with small businesses.
Why don't we start with your cash flow?
And our equipment financing plan will help spread out the payments.
That'll definitely give you more flexibility. How about setting up a line of credit?
We can do that.
Then I'll put you in touch with one of our CPAs so you can start getting ready for tax time.
We can always make adjustments when your situation changes.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS to find out how American Express Small Business Services can help you do more.
Hey, guys. Need a smile? Call Domino's.
Yes.
The Domino's deep dish does the trick. An inch thick with cheese baked to the edges. And now at 3 toppings, $8.99. Any second, $4.99. But we deliver more than great pizza. At Domino's, we're delivering 1 million smiles a day.
It's just out of reach. It's always been just out of reach. Luxury. Creature comforts. But now, there's the Lexus ES 300 with front-wheel drive and traction control available in forward and reverse at a price that's highly accessible to the average bear. See your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer.
For all Nets fans who are playing along in tonight's Coors Light three-point play contest, the first three-pointer of the first quarter hit by Kerry Kittles. First three-pointer of the second quarter hit by Chris Childs. First three-pointer of the third quarter hit by Charlie Ward. So winners in the first period with Kittles, no winners in the second and third quarters. Charlie Ward hitting back-to-back three-pointers.
And notice where the passes are coming from, which is the key. Coming from the inside out.
Ward coming in, shooting 45% from three-point range, 54% overall. Not expected to score, just expected to distribute the basketball. Childs comes off the bench with a more scorer's mentality than Charlie Ward. Free throw no good from Kittles. And the Nets just not in that offensive flow that we saw in the first half. Things have slowed down here in the third period. Kittles missing on another. Jason Williams, offensive rebound, number 11. Gill, three-pointer. Kittles went in for the slap dunk.
That was a spike.
It didn't go down. Starks in there for New York. Gives up the body, doesn't get the roll. Gill comes down with a rebound. Douglas, the lead feed. Benoit to the rim. Collision with Buck Williams, and a foul called. Williams took the brunt of that hit.
He sure did. Many a times you see the offensive player get bumped on the way to the basket.
And a flagrant foul has been called. The reaction from this near capacity crowd.
Well, let's see. Well, that's a tough one to call from that angle particularly. I'm not so sure Buck Williams wasn't in the air, and his natural arm motion came down.
And Allen Houston in some pain. Now keep in mind, Houston was still recovering from wrist surgery on his right wrist. Some felt that he may not have fully recovered earlier in the season. That's part of the reason why he was struggling.
Now we'll take another look at it with regular speed and watch Buck Williams' right hand come down.
He left his feet.
Yeah, he left his feet, and I guess the hand coming down towards the head.
Allen Houston was kind of the odd man out as Buck Williams came sailing in to get in front of Benoit. Nets get the ball. Tied at 68. Just under 2 minutes to play in the third here at the Meadowlands. Douglas with Childs. Screen set by Williams. Benoit lets it fly. A three-pointer comes up short.
See, the Knicks can defend that play differently than when Van Horn is on the floor because he's an outside threat rather than Jason Williams, who's not.
Williams gets his third foul, a touch foul underneath the basket. And the Knicks, who did not shoot free throws in the first half, will now attempt their 10th and 11th free throws of the third quarter.
I think that right there is a statement of this third quarter versus the first and second. The fact that they're going to the line. Really only 3 for 9, though, to this point, right?
Chris Mills, 78% on the season. Allen Houston trying to work that wrist out a little bit. Looks like he'll be okay. And a substitution. Patrick Ewing's understudy for so many years, Herb Williams, has come into the game. 17-year veteran out of Ohio State, taking the place of Buck Williams. No Chris Dudley tonight.
They're probably not going to take a chance with Chris Dudley, I would guess. He's out with warm-ups, but he probably is not. I mean, real emergency, this is what the Herb Williams substitution is saying.
Dudley broke his nose against Orlando, took a shot from former Knick Derek Harper. Gill the pump fake. Nets are down by 2. Kendall Gill.
They're being well defended by the New York Knicks right now.
But the Nets keep it alive. Larry Johnson couldn't hold it with 2 hands. Down to 1:20 left in the third. Douglas zigzagging to the rim. Puts it up. Soft touch. Sherman Douglas.
Second one we've seen tonight with Sherman going through the lane. Thought there was some contact there also.
Tied at 70. Just about a minute to play. Third quarter. Starks. Mid-post. Johnson one-on-one with Benoit. Gill comes over. Illegal defense as Gill came over to double. And the Knicks will get a free throw. Chris Childs will do the honors with 54.5 seconds remaining. And a new shot clock for the Knicks.
Going to the line and defense are the 2 things that the Knicks have changed. Childs hits that one. In the first quarter, the Nets scored 26. Second quarter, 28. They're stuck at 16 right now. So obviously, the Knicks have kicked it up a bit defensively. And the shooting percentages have come down for the New Jersey Nets.
Childs. Starks. Interior feed. Johnson now fronting the defender Benoit. Off the double. Mills finds Childs off a pump fake. Childs tried to go off the window. Johnson offensive rebound, and he put it off the glass.
The basics of basketball. Penetration.
And the foul call. Chris Childs and Sherman Douglas off the inbounds feed, and it's Childs who went down and then attempted to trip Sherman Douglas. Lou Grillo at least felt that was what was happening down on the floor.
Ball movement. Here's the ball movement. Watch the penetration now. Childs goes by. Second man steps in, but look at the lanes for rebounds. Herb Williams on your right, Larry Johnson in the seam. If you get good ball movement and penetration, they can be lethal for defensive rebounding.
Sherman Douglas shooting 61% on the season. The Nets now down by 2. Douglas can cut it to 1. He's in an even 50% from the field. A 1-point game. Knicks 73, Nets 72. There's a 5-second difference, shot clock to game clock. As these two teams wrap up the third quarter, Johnson takes his time. 10 to shoot.
He's the guy to have it.
Johnson in a point forward roll. Crossover around Benoit. Kick out. Childs, pump fake, steps in. 2-pointer. Shot clock winding down to 1, and Chris Childs drills it.
Larry Johnson doing a terrific job there.
Down to 3 seconds left in the quarter. The catch made by Cage. He gave it up. And the full court toss at the buzzer comes up short. The Knicks trailing at halftime. Now with the lead at the end of 3. New York 75, New Jersey 72. Fourth quarter action is coming up right here on Sports Channel.
Every Lincoln, Mercury, Isuzu, and Subaru that you're seeing here, although different in style and price, have one very important thing in common. They can all be bought or leased at tremendous discounts from Hassett of Wantaw, Long Island's undisputed low-price giant. Convenient to all major roads and parkways, Hassett of Wantaw is centrally located in Nassau, literally minutes from Queens or Western Suffolk, and your best car shopping experience ever. Hassett of Wantaw, not just low prices, incredibly low prices, and great service.
It's amazing what you can order by phone these days. Most amazing of all, you can buy car insurance direct from Geico over the phone. You could even save 15% or more. And who couldn't use a little extra money around the house? Geico Direct, a better way to buy car insurance.
Billy, how did you know when I was coming home?
Well, I just figured it was a half an hour from the airport. 10 minutes to get your luggage, 4-hour flight. And then there was, 18 months to get your graduate degree, 4 years for your undergraduate. And, when you factor in the leap year, daylight savings time.
Lee jeans.
Snow days.
The brand that fits.
If Lee is what you wear, Bob's is the place.
We just want to win games. No matter how we do it, they could be ugly wins, they could be good-looking wins. We just want to win games. That's the whole concern of the New Jersey Nets.
Keith Van Horn spins it home, and the foul.
I would probably consider the playoffs a success. I mean, I think that's a legitimate goal for this team. I think with the talent that we have here, that we should be in the playoffs.
The league within a league, the Nets and Knicks. There is some history with these two teams, including February of '93, the giveaway. Kenny Anderson pushed down by John Starks. A broken wrist would end Anderson's season, and it took a while for Anderson to fully recover with a screw that was put into his hand. The Knicks and Bucs, the foul. Andrew Lang pushing Patrick Ewing, and Ewing not expected to return this season. Rather large cast on that right wrist for Ewing. Keith Van Horn opens things up, missing on a three-point attempt. Herb Williams, the rebound. We're underway in the fourth. The Knicks on top by 3. They outscore the Nets by 10 points in the third quarter. Johnson off the double, gets it off. Mills inside the arc. He hits.
The inside game, even though that's an outside shot, twice again they went right to the blocks, and that is giving the Nets some big-time problems.
John Calipari doesn't like what he sees in the first 29 seconds of the fourth. He's taken a 20-second timeout, with New York now leading it by 5.
Here's the blocks. Larry Johnson kicking it out. The patience around the horn. Where is the defender? The defender is still inside, helping out on the double team with Larry Johnson.
Hey, sports fans, can you do an imitation of any local or national sportscaster? If so, please send us a home video, and the best entries will be considered for a live show in March. Mail your tape to MSG, P.O. Box JAF 3210, New York, New York 10116. Your tapes will not be returned.
Hi, am I an Eagle? Oh,
no,
just getting my practice.
Oh, no. I wouldn't go there, Jimmy. I'm better than you at impressions.
No, you have a lot of free time on your hands.
As a young child, in fact.
Yes, very warped childhood.
77-72 Knicks. First minute of play in the fourth. Cassell gets around Starks. Offensive foul called as Sam Cassell turned the corner. Billy Oakes felt that Cassell was fending off, and remember, Cassell already called for a technical. He keeps his mouth shut.
Good choice by Sam. They obviously need him down to 11:09 left in this ball game.
Nets now out of sync offensively, trying to rediscover what they did in the first half. Starks stop and go. Off balance jumper, John Starks. His first bucket of the second half.
It's a lot easier, too, to play with a lead. You can take some extra chances.
Cassell off the curl. Got some contact from Herb Williams off the drive. And Sam Cassell is going to the free throw line with 10:42 to play in regulation.
Sam Cassell right now on the floor with Sherman Douglas. So Sam acts as the 2 guard, the shooting guard. That's set for the shooting guard to come along and cross and around a low screen. Once again, better results when you go towards the basket.
And that's just not playing their style of basketball. They were doing it in the first half. But in the third, John Calipari's team has allowed the Knicks to dictate the tempo and put their stamp on the game.
They weren't in the third quarter, the Knicks, taking the longer, quicker shots, so the Nets then had to come down and go half court. The Knicks are a pretty good half court defensive team.
Johnson gives it up. Gill off for Douglas. Next with numbers. Van Horn leaning in. He gets the roll on the layup. And Jeff Van Gundy wants a 22nd timeout.
Wants to be ready now if the trap comes again. That's a good adjustment by John Calipari down his end. Wasn't getting anything open floor. Let's switch the defense up, he says. Let's make something happen, maybe get an easy bucket.
79-76. Knicks. These two teams will play again on Wednesday night at Madison Square Garden. Of course, all the action on MSG. It is a natural rivalry. Two teams so close to one another, but in recent years, the Knicks have been head and shoulders above the Nets. So you haven't really felt the real competitive juices. Yeah, the Nets always took the games very seriously, and they split the season series a year ago. But you don't know if the Knicks took the games as seriously as the Nets did. Starks for Herb Williams. The jump shot goes down. They'll wave it off. Offensive foul called on John Starks.
Oh, that hurts twice for Jeff Van Gundy also, because look at the reaction. He gets the big fella, Herbie Williams, to run the floor.
And that hurts Herb Williams because that would have tied his season high. A technical foul has been called. Jeff Van Gundy called for the team.
One of his rules, I believe, is not to get technicals in the fourth quarter also.
Cassell hits the free throw. It's a 2-point Knick lead.
It's all going back to that Starks play at the other end of the floor previous to the Herb Williams jump shot.
79-77. Just about 2 minutes gone by in the fourth. Cassell tried to bank it home. It didn't go down. Knicks now with numbers. They're running the floor. A 3-on-2 developing. Starks couldn't make the connection to Johnson off the bounce pass.
I know Johnson's pretty good with the ball, and he's pretty good with the handle, but you'd prefer to give it to him closer to the basket. I think Starks gave it up just a touch too early. Instead of a catch and deliver, there you had a catch and a dribble and deliver.
Nets with a chance to tie or take the lead with a 3. Van Horn, the drive on Johnson, backs it out. Van Horn will try again, finds an opening, couldn't get the running one-hander to go. Mills the rebound, quick lead feed. Starks, race to the rim, off the spin, the banker no. Ball deflected, and a loose ball foul. Jason Williams got tied up underneath with the much smaller Chris Childs, and Williams picks up personal foul number 4.
Jason Williams over to the official arguing, but what he's arguing about was down the other end with Larry Johnson. Johnson took kind of like a half poke at him coming down the floor. Ball has to be entered right now. They're on shot 3. Okay, they're in.
Oakley in for Johnson with 9.5 to play in the fourth. Knicks lead by 2. Childs comes to the outside. Douglas, great anticipation. Goes to the rim uncontested for the layup.
A long and lazy pass by Mills.
Timeout, New York. And we are all tied up at 79 apiece. 9:18 left in the fourth. Our coverage continues after this.
So here I come with 192 ounces of golden refreshment. My name is called when I pass along these frost-brewed sips of heaven. I'm embraced by thousands, but as they sip their liquid joy, I can't help but wonder. Is it me they call out for, or is it the beer? Either way, I feel the love.
Turn around! Get your cold Coors Light here!
I whack the weeds. So you want to know what's on my Discover Card statement. I'm a camp cook, and a bad one, but I've got a good stove. And he loves to chase that. The cashback bonus award.
It all folds up into a carry.
She loves to get flowers, and I love to give them.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
Well, the toughest thing about buying a wetsuit is trying them on.
It pays to Discover. Accepted where you see the notice sign.
It's just out of reach. It's always been just out of reach. Luxury. Creature comforts. But now, there's the Lexus ES 300 with front-wheel drive and traction control available in forward and reverse at a price that's highly accessible to the average bear. See your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer.
Sam Cassell injured right shoulder. With the Nets and Knicks tied at 79, Cassell in obvious pain. Jason Williams might be in some pain as well. He took a shot from Larry Johnson away from the ball.
Watch, if you have to watch, it's for another second. Here they go down the floor, and you see a little belt, and look at Jason, comes back at him saying, hey, not tonight. That's what Jason was annoyed at the other end of the floor.
Knicks in the half-court set. Starks being chased by Cassell. Childs off the pump fake. Starks to drive. Shot clock at 5. Herb Williams' baseline jump is short. Cassell tries to save it, but it was out of bounds, and the Knicks will get it with a new shot clock. And Cassell, he fell right on that right shoulder that trainer Ted Arzonico was working on during that timeout.
He is a competitor, though.
Oh, you get some great facial expressions from him, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. This one's a little agonizing, I think. Let's see where he comes down. Herb Williams, the outside shot. Bang. Of course, find a way to land on the place that hurts the most.
New shot clock.
Different lineup, too, without Larry Johnson on the floor for the Knicks, so they really don't have a true post-up scorer. Buck Williams and Oakley.
Williams pass deflected off of Kendall Gill. Starks couldn't save it, and the Nets take over following the New York turnover. The 5th turnover for the Knicks in this quarter.
Gill right out there with the hand.
It was close.
Look at the fans behind. The fans helping them out.
And a timeout Sam Cassell is in some serious pain. Will return. All tied up at 79.
W1 by Raymond Weil. The cutting edge in time. Time for the next generation. W1 by Raymond Weil.
What if you didn't have to worry about medical coverage when you travel? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of New Jersey.
This looks interesting. Ford's year-end clearance. Tell me more.
Ford Explorer is America's #1 selling sport utility vehicle. Explorer is loaded with all the features you want. Now you can get a new Ford Explorer for just $389 a month with no down payment. That's right, a new Ford Explorer for just $389 a month with no down payment during the year-end clearance at your Tri-State Quality Ford dealer. Just tell us what you want. There's more to a Ford.
Another flashback in our league within a league. We take you back now, Christmas Day, 1984, Bernard King. Oh, Knicks fans remember this explosion. 60 points against the Nets, the highest ever point total for a member of the Knicks, but the Nets won the game. Let's get a report right now from Matt Loughlin.
Well, Ian, during the timeout, Sam Cassell had some ice applied to that right shoulder. He is in a lot of pain. It's an area that's really behind the shoulder and down a little lower, although now he's holding his upper arm. I think falling really aggravated whatever problem he had, but he seems to be telling John Calipari, I'll be ready in a moment or two.
So for the Nets, it's Douglas at point guard. Van Horn the miss. Williams couldn't tap it in. Douglas is joined by Kittles, Gill, Van Horn, and Williams.
Strong slips by Charles Oakley just then.
A tight one in the fourth. 8:15 to play. 79-79. Starks with Childs. Childs inside the arc. Rainbow delivery, no. Williams taps it up. Kerry Kittles grabbed it. It's staying right here. A loose ball foul on the inside. Benny Adams has now changed it. It's going the other way.
That's a good call. That's a very good call, too. Should be on Buck Williams, right? Or they gave it to Oakley because Buck Williams was holding Jason Williams also. Hold on a second.
Let's see. Billy Oakes coming in. He's going to change the call to Buck Williams.
Buck Williams absolutely is the call.
That was the correct call all along. Right. Initially, Benny Adams signaled loose ball foul staying here.
Right.
He then changed the call, and Buck Williams disagreeing with it, picking up his third. 8:06 left. We're in the fourth. Sam Cassell getting some ice on the back of the shoulder. Douglas, the spin around Childs. Childs recovers. Kittles one-on-one with Starks. A clear out. Kittles finds Van Horn. Van Horn thought about it from three. He takes it around Oakley. Van Horn hanging in the air. The finger roll.
Oh, what a dandy. So patient with the basketball, like a seasoned vet.
And the Nets up by 2. Larry Johnson thought he was fouled, didn't get the layup. Nets in transition. Kittles outside. Van Horn pump fake. Van Horn taking it to the rim. Blocked by Williams and a foul.
Van Horn is just picture perfect. The last 2 trips down the floor.
And this crowd is responding to it.
He has brought them to their feet. Watch the patience and the extra glide. What a beautiful move. Just a beautiful move down the lane, bringing bodies to him, faking and being patient with it.
Almost in slow motion because Oakley wouldn't bite initially, but Van Horn kept going to the fake, and Oakley finally nudged over, and Van Horn was able to take it.
A lot of young players, Ian, run themselves into problems when their first fake isn't taken. They kind of force the action. He has a very nice demeanor about him when he has the basketball. He hangs on to it. If you don't fight, he waits, he goes again, and then he takes.
19 points for Keith Van Horn. 83-79. Ted Arzonico is going to take Sam Cassell to the locker room area. So Cassell may be done for the night. We'll get further word. Houston strokes the jumper. That is a smooth release.
It is a picture-perfect jumper going to his left along the baseline.
Allen Houston, 16 points. He has gone over the 5,000-point plateau for his career. Nets lead by 2. 6:45 to play in the fourth. Crossover Van Horn. Douglas with 6 to shoot. Douglas trying to create. Off the double team. Forced to put it up. He draws the foul. Charles Oakley. That's a complete bailout. With 3 seconds left on the 24. Sherman Douglas had nothing going in that offensive possession.
Number 5 for Oakley also, but watch Sherman Douglas get him somehow to bite on this crazy ball fake he throws, and just throws up a prayer. And Oakley cannot believe it.
Douglas, 4 of 4 from the line tonight. He's got 10 points. Doesn't get the roll on the first. Buck Williams back into the game. He'll take Charles Oakley's spot on the floor. Oakley forced to leave with 5 personal fouls. Nets shooting 76% from the line tonight. And Douglas tacks on another. 84, 81, New Jersey. Houston, the extra feed, Williams to Johnson, who lays it in.
They continue to look. The Nets chose to go with that half-court trap. LJ handles pretty well as the release man, continually putting the ball into the paint area of the New York Knicks.
Larry Johnson with 16 points on 8 of 13 shooting. It's a 1-point net lead. We approach the midway point of the fourth quarter. Van Horn, long three-pointer, got it! Oh!
A little gusto right there, baby. He doesn't worry about situations.
22 points for the rookie.
LJ kind of pushed them over a bit.
Johnson on a kick out. Houston lines it up. He can't connect on a three-point attempt, but the long rebound controlled by New York. Childs, quick release on a 3. Van Horn, he controls the rebound as Williams hits the deck.
I'm sure John Calipari is thinking, let's call his number again.
Van Horn has wowed this crowd on a number of occasions tonight. Douglas penetration, wild move, goes down, and the foul! Allen Houston called for his 4th foul.
Childs jumps, nobody steps in for the Knicks, and where did it come from? From down, around, and up. Oh. Well done by Sherman Douglas. Look at Van Horn's reaction.
Douglas with a chance to complete the three-point play and extend the Nets' lead to 7. The free throw. 90 to 83, New Jersey. 5:25 to play in the fourth. A 17-4 run for the Nets. Knicks able to handle the pressure. Charlie Ward back in there for New York.
It's not allowing the Knicks to take as much time to dump it on the blocks, that trap. That is 7 on the shot clock, so it was effective to this point.
Having a tough time getting into their offense. Buck Williams, bank shot doesn't go, and a foul called underneath the basket. Jason Williams was there, and it's number 5 on Williams. Buck Williams going to the free throw line. Buck shooting 73%. For all Mets fans who played along in tonight's Coors Light three-point play, first quarter, the first 3 was hit by Kittles. In the second, it was Childs. Third, it was Ward. In the fourth, Van Horn. You're a winner if you scratched off the first and fourth quarter on your game card, thanks to Kerry Kittles and Keith Van Horn. Michael Cage replaces Williams.
A good substitution, too. 5:04 left. Jason Williams is far from done for the evening. A 90-84 lead, so you have a 6-point, maybe a 5-point lead, so you have a little room at 6 points. Put Jason on the bench. Try to buy him 2 more minutes if you can.
Williams on the sidelines with 11 points and 14 rebounds. 90-84 Nets. Just under 5 minutes to play in the fourth. Van Horn, he's got another. Keith Van Horn, a trifecta.
Great footwork, too, Ian, before he caught the basketball. He positioned himself to be ready to shoot the basketball as he caught it. Jason loves it because it gives him a little more breathing room. But watch him catch it. He is terrific at catching the basketball.
12 points in this period. Keith Van Horn helps to give the Nets a 9-point lead.
It is perhaps our most impressive safety advance ever. A Volvo that can save your soul. Introducing the all-wheel drive cross-country from Volvo.
They say if you build a better mousetrap, introducing the new Xerox Document Center. Because it's digital, Document Center scans the image once, stores it in memory, and prints out laser-sharp copies. With an upgrade, it becomes a powerful fax. Oh, and with a short, straight paper path, it's designed to be more reliable. Soon, you'll even be able to print and fax right from your desktop. The Xerox Document Center. It might just be the best mousetrap we've ever made.
Xerox of New Jersey, the document company for the New Jersey Nets.
The Nets have outscored the Knicks 21-9 in the fourth quarter. Keith Van Horn, 12 of those 21 points in this period.
And very, very patient with the basketball, coming right at us with the dip. Great footwork for the long three. Also nailing one from the corner. You see him getting ready to catch a little three-ball action by Keith Van Horn.
And he knows that the entire tri-state area is watching his first ever game against the New York Knicks. 93-84, we've been told that Sam Cassell will not return. Allen Houston fading away. Kendall Gill steps in front for the rebound, and the Knicks having a tough time finding answers on the offensive end.
A quick recovery there by Kendall Gill. What's happening with the Knicks is they're not getting it on the blocks as easily.
Van Horn, three-pointer.
Didn't get the legs.
Houston, lead pass, perfectly thrown to Larry Johnson. The takedown by Douglas and a foul call. So Johnson is going to the free throw line with the clock stopped. 4:08 left in the fourth. And this will be Sherman Douglas's game at the point guard position the rest of the way.
Van Horn doesn't bail back to defend. And look at the catch by Sherman Douglas. If he lets Larry Johnson fall on that one, probably a flagrant.
Jason Williams will check in following the first toss. No good.
They have gotten to the line, obviously, many more times in the first half, where they did not get to the line, the New York Knicks, but still having struggled at 7 for 15 at this point.
Knicks as a team came in shooting 75%. The Nets, 40 free throw attempts this evening. Johnson hits on the second. 4:04 left in the fourth. Nets 93, Knicks 85. This is the first meeting of the season for these two clubs. They will play 4 times during the course of the year. Douglas, Gill off the curl. The pull-up jump, no. And Starks with a rebound.
Houston was not falling asleep on that. Good call by the Nets to go to Gill, but Houston was right there defensively.
Ball movement. Houston a three. Doesn't fall. Starks came flying in, able to tap the rebound up, and the foul is called on John Starks.
In the third quarter, the Knicks made a nice run because they started dumping it to the blocks 1 and 2 times a set, and then would release and kick it out. The Nets now have adjusted and are not letting the easy catch get down to the blocks, therefore making it easier to defend on the outside.
Douglas goes to the free throw line. This will be the 41st attempt for the Nets tonight from the stripe. The Knicks 2-1 since Patrick Ewing went down with a wrist injury. 2 out of 2 for Douglas. It's a 10-point Nets lead, their largest margin so far tonight. Time now becomes a factor with 3:25 left in the fourth. Knicks searching offensively. Charlie Ward, a three-pointer. He drills it. Another 3-ball for Ward.
And a big, big shot for the New York Knicks.
All 3 of his field goals have been from three-point range. And the Knicks still very much in it. 95-88 coming up on 3 minutes to play in regulation. Douglas gets it off for Kittle. Shot clock at 7. Turns the corner on Starks. Loses the ball, and the Nets will retain possession with 5 remaining on the timer.
See if it's important now to enter this basketball to a guard or Van Horn who can put it on the floor against his man. Preferably a guard, though, you want. Let's have to hurry now to get it in.
Gill.
A violation almost.
He lobs it upstairs for Williams. Shot clock is down to 3. Van Horn stops and pops and hits.
That is money. That's money. The best part of that shot is knowing and remembering that the shot clock was down under 5.
Keith Van Horn, 27 points. 14 here in the fourth for Van Horn, and the Nets lead by 9. Johnson the fake, head and shoulders fake, and it works out as he uses the window.
He is very good on the blocks. He is fun to watch. He's great at using the ball fake.
And that's where he's most comfortable. He played small forward for this team last season, which meant a lot of perimeter game for Larry Johnson. Without Ewing in there, Johnson gets back to his natural habitat. And Kendall Gill takes a hard foul on the baseline. They give it to Charlie Ward with 2:11 to play in the fourth.
One of the strengths of Keith Van Horn is the ability to put it on the floor and come up shooting with it, beating the clock. A great understanding of the game of basketball. And Metropolitan fans, he's only a rookie. He plays it like he's about a 7-year veteran, this guy.
He has the choir boy looks.
Deceiving, isn't it?
Absolutely. Gill hits on a pair. And the Nets back out in front by 9. Coming up on the 2-minute mark of the fourth, 99-90, New Jersey. Starks, three-pointer. Can't hit it. Ball knocked to the backcourt. Ward has it. New shot clock for the Knicks. Ward backs up for 3. Short. Williams the rebound. For Jason Williams, number 15 to go along with 11 points.
At best, a 3-possession game for the Knicks right now, but the Nets, big trick down the floor for them, really to give them enough space.
Douglas takes his time with 6 seconds left in the 24. Gill with 3 seconds left. And the offensive foul called as Kendall Gill ran into John Starks. We will step aside with 1:29 left in the fourth. Nets seemingly in control, up by 9.
And here carrying on a great tradition. I vend Coors Light, like my father, his father, and his father before him. Frost brewed and Rocky Mountain cold. Makes people feel refreshed. I think my forefathers would respect that. Not for them, I wouldn't be who I am today. Bob Smith, the fourth. Beer man. This one's for you, Grandpa.
I'm not your grandpa.
Coors Light!
This set the record straight. This sets a new record. For an unprecedented second year in a row, Continental Airlines has earned the Frequent Flyer magazine J.D. Power & Associates Award for customer satisfaction as best airline for flights 500 miles and more. Continental Airlines. More airline for your money.
American Express Small Business Services. How can I help you?
How can I help you?
Right. We only work with small businesses.
Why don't we start with your cash flow?
And our equipment financing plan will help spread out the payments.
That'll definitely give you more flexibility.
How about setting up a line of credit?
We can do that.
Then I'll put you in touch with one of our CPAs so you can start getting ready for tax time.
We can always make adjustments when your situation changes.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS to find out how American Express Small Business Services can help you do more.
Well, as Ian mentioned, Sam Cassell done for the night. It's a contusion to the right shoulder. The Nets medical staff would like to x-ray it tonight, but the team is leaving for Cleveland immediately after this game, so they will forego the x-ray this evening. Hopefully, they told me they would try to get an x-ray tomorrow in Cleveland. They didn't seem to think it was much more serious than a contusion, but just to be sure, they'd like to x-ray that shoulder. Ian?
All right, Matt, thanks for the information. The Nets are 9-0 when they score over 100 points. They currently lead the Knicks 99-90. Off the timeout, Ward sets it up for Johnson. He draws the foul. His former teammate in Charlotte, Kendall Gill, the recipient of the personal foul. Number 4 on Gill. Johnson shooting free throws with 1:23 remaining in the fourth.
Knicks were looking for a three-point shot on that trip, I believe, but the inside opened up very quickly for Larry Johnson, so if it's down there, you go for it.
Without Ewing, pressure on Johnson and Houston to come up big. Johnson has 20 points. Houston with 16. Patrick Ewing, 35 years old. He has just signed a 4-year deal worth $60 million.
Full court pressure, obviously, with the Knicks now. Good look over the top.
Nets get it into the hands of their point guard, Sherman Douglas. Across to Gill. Down to 1:15 remaining. The Nets on top by 7. Shot clock down to 10. High screen set by Van Horn. Douglas takes it himself. Blocked away by Johnson. Williams couldn't control it cleanly, and it's knocked out of bounds. The Knicks get it with 1:03 remaining on the clock.
Still a 3-possession game, so the Knicks have to look for threes if they're there.
Johnson, there it comes. Childs, extra feed. Houston, foot on the line. He drills it. It's a 2-pointer for Allen Houston.
It's down to execution. Knicks have to find the possession where they get results out of it.
5-point game, 50 seconds left. Kittles gets it to Gill. He'll dribble it across, and now the Nets slow it down. Whoa. Gill had it stolen away by Ward. Allen Houston, 3-pointer, short. Gill got bumped from behind. It's a loose ball foul. Allen Houston had an opportunity to make this a 2-point game. He could not hit the 3-pointer straight away, top of the key.
Great play by Charlie Ward coming up for it. And the reason that going down the floor, you really have a 3-on-2 break. You can make an argument either way there for Houston to take it all away. 36 seconds on the clock. I don't have a problem with his pull-up, though, because he had 2 rebounders down there, even though they were guards.
Gill at the line, missing on the first attempt. 36 seconds showing on the clock.
At best, still a 2-possession game here for the Nets.
Oakley returns for New York. Second offering for Gill. He hits, and only the 4th time this season the Knicks have given up 100 or more points in a game. Timeout. 6-point lead for the Nets.
This set the record straight. This sets a new record. For an unprecedented 2nd year in a row, Continental Airlines has earned the Frequent Flyer magazine J.D. Power & Associates Award for customer satisfaction as best airline for flights 500 miles and more. Continental Airlines. More airline for your money.
Hey, guys. Need a smile? Call Domino's. Yes. A Domino's deep dish does the trick. An inch thick with cheese baked to the edges. And now at 3 toppings, $8.99. Any second, $4.99. But we deliver more than great pizza. At Domino's, we're delivering 1 million smiles a day.
Don't hurt her. Can't you do something?
1 part minivan, 2 part sport utility, all parts 4-wheel drive. The MPV All-Sport from Mazda.
So, who wants a fruit roll?
Lease a 4-wheel drive MPV All-Sport, $299 a month.
Coming up next, Fox Sports News for all the evening's news and highlights. It's all coming up right after our coverage of the Nets and Knicks here on Sports Channel. Keith Van Horn stepping it up in the fourth quarter. His club on top, 100-94, 36 seconds left. Knicks have the ball. The Knicks have no timeouts remaining. The Nets with 2 full timeouts left. Ward will trigger in with Childs, Starks, Johnson, and Houston. A small lineup for the Knicks.
Watch for Ward coming back. Nobody was defending him. They didn't look at him even.
Starks goes down to the hardwood. Starks able to get the ball over. Johnson on a kick out. Ward is wide open. Open three. He connects.
Boy, that was a brilliant play by Larry Johnson there. Knowing that you need a three.
100-97. And a timeout taken by New Jersey. They have 1 remaining. 25.4 seconds left.
Just a brilliant play there with Larry Johnson laying on the floor almost, kicking it back out. Terrific judgment.
And we'll return in a moment.
Where once these ancient nameplates ruled, now each of them succumb. For paradigm's dark shift, when something wicked this way comes. Introducing an automobile that outperforms the competition everywhere, including the bottom line, the faster, sleeker, meaner GS. See it now at your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer.
I don't feel good. I've never felt worse in my life. I got the chills. I need a blanket. Is it going down in your chest yet?
This is your captain speaking.
What if you didn't have to worry about flu shots? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of New Jersey.
Iron Eagle, Jim Spinarkle, Matt Loughlin rejoining you from the Continental Airlines Arena. The Nets with 1 timeout left. They lead the Knicks 100-97. 25.4 remaining on the clock.
See if the Knicks force Jason Williams to get involved here with catching the ball.
Douglas on the outside.
Have to foul now.
Shoots just over 60% from the line, and he is fouled by Charlie Ward with 20.8 remaining in the fourth.
So a win for Jeff Van Gundy to get Sherman Douglas to the line, especially without Sam Cassell. You've traded in an 84% free throw shooter for a 61 at the point guard position.
And I'd like to see Cassell's free throw percentage final 2 minutes. He is ice.
Heavy duty. Now Sherman Douglas can obviously get a win against Jeff Van Gundy's coaching if he sticks a pair.
And Douglas has been hot tonight from the line. 8 of 9 from the stripe.
See, psychologically right now, Jeff Van Gundy, I'm not even sure what this is all about, but in my mind, what this is about is freezing the shooter at the free throw line.
Giving Sherman Douglas a little extra time to think about it. Charlie Ward has fouled out. Douglas 4 of 5 from the line here in the fourth. This would make it a 2-possession game. Just 1 of 2 free throws would. Here's the first attempt. No good.
That's why you play the percentages down the stretch with 20.8. Patrick Ewing looks on. Jeff Van Gundy still has another opportunity to force the shot down this end and get the Nets back at the free throw line.
The second toss from Douglas. He's got it. It's a 4-point game.
But they can go to the basket quickly right now.
Time running out on New York. 14 seconds left. Johnson fakes a 3.
He doesn't want the shot. He's not even looking for it.
Knicks taking up too much time in their final possession. And a whistle stops play on the far sideline. Benny Adams calling a foul on Sherman Douglas with 8 seconds left in the game.
Actually, Sherman just cannot believe the call because it was more or less like a leg whip, leg kick type of foul. And he is just perplexed with the call along the sideline.
And it sends Chris Childs to the line.
Watch for the leg. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. And maybe he's calling it a trip down below, but I didn't see the sneakers.
Childs, the former net, missing on his first attempt. 83% on the season. 1 of 2 tonight. 8 seconds left. It's a 4-point New Jersey lead. Childs will get another. He hits.
See if somebody breaks long here. There's always usually an opportunity going deep. They didn't look quick enough.
Nets had a timeout. And Sherman Douglas takes it with 8 seconds left. He didn't want to force it. We'll come back with a finish after this on Sports Channel.
Perhaps our most impressive safety advance ever. A Volvo that can save your soul. Introducing the all-wheel drive cross-country from Volvo.
This set the record straight. This sets a new record. For an unprecedented second year in a row, Continental Airlines has earned the Frequent Flyer magazine J.D. Power & Associates Award for customer satisfaction as best airline for flights 500 miles and more. Continental Airlines. More airline for your money.
American Express Small Business Services. How can I help you?
How can I help you?
Right. We only work with small businesses.
Why don't we start with your cash flow?
And our equipment financing plan will help spread out the payments.
That'll definitely give you more flexibility.
How about setting up a line of credit?
We can do that.
Then I'll put you in touch with one of our CPAs so you can start getting ready for tax time.
We can always make adjustments when your situation changes.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS to find out how American Express Small Business Services can help you do more.
We'd like to welcome the subscribers of TCI Brookhaven to the Sports Channel family. TCI Brookhaven subscribers can now see exciting Nets basketball all season long as a part of their expanded basic cable service. 101-98, Nets leading the Knicks with 8 seconds left in regulation. Douglas, the trigger man, gets it into Van Horn, and they're forced to foul Keith Van Horn, who comes in shooting 81% from the line, 6 of 6. Tonight, 6.8 seconds remaining.
And before Sherman Douglas was concerned about the foul, watch his right foot tangle Chris Childs up right there. So Net fans don't want to hear it, but that's a terrific call from the officials. And a great shot with the camera right there. Beautiful pickup.
Childs hit just 1 of 2. Van Horn, calm, collected at the line. It's a 4-point game. Jeff Van Gundy's team in trouble. John Calipari's club 6.8 seconds away from a victory. Van Horn hits on a pair. 29 points. Childs up the floor with 4 seconds left. Down to 2 seconds. Childs try to feed at the buzzer, and that's it. This season's first Battle of the Hudson goes to New Jersey. The Nets with a strong fourth quarter performance. They beat the Knicks 103-98, the final. Patrick Ewing, his club now 2-2 in his absence since the wrist injury. And the Knicks a work in progress without Ewing in that lineup. Still trying to find out exactly what kind of team they are. The Nets now in a tie for second place in the Atlantic Division with the Knicks and the Orlando Magic. They win it over New York 103-98. Matt Laughlin standing by with the rookie Keith Van Horn,
who scored 29 points tonight and 14 of his team's final 24 points. And Keith, in crunch time, you were money in this victory.
Yeah, I think Sherm and Sammy did a great job of getting me the ball. I mean, they were penetrating. I was able to spot up and get open shots.
Keith Van Horn is our Discover Card player of the game, and because of the game-high 29 points, obviously you're interested in your thoughts about this rivalry as the Nets pick up a victory.
I think it was a big win for us. Not so much that it was a rivalry, but in the standings. I mean, just to move into second place, I mean, this is a big accomplishment for, I think, this organization.
Game's tied at 79, 7:43 to play. It looked like Oakley was challenging you from the top of the key, and you had a beautiful move past him.
You know, I just take what he gave me.
That's simple. He's a man of few words. He does his talking on the floor. Keith Van Horn with 29 points tonight as the Nets come away with the victory 103-98. I am back to you.
All right, Matty, thanks very much. And I don't know if the Nets are going to look at this as one of those victories that they're going to look back on in this season as they continue to grow. But Keith Van Horn could certainly look at the fourth quarter as a game where he showed the tri-state area what he's capable of doing.
Absolutely, Ian. And don't underestimate the answer to Matty Lockwood's question. He says, I take what they give me. And that's how the game of basketball is supposed to be played. Watch the defender, see what he does, react and go another way.
And the latest
112 against the Knicks. And we look back at that contest now. Where we have the Miami Heat recap. We'll take a look back at that contest a little bit later on. But first, we take a look back at the Knicks' most recent game, and that's the Miami game Sunday on national television, again from Madison Square Garden. And here's our Discover Payback Playback. As ex-Knicks coach Pat Riley and company came in trailing 22-18 after the opening quarter. In the second, Larry Johnson working inside, spins, and it's a short shot. Knicks up 24-20. Now John Starks will blow past Dan Marley and drives to the hole for a layup. Fireworks came late in the second quarter. You know by now Larry Johnson was fined by the NBA. No suspensions here on the Knicks side, but P.J. Brown was also suspended and fined as a result of this. The hard foul by Mourning. The NBA let Mourning off the hook, and the Knicks management was not happy about that. Jeff Van Gundy, in fact, outspokenly critical. But the ex-Net P.J. Brown had not yet checked into the game, comes onto the floor in a peacemaker's role, and he was suspended a game. He served that last night for the Miami Heat. So back to the game itself. What we're looking at here is Larry Johnson with a fadeaway jumper. The Knicks up 11 in the third quarter, then went on an 11-0 run. Miami did, as Mourning gets the lob pass and lays it in. New York's lead was just 2 going into the final stanza. Jeff Van Gundy saw his club answer with a 13-4 spurt. LJ driving on PJ. Fights off Ike Austin and lays it in and gets the call. 71-68. Miami answers with 4:40 left. Tim Hardaway drives to the basket and lays it in. 77-73, and they eventually tied it at 77. But the Knicks won it here, believe it or not, on the free throw line with Chris Dudley, one of the worst free throw shooters in the history of the NBA. Look at him nearly break the backboard with that brick, but it goes in anyway. The Knicks up 5. And now look at the sensational play here by Chris Childs. He knocks the ball away from Tim Hardaway, and that's basically it, as Patrick Ewing and the Knicks celebrate their victory. The MetLife Community Assist Award program took place during the halftime of that Sunday contest between the Knicks and Miami Heat. The presenter was Tony Trani, the vice president of MetLife, and Knicks guard Allen Houston received the award itself. Now, for more on tonight's matchup with the Milwaukee Bucks, we go live to the Beer City, and our first report, where MSG's Mike Breen and John Andreas are standing by. Guys, take it away.
All right, Bob, we return to the Bradley Center. The first trip back on December the 20th. Certainly not a pleasant experience for the Knicks. This is the game that Knicks fans are going to remember for a long time. Patrick Ewing thrown to the floor by Andrew Lang, breaks the wrist and is out for the season. Knicks lose by 20. A very horrible evening for Knicks fans, certainly to remember. Hello, everyone. Along with John Andreas, Mike Breen on hand, back at the Bradley Center, where the Knicks play the Bucs, and the memories this year of the Bucs, not all that good, not just because of the Ewing injury, but because the Bucs are a very good basketball team. You have to come ready to play against this team now.
Well, they've demanded respect. The Knicks were a little slow getting there, certainly the night Ewing got hurt, but they learned last week after a tough game the night before against Miami what it took, and they almost had it with a very rich game, certainly, and after the tough Miami game Sunday, the Knicks know what's expected tonight.
It's the second time in a week the Knicks and Bucs will match up. It's been a very busy stretch for the Knicks. The Miami-Milwaukee sequence, and then they'll finish off before the All-Star break, playing the Timberwolves in Minnesota tomorrow. But the Knicks are 0-2 against the Bucs. They lost that heartbreaker last week at the Garden. Jeff Van Gundy knows this Milwaukee team is a very solid ball club.
You know, they're so good at all three spots. And then they've got, you know, good rebounding, you know, so you can't really double team as much. And you're in rotation, and now they miss. They get second shots. So, you know, they scored 71 points in the second half against Minnesota the other day. They can put points on the board.
I think it was more how we come to play. You know, they definitely have a lot of offensive firepower, but I think both times we just haven't come to play and with the right frame of mind.
Well, the Bucs have proven you can't trade baskets with them. They're too good for that. They're a team on the rise also, so they're playing with a lot of very good shooting tonight with better than average, big time better than average defense against this tough team.
There's a lot of enthusiasm in Milwaukee about the Bucs. They've won 5 in a row. They're playing their best basketball in a long time, and that included the victory over the Knickerbockers last week. It's a team that got a lot of confidence from this one. Of course, Charlie Ward made that big steal. Knicks went up by 1 in the final minutes, but Milwaukee came right back. Knicks were up 3 in the final seconds, but you well remember Ray Allen, this from about 28 feet away, and it forced the overtime, tying the game in regulation. Then in the overtime, the two teams played hard and played well, and this the final seconds. Good defense on the initial shot. Ray Allen keeps it alive, and then Michael Curry able to knock it home, and the Bucs with a very impressive road win. Now, they haven't had a 5-game winning streak in 7 years, and they are playing well. Look at 118 points in the last game. They're scoring points in bunches. And their head coach, Chris Ford, very, very pleased with the way his team's playing and knows the keys to the success.
Play good basketball, both good defense and good offense. Our defense has really been coming together lately. Our rotations have been solid. Offense, we've been doing a good job of distributing the ball.
We've just been playing hard. We've been playing better defense and moving the ball well and getting more open shots.
I think we just have played more consistently together and have been extremely unselfish with the ball offensively. But we win games by playing defense. That's how you get respect in this league. And we've learned a lot from the team like New York and Miami, the better defensive teams in the league. So it's more one-on-one defense. It's team defense. That's what's the key for us right now.
They can talk about defense all they want, but they are scoring points in bunches, and they're just shooting lights out, John.
Well, much like the Knicks did a year ago, they made a lot of changes in the offseason. They have 3 new starters now. They're getting to know each other. Irvin Johnson, Terrell Brandon, Tyrone Hill. Very tough forward, of course, with Glenn Robinson. So they're starting to mesh now. It's taken them half a season, which is not unusual.
And, of course, things are brightening up here at the Bradley Center. The Buck fans very happy with their team's play. This is always one of the more enjoyable places for us to visit. One of the reasons, Street Life, the band that always plays here in the arena during the games, one of the favorites. Some great blues music that you can hear throughout the entire evening. And always an enjoyable evening. And yes, even John Minko, the Knicks radio announcer, has joined the group. But by the looks of it, he's not going to be part of the sequel to the Blues Brothers. The technique is horrible, but at least the enthusiasm is there. Let's go back to New York now and Bob Page.
Yeah, for once, Mike, I'm nearly speechless. I don't think I've ever seen that side of the Mink Man before. Later on tonight, one of the top stars in the NBA ready to come back. That's up on our NBA news segment. And we'll return with more from and about Milwaukee after we pause first for these messages.
MCS Cannon Knicks Game Night is brought to you by MCS Cannon, keeping people in business in business.
Joey, 54 points tonight. How'd you do it?
What can I say? You know, I was in the zone. Everything was just dropping for me, you know.
That three-pointer at the buzzer. Here, we have it on tape. Take a look. You must have been 30 feet out.
Look, I just put the ball up and just hope for the best.
You're an inspiration to us all, Joey.
Oh, I'm just out there trying to do what I can to help the team.
When you get the New York Knicks credit card from American Express, it's almost like you're part of the team. You get special treatment at the Garden, like discounts on Knicks merchandise, discounts at Garden restaurants. And every time you use the card at the Garden and everywhere else, you have a chance to win great prizes like club seats to a Knicks game. Plus, you'll get American Express service worldwide, all with no annual fee, ever. So call 1-800-KNICKS now and apply for the New York Knicks credit card from American Express. And join the team.
So, Joe, you ready for the playoffs? Oh, bring them on, man. Bring them on.
American Express helps Knicks fans do more.
She was your permanent playmate. She was a partner in crime. She was your beauty consultant. She was a sympathetic ear. And today, she's just a phone call away. That's why MCI offers 5-cent Sundays. 5 cents a minute of every Sunday, along with low rates all week long. Call 1-800-Sundays to become an MCI customer.
Neither ice nor sleet nor snow can stop Jeep Grand Cherokee's full-time four-wheel drive. We engineered it that way because you never know what's going to freeze over next. See your tri-state Jeep dealer for a $359 a month Grand Cherokee lease, or check out the award-winning 5.9 Limited.
Time now for our PCS Sprint standings. The NBA's Atlantic Division looks like this. Miami remaining on top, of course, with both the Knicks and Nets close behind. Then the Washington Wizards, the Boston Celtics, the Orlando Magic, and bringing up the rear, the Philadelphia 76ers. The NBA's Central Division has the Indiana Pacers and Chicago Bulls in a virtual tie for the top spot. Charlotte, Cleveland, and Atlanta, a virtual tie for third place in the division, followed by the Milwaukee Bucks, the Knicks' opponent tonight. The Detroit Pistons, who just fired Doug Collins last night, lost anyway, and Toronto bringing up the rear. He is a diabetic who spends much of his own money and his own time giving a camp for diabetic children in the Pacific Northwest in the off-season to tell them that if he can become an NBA player, they can do anything with their lives they want to. He's a great guy who does wonderful things for people off the court, but tonight the Knicks need a great performance from Chris Dudley on the court. He's the replacement for Patrick Ewing, as you know, and a short time ago in Milwaukee, he spoke with our John Andrews.
Thank you, Bob. Chris Dudley, 11 straight starts coming into tonight's game. Has to be making you feel a lot better and more confident about your game these days.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to be starting and feel a lot better, getting more comfortable with the team and with every game that goes by, and it's been very nice.
Chris, what's the constant? I mean, you were brought here obviously for defense and offensive rebounding particularly. Is that the constant that you think about every game, or as time goes on now, are you trying to spread out a little bit more even?
Well, I'm trying to spread out a little bit more, but that's like you said, the constant. That's what I have to do well, is to defend the post, be a good defensive player, and to rebound. And if I do that, that's what's needed for the team, and then I'll try to work on the other things as well.
Tell me what's in your mind when you're guarding a Mourning, who you've seen too much of lately, I'm sure, and you look at an Irvin Johnson tonight, for instance, who isn't the offensive threat that the other guy is, or that type player. When you're playing a Johnson like tonight, does that give you more time perhaps to think of help?
Yeah, it probably does, because he's not their primary focus. I will have to help out more on Glenn Robinson and stunt more on Robinson, whereas Mourning probably have to stay at home a little bit more because they're looking to go to him so much more.
Do you find the physical part of the game more difficult? Now, you've played a lot of time in the Western Conference, now in the Eastern Conference. Do you feel a distinct different style of play?
You know, I've always been a physical player, no matter where I've played. And at Portland, we were a pretty big physical team, so it really, I haven't noticed it as much. I think I've always played the same game.
Chris, an interesting thing which Jeff Van Gundy has instituted in order to save you from those sensitive foul line situations at the end of the game. Tell us a little bit about what Jeff wants you to do, say, with a minute or 2 minutes to go when you're on the floor, should you get your hands on the ball.
Well, what he did was he would put, if I got the rebound, just call a quick timeout. And we did that in Portland, too. With Portland, we'd sub. I would do it with Sabonis. They'd put Sabonis in for offense, and I'd be in for defense, and we would just rotate back and forth. And here he's kind of doing it with me, and a lot of times bringing in a smaller guy like Allen or something like that, and just doing the offense-defense substitution.
Now, an interesting thing happened on Sunday to confound the skeptics, so to speak. Now, with under a minute to go, a little under a minute to go, you get a rebound, and what happened from there?
Well, I made both free throws and won the game, so so it worked out pretty well.
That was a very interesting moment, because it was something that people supposedly didn't want to happen for the Knicks, and you go to the line and you hit two. Tell us a little bit about the Brendan Malone effect, something called high and straight, and what he's brought to your foul line.
Well, I'm just trying to get my legs into the shot more and more, and just concentrate on getting the ball, getting the proper arc on it, and keeping it straight. And to do that, you got to
should go in.
Supposedly he's sitting on the foul line, sitting on the bench saying high and straight along with your form. Do you give him any credit for your success on Sunday?
Oh, absolutely. We've worked very hard together, and he's done a real good job helping me out, and I give him all the credit.
What do you feel you're capable of at the line from here on in, as far as, improving under the pressure I'm sure you feel you're under?
Yeah, well, I'd like to just, I'd like to at least get up to 60, 65%. I think I'm more than capable to do that. I've done it in practice. Well, I shoot better than that in practice, but I'd like to carry it over to the games.
You're coming off a couple of 2-for-2 games recently, some fine foul shooting lately, and I know that's meaning a lot to the team. Chris, thanks for the visit. Continued good luck to you, and best of luck tonight.
Thank you, John.
Let's go back to Bob Page.
Jay, Chris disappoints me. I mean, he should have owned up with John that he absolutely, as I said, bricked that second free throw horribly, almost broke the backboard, and it went in anyway. It's time now for a look at the last time the Knicks played the Milwaukee Bucks. Again, that 115-112 overtime contest in the Garden. Patrick Ewing trying to cheer the team on. Boy, John Starks was sensational. Remember, from three-point range? Hit 6 for 6 in the opening half. The long-range bombing helped the Knicks to a 52-50 lead at intermission. In the third quarter, Larry Johnson, though, got called for a technical and argued more, forcing the Connecticut native Bennett Salvatore to toss him. And this is just an awful play by Johnson. The Knicks need this guy. You can't get yourself thrown out of the game in this circumstance, but he did anyway. Final seconds of the fourth, Knicks by 3, and John Starks doesn't come out high enough on the ex-UConn star Ray Allen. His dramatic three-pointer forces overtime. Final seconds of the OT, Knicks by 1. Milwaukee gets a number of attempts. Nobody blocks out Michael Curry. He scores. Knicks have time for another shot, but Allen Houston turns it over, and the Milwaukee Bucks nailed down an eventual 115-112 victory in overtime, part of what now, as I mentioned earlier, is a 5-game Milwaukee win streak. When we continue on this edition of Knicks Game Night, our NBA segment, the highlights of the Boston Celtics Charlotte Hornets.
For the points and the final knockout punch. Thursday, the Bucs stopped the Knicks dead in their tracks, forcing overtime, then frantically finishing off a 3-point win. Sunday, New York turned up some heat of its own, riding Larry Johnson like they never have before and paying back their arch rival. Patrick Ewing and his teammates returned to the scene of the crime in Milwaukee, remembering the pain he felt that day and the knowledge that team play is essential for their success. Coming up, 1 down, 1 to go, as the Knicks hope to say goodbye to the Milwaukee Bucks. Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's time for New York Knicks basketball. Tonight, the Knickerbockers visit the Milwaukee Bucks.
Good evening, everyone. Along with John Andres, I'm Mike Breen. Since the Knicks lost Patrick Ewing, and right here on this floor back on December 20th, they've had to become more of a balanced team. They no longer have their captain to carry them night after night. But John, in the last game on Sunday against the Miami Heat, Larry Johnson he did just that. He carried the Knickerbockers, and certainly you can say it was his best game since coming to New York.
Yes, he had a remarkable game, lifted up the team and carried them, and surprisingly really did it when the game counted, when it was really on the line. Larry Johnson was magnificent in the fourth quarter Sunday against Miami. How about this move, beating 2 members of the Heat, big guys as well, with a sensational drive. Larry really had his game on. He was driving the ball, shooting it long range as well. Fourth quarter performance for Larry Johnson was amazing. And how about in the closing seconds of the game, firing up the shot that went in off the backboard while being fouled. Tremendous shot. He was almost perfect from everywhere when you look at the numbers in 45 minutes. 35 points, shot the ball over 50%, perfect from the line. A career high for Larry Johnson as a Knick. And it was 11 points, count them, 11 in the fourth quarter when the Knicks needed them the most.
The Knicks will need him tonight against a Buck team that is 2-0 against the Knicks, and 2 key players have really done a lot of damage. Glenn Robinson and Ray Allen have shot the lights out when they faced New York, and they've really played some terrific basketball.
Yes, they are certainly future stars in this league, although here in Milwaukee they are stars already. They've been tremendous against the Knicks. Glenn Robinson, highly touted player 4 years ago, came into the league and hasn't disappointed people here in Milwaukee, certainly, with his amazing ability to shoot the ball under pressure. very discouraging to play against this guy. It seems no matter what you do, he makes the shot. Against the Knicks, he played outside, he posted up, and he killed them. And the same thing with Ray Allen also. Ray Allen has had tremendous games against the Knicks. Here in Milwaukee, he had his career high on December 20th. But against the Knicks in the Garden last week, he tied the game with this 28-foot three, made it 100-100. And in the overtime, he lifted it up and kept going. A very tough baseline move. 8 points for Ray Allen in the overtime. And what a horrible sequence it has been of games for the Knicks playing against these two guys. Both over 30 points per game average, shooting the ball better than 50%, and 80% shooters from the foul line. Knicks have to figure out something new tonight. They've got to play these guys much tougher.
We haven't even mentioned Terrell Brandon. He nearly had a triple-double last week in a victory at the Garden. One update for the Knicks. Buck Williams will not play with a sore left knee. Most likely won't play until after the All-Star break. Starting lineups and opening tip when we return. Two-game trip for Jeff Van Gundy tomorrow night in Minneapolis. Two tough games on the road before the All-Star break. Want to remind you, closed captioning brought to you by New York Marriott Marquis, Broadway's biggest hit. And right now, let's get our starting lineups from our public address announcer here at the Bradley Center.
The Milwaukee Bucks and the New York Knicks. And now the starting lineups for tonight's game. First for the New York Knickerbockers. Starting at forward from UNLV, 6'7", number 2, Larry Johnson. At forward from Virginia Union, 6'9", number 34, Charles Oakley. At center from Yale, 6'11", number 14, Chris Dudley. At guard from Tennessee, 6'6", number 20, Allen Houston. And at guard from Florida State, 6'2", number 21, Charlie Ward. The head coach is Jeff Van Gundy. Assistants, Don Chaney, Brendan Malone, Jeff Nix, and Tom Thibodeau. The athletic trainer is Mike Saunders. The athletic trainer is Mark Buck.
Chris Ford's team is a game over 500. They've won 5 in a row, and they are talking playoffs for the first time in a long time in Milwaukee. Of course, they've made a lot of changes, including bringing in Tyrone Hill and Terrell Brandon in that 3-team trade with Cleveland and Seattle. Brandon, of course, is such a superb player at both ends of the floor. All-star couple of years. And he feels the victory over the Knicks last week at the Garden was a very important win.
It's a confidence booster for us when you go into Madison Square Garden with, you know, so much tradition and, you know, high-profile players like Larry Johnson and John Starks who can, you know, explode at any time. And when you can win there, it just gives you a lot of confidence. But we know that tonight's a new night, and the things that we did in New York, we have to gain from it. They have Larry Johnson full swing tonight, so and Chris Childs as well. So it's going to change the complexity of the game.
And John, we talked about earlier, Brandon's new, Tyrone Hill, Irvin Johnson, 3 guys who start. Last year, so much was made when the Knicks brought in all the new players. It's going to take some time. Well, same thing here, certainly. And they are coming along very, very nicely.
Yes, they are evolving, and the league is noticing. Certainly the Knicks have noticed, and it's no accident. They're a very talented team. This is really three potential all-stars here. Certainly, when you look at the quality of play, Hill's been there, Tyrone Hill, and as you mentioned, Mike, Terrell Brandon has, and it's just a matter of time before Glenn Robinson is recognized as an NBA All-Star, as he was here by the local fans, by the way, before the game.
Absolutely. And he's one guy that I think has a real legitimate beef. I thought Robinson and Rodman were the 2 guys that, and perhaps Gugliotta as well, had the most legitimate beefs.
I would like to see a position on the All-Star East and West team for 3 more slots, non-playing All-Stars. You know, I think that would be a nice designation. There's so many talented players in the NBA.
Well, I think there's always every year you can have easily an extra 3 guys as we're underway. Bucs winning the opening tip. Robinson right down Tyrone Hill. Dudley will guard him. Dudley in the starting lineup once again. Charlie Ward with his hands full. Sunday it was Hardaway. Tonight Brandon. And Terrell Brandon misses. Johnson, good boxing out, gets the first rebound. Dudley down low, flips it up and in. Chris Dudley scoring the first 2 points. Dudley a little more assertive offensively, certainly not getting carried away, but not afraid to look for his offense in recent weeks. Robinson. Again, good boxing out by the Knicks. Allen Houston comes away with it. Oakley left open.
He didn't want to take the quick shot. You know, he's respectful of motion or getting things going in the offense.
And annoyed with himself after the turnover. One of the bright spots for Jeff Van Gundy and the Knicks against Miami. Only 12 turnovers against the Heat. A very good defensive team.
Talk about why Milwaukee has been doing so well lately. One of the reasons is their turnovers have been low in this 5-game streak.
And the Bucs turn it over. Good hands from Charlie Ward. Houston against Brandon, wants to use his height advantage there. Dudley tries to keep it alive, tips it to Larry Johnson. Brandon remains on Houston. Johnson going against Tyrone Hill. Stripped down low by Brandon. Johnson gets it back. Oakley. And Irvin Johnson the rebound.
Brandon at 5'11", as you mentioned, matched up on Houston. Certainly when those situations come up, you know the Knicks are going to want to go inside with them.
Glenn Robinson knocking it down.
Leave him open.
You say Brandon 5'11", that's what they list him. He's not even 5'9". You stand next to him. Their radio announcer here in Milwaukee, Ted Davis, says, I'm 5'9" and I'm taller than him. Houston drives hard, flips it up and puts it in. Allen Houston, an aggressive move, and the Knicks lead it 4-2.
That's an advertisement for Allen Houston's feel for the basket and where he is on the floor at all times.
Houston comes in. He's got 4 straight games of 20 points or more. Certainly his best stretch as a Knick in terms of total points. Allen, Oakley the board. And the Bucs, who've been shooting so well, have missed 3 of their first 4 from the field.
Clear out for Larry Johnson to work, and that fake gets his man off his feet.
Nice move from Larry Johnson. Knicks lead it 6-2. You said the fake. That's the key there, John.
And every coach will say, don't go for the fake, which of course is unnatural. but don't leave the floor. As soon as you leave the floor, you take yourself out of the play.
Johnson has to come right back the other end and defend Glenn Robinson. 4th in the NBA in scoring. The follow by Johnson won't go, and Larry Johnson gets the rebound. Charles Oakley tripped up. Charlie Ward a 3. Glenn Robinson a rebound. Knicks all over the floor, tripping over each other, and the Bucs as well. Ray Allen, hop step and 3. Ray Allen, of course, hit that 3-pointer in the final seconds of regulation to force the overtime in the eventual Buck win last week at the Garden. Knicks lead by 1. 3.5 gone by opening quarter. Allen Houston shooting over Tyrone Hill and knocks it down.
Always a good sign for the Knicks when their key shooters get into it early.
And Houston hitting 2 of his first 3 shots. 3-point lead for the Knicks. Irvin Johnson defended by Oakley, and a blocking foul on Oakley.
You know, the Bucs are prepared for this kind of play now. They know it's going to come. The Knicks will clear out a side and let Larry Johnson go one-on-one. Makes a very tough shot after getting his man to leave the ground, and so Larry Johnson can get around him.
35 points on Sunday. It's his first 30-point game as a Knick in the year and a half. 3-point Knick lead. 4 minutes into it. Robinson coming around. Johnson fights over a screen. Terrell Brandon, tough shot off the dribble. Irvin Johnson tips it into the left hand.
You can't assume you can out-jump a guy if you're a big man. You got to get your body in his way.
1-point Knick lead. Knicks shooting well early, 4 of 7, and Allen Houston's foot was on the sideline. You got to be aware of your footing when you receive the basketball. The Knicks turn it over. They're second.
Irvin Johnson going to the basket. Nobody in front of him, and he gets the tip in.
And a foul called on Charlie Ward. Trying to fight over the screen set by Hill. So Ward picks up his first, second team foul.
Kind of a light foul called on Charlie Ward.
As a player, you have to get a feel for how the officials are going to call the game, whether it be tight or let you play a little bit. Glenn Robinson off the dribble. Tip won't go. Oakley the rebound. Irvin Johnson almost with another nice play. Ward throws it ahead to Larry Johnson. And Larry Johnson now with 4 points. Knicks lead it 10-7.
You know, you say, well, easy shot for Larry Johnson. How about the fact he had to get down court before everybody got there? And he got there, and his teammates recognized him.
Glenn Robinson harassed. Shot clock down to 8. Brandon double team. Nice feed underneath. Irvin Johnson. Oh, what a beautiful pass from Terrell Brandon as the shot clock was winding down.
Pass shouldn't be that easy to be received. The Knicks just didn't get in front of this big guy.
Certainly not across the lane. Allen Houston. And he's 3 for 4 from the field. Knicks lead it by 3. 6.5 remaining, opening quarter. Irvin Johnson against Larry Johnson. Lost the dribble, gets it back. Robinson. Oakley got a piece of the ball on the way up. And Glenn Robinson still puts it in.
I was talking to Dick Versace, assistant coach for the Bucs, formerly head coach at Indiana, also at Bradley University, before the game about Robinson. Said he's amazing in that he is so tough when toughly guarded. He said you can even touch his elbow area because he releases the ball so high. It's so difficult, even when you're all over him, to stop the guy.
Allen Houston misfires. Brandon the long rebound. Bucs look to run. Ward does a nice job defensively. And Milwaukee will set up. 1 point Knick lead. Brandon fires away. Terrell Brandon gives the Bucs their first lead in the early going.
So the key players for the Bucs have all found the basket with their jump shooting.
5.5 remaining in the first. Knicks trail by 1.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. By the American Express card. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, American Express helps you do more. by Hertz. For business, for pleasure, nobody does it exactly like Hertz. And by Citibank, for banking anytime, anywhere, any way you choose. At Citibank, the city never sleeps.
Listen, what people need most is an attorney that fights hard for them, whether it's a personal injury or criminal case.
You're right, Eric, but the key is providing free consultation, reasonable prices, personal attention, and weekend availability.
Matthew, someone who's been in an accident deserves a law firm that fights hard for the best results.
But, Eric, isn't the bottom line that
fights hard.
Free consultation.
Fights hard.
Personal attention.
Fights hard.
Reasonable prices.
Fights hard.
Available weekends.
Ouch! Ouch! I'm getting bigger. If you think I'm big now, wait till you see how big the savings get at Franklin Square Ford. We'll save you lots of Ben Franklins when you buy or lease any new Ford at Franklin Square Ford. Ouch! Or put yourself in a luxurious conversion van. Ouch! Or quality pre-owned car or truck. Come see how many new Big Bens you can keep in your pocket. Franklin Square Ford, 690 Hempstead Turnpike, Franklin Square.
We could have settled for a mere work of art for our showroom, but we demanded a masterpiece. Our customers could settle for just any Audi dealer, but they choose New York's #1, Biener Audi, where buying from the best always costs less. Right now at Biener Audi, lease an Audi A4 Quattro for only $329 per month. Biener Audi of Great Neck. Visit our spectacular new showroom today, because at Biener, we never settle for anything less than perfection.
Knicks and Bucs played a great game last week at the Garden. Off to a good start tonight at the Bradley Center.
Well, Charlie Ward saw Larry Johnson running hard. This is our AT&T great connection, and it was, with Larry Johnson beating everybody down court.
Knicks trailing by 1, just under 5.5 remaining, opening quarter. Larry Johnson and Tyrone Hill. They double Johnson. Allen Houston looking for his shot, trying to create. And gets the roll. Allen Houston off to a strong start. He's got 8 points. Knicks back up by 1. Houston's averaging 24 points per game in the last 4. Brandon finding Hill. Glenn Robinson, quick, decisive move, feed to Johnson, knocked out of bounds. Still Milwaukee ball, 10 on the shot clock. As we'll have our first substitution. Chris Mills. Mills is going to play a lot tonight as Dudley sits down. Again, Buck Williams is out with the sore knee. Herb Williams, who's been receiving some time, might not see as many minutes as previous games just because the centers on Milwaukee not offensive minded. Mills now on Robinson. Glenn Robinson, nice move, shot won't go. Irvin Johnson keeps it alive, but Charlie Ward comes away. Knicks with a 1-point lead, just over 4.5 remaining. Knicks off to a good start shooting. Allen Houston got bumped there. And Bucks quickly come the other way. Brandon spots up for an open three-pointer. Bucks now 2 for 2 from three-point range. And the Knicks trail by 2. Mills, a turnover. Knicks their 3rd turnover.
He passed that so softly.
Allen off the dribble. Nice left hand from Allen.
We're seeing some very sparkling one-on-one play here by both teams.
9-2 run by the Bucks. And the Knicks trail by 4, just under 4 minutes remaining, opening quarter.
Larry Johnson gets the double team immediately upon receiving the ball.
Chris Mills misfires. Allen again. And they're going to call a blocking foul on Chris Mills. Or no, Allen Houston with some contact before. I was going to say Mills seemed to have excellent position, but Houston fouled him.
Yes, Mills in the picture. Certainly, to many sets of eyes, it would appear to be an offensive foul.
Well, Houston, they call the foul on Houston. That's a strange call because it, much like the foul earlier, hardly any contact at all. It appeared he put his hand, the left hand on him, but it was almost a light touch there as Allen hits the first free throw. John Starks will enter the game, and Allen Houston is going to sit down despite having 8 points on 4 of 7 shooting.
Okay.
20-14. It's now an 11-2 run. Starks with a quick three. John Starks from downtown.
I somehow think the Bucs remember John Starks.
Of course, Starks set a new team record, his own, one that he had held. 9 3-pointers last Thursday at the Garden in the loss to the Bucs. And Starks called for a hand check. Fourth on Starks. And what a game he had on Thursday night.
John came into the game and went wild, lifted the team up. The team was in the doldrums after that game the night before in Miami last Wednesday night. And they were moving slowly till John set foot in the game and had 6 for 6 from 3-point range in the second quarter alone.
The Knicks were down by 15 to start. You mentioned, John, they were horrible. He provided that spark. Tyrone Hill's jump hook falls short. Ball knocked out of bounds. Knicks will take it. No, they say Milwaukee ball. And we'll have a timeout. 2:52 remaining here in the first. Knicks trail by 3.
Bet you Bud Light, my friend here, can beat you.
Yeah, right. Okay, pal, you're on.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down,
This would be mine.
make it a Bud Light.
Bud Light says my friend here can beat you.
Everyone hopes their financial future will be smooth sailing. What you need is MetLife. We know the hazards and offer financial information and sound advice to help you rise above them. We'll help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
Hi, I'm at practice. Please leave a message.
Antoine, I gotta talk to you. Call me.
Hi, I'm at practice. Please leave a message.
Antoine, it's your agent down in D.C. Then where are you?
Hi, I'm at practice. Please leave a message.
You can't be at practice all day long. Are you gonna call me? Come on, I got some really good news.
Just under 3 minutes remaining. First quarter from Milwaukee. Knicks trailing by 3. Of course, last Thursday, as we mentioned, John Starks 6 for 6 from 3-point range in the second quarter. We have the Knicks overcome a 15-point deficit in the first half. And here's the second quarter threes. Just one of those nights when everything just falls into place, John.
And the quick release was amazing. Here he got a pick on that move, but even with the pick, it's just so unhesitatingly delivered.
And tonight, first shot of the night for Mr. Starks from 3-point range and knocks it down. Prior to that, the Bucs were on an 11-2 run. There you see Starks second in scoring for those coming off the bench behind All-Star Kobe Bryant. John Starks, last year's 6th-man winner. Certainly a candidate again this year.
Chris Mills did a fine job last week on Glenn Robinson after Larry Johnson had left the game.
Brandon with a tough fall-away shot. And the Bucs, after missing 3 of their first 4 shots, now starting to connect. And a foul call, Ray Allen on a reach-in. That's the first foul called against Milwaukee with 2:32 remaining in the opening quarter. Quickly, Michael Curry is going to check in. Curry, of course, had that big tip in to win the game for the Bucs. Irvin Johnson will sit down. Curry, one of those nice acquisitions, a good role player, very good defensively, plays with a lot of energy, doesn't need to shoot the ball to feel happy.
Yes, he gets limited minutes, 18 minutes a game, but he's hurt the Knicks in the 2 games coming into tonight. I mean, to hurt
away Brandon. And Brandon quickly down the other end. That shows you Terrell Brandon, both ends of the floor, gets it done. And it's a 7-point Milwaukee lead, their largest here in the first. flips it up there. A couple of tips won't go. Ball still knocked loose. And the Knicks come away with it. John Starks. Quick fire from Starks again. Hopefully the offensive rebound. Ward has it knocked by Brandon on the way up. Such quick hands for Terrell Brandon. Charlie Ward, that's a three. Three-pointer for Ward, and it's 24-20. Knicks down 4.
Got the sense that the Knicks were about out of answers till Charlie Ward lined up the shot. They couldn't break down the Bucs off the dribble and couldn't get anything going, but Charlie saved the whole 24 seconds.
Ward now at 41% from three-point range. His average has dropped a little bit in the last couple of weeks. Robinson against Larry Johnson. The double team is there. Shot won't go. And over the top on Tyrone Hill. Loose ball foul. First on Hill, second team foul with 1:08 remaining in the first. Chris Childs will come in. Charlie Ward will sit down.
You saw Tyrone Hill's physique. Doesn't have the body or physical strength and presence of Oakley, but he does have the same competitive fire. He's really one of the game's outstanding rebounders.
Starks quick move and an offensive foul. There's Michael Curry in his defense drawing the charge. Starks' second personal.
Referring to Curry a moment ago about hurting the Knicks, of course the game winner was huge, but in general he's a solid all-around player, as he demonstrates here by moving his feet and drawing the foul, although I think some would say that might have been a foul on Curry.
And the fifth turnover over one against the Bucs. Certainly excess falling away like he got hammered, but still a good defensive play. Tyrone Hill, quick aggressive move against Charles Oakley. And the Knicks down 6 with 40 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. Bucs now back up to 50% shooting. Both teams at that mark now. Nice play from Curry. Knocking it away. Already Curry paying dividends for the Bucs. Childs with a strip of Ray Allen. Outlet to Starks. One man to beat. It's Curry. And Starks draws the foul and flips it up there. And we'll get 2 shots as Michael Curry picks up his first.
Good hands by Chris Childs. Perfectly placed, which ignites a 3-on-2 situation, which John Starks ended up taking the shot on. Perhaps he didn't see his 2 teammates running with the other defender.
Starks 1 of 3 from the field to start. Hearing it from the fans, but apparently enjoying it. It's the first free throw. Childs, of course, suffering that concussion against Miami. He says he's still not right. Talking to him before the game, he's still experiencing some headaches. Just taking your basic Tylenol to help him through that. And said he felt very strange on Sunday playing against the Miami Heat. Said his legs just didn't feel right. Every day's a little bit better, but he's not 100% yet. He took that shot, not only the knee in the back of the head, but then when it kind of pushed his face right down into the court and he bounced back up. That was some hit.
Yes, from Eric Murdoch on a fast break. But as you mentioned, Mike, even Sunday with the terrific job he did against Tim Hardaway, he was still woozy, as he described on Sunday, from post-concussion syndrome. And even his balance was off a bit, he felt, during the game. But he really was tremendous for the Knicks, particularly in the fourth quarter.
Starks hits both. Knicks more substitutions. Herb Williams and Anthony Bowie checking in. Back-to-back nights. Jeff Van Gundy wanting to keep his players fresh out on the floor. Brandon off the dribble with 3 seconds to go in the quarter. Tyrone Hill at the buzzer. And that will end the first quarter. Bucs started off slowly, but starting to shoot well. Knicks getting 8 points from Allen Houston. 1 quarter complete. Knicks trail by 4.
You sign a lot of autographs?
Oh, yeah, you?
They asked me to bend stuff a lot.
I can see that. What?
It's Lois. She's in trouble.
Did you look through that building?
Well, kind of. It's glass. Lois!
Superman, I've forgotten my wallet.
I can't carry money in this. I'm powerless.
I'm not.
My hero.
You can do more with the American Express card. Could you? It's for my kid.
Oh,
Let's see what's on tap for the weekend as we take you on.
I don't care who you are, you got to be impressed with Sharon Resulting.
Yeah?
She is the whole package. Poise in front of the blue screen, keen analytical skills, complete grasp of the Beaufort scale. Oh, sweet move. You can't teach that sort of thing. I remember when she first came out of college, I said, now she's going to be big someday.
You didn't say that.
I did. I said that.
Huh.
I did. I swear.
We were on vacation
Oh, your sunglasses.
when we realized we were sitting on a gold mine.
Rubber sunglasses.
Too bad none of the stores saw it that way.
So, any more bright ideas?
Actually, yes. Our own website. And before we knew it, we were selling shades to everyone under the sun.
Open a storefront on the internet with the most powerful network in the world.
Gotta get pumped, gotta look tough, gotta take off, gotta check out the stuff.
Gotta go to Moe's. Gotta go to Moe's.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you in part by the 68,000 professionals at Delta Airlines. By American Express. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, American Express helps you do more. And by the irresistible taste that makes you say, did somebody say McDonald's?
Remember, when you're having good times with good friends, drink responsibly, because friends know when to say when. A reminder from your friends at Budweiser. Second quarter set to begin. Knicks trailing 26-22 to the Bucs here in Milwaukee. Jeff Van Gundy's team right now in 7th place, tied with the Nets in the Eastern Conference. The Bucs, because of this 5-game winning streak, right back in the thick of things.
Yes, they're thinking playoffs. It's been 7 years for the Bucs since they tasted the playoffs, and with the talent they have now, they're thinking big.
They have a very tough schedule after the All-Star break, including a number of road games. As Childs puts up his first shot of the night, puts it in. A two-pointer for Chris Childs. So the Knicks trail 26-24. There's the shooting in the first quarter. Elliot Perry has checked in for Brandon. Perry with a 2. And a left-hander, nice backup player for Brandon.
Yes, he started the 7 games that Brandon was out. Did a nice job. And the Knicks just found out he can hit a jump shot, so they better not leave him alone much.
Child's pass is going to be a backcourt violation. So the Bucs will take over. Knicks now have turned it over 7 times.
That's a heavy pace now for this game, 7 at this point.
It's an area the Knicks struggled with all of last season, early this season, but they've turned it around in the past, let's say, at least month and a half. They've done a much better job.
Giles, for example, in his game against Miami on Sunday, didn't have a turnover.
Armin Gilliam powers in, and Chris Mills called for the foul. First team foul here in the second, and Mills is first.
In that game on Sunday, Chris Giles played 28 minutes without a turnover.
Knicks trail by 4, just over a minute gone by here in the second. Kind of a quiet Bradley Center crowd this far. It's not a good crowd. They've only sold this place out twice. Robinson, one dribble and fires away.
I got a sense the Knicks really lifted up their defense, starting out with Childs on Perry, and John Starks was all over Glenn Robinson. But he has total disdain for the defense.
30-24. Knicks trailing by 6. Robinson with 6 points. Starks, nice feed down low. Herb Williams. Michael Curry the rebound. Robinson trying to post up Chris Mills. Now comes out to get it. Elliot Perry on a penetration. Houston the rebound. Child trying to make his move. Mills on the open jumper. That's still the area of his game, as productive as he has been, and he's been a terrific addition. He still has not found the flow shooting wise, and he's an excellent shooter.
Well, coaches love guys who, when they get the open shot, make them. And that was a good make, certainly for the Knicks, but also for Mills.
Knicks down by 4. Still early in the second. They lob over Herb Williams, and Gilliam cannot connect. Gets his own rebound and is hammered by Herb Williams. Armin Gilliam will shoot 2 as Herb Williams picks up his first.
Long lead pass. The Knicks will always front the low post man. Good help came, but Gilliam's a wide body, and he ends up drawing the foul.
So Herb Williams getting the extra minutes with Buck Williams bothered by the knee. Gilliam hitting the first free throw. And Buck, of course, and Patrick Ewing on the bench in street clothes tonight. Buck not expected to play tomorrow night. Give him some extra rest with the All-Star break coming up. Patrick Ewing back at the place where he suffered the season-ending injury to the wrist. Knicks trailing by 6. Houston has Perry. There's the double team, and it works. 8th turnover.
John Starks on Glenn Robinson. I mean, the Bucs are going to want to go to that matchup if Robinson can get low, but now Childs gets KO'd by Glenn Robinson, and no foul called on that play. He turns around, wasn't even distracted by Childs, and hits the jumper.
I thought Childs put a little acting into that one, though. Trying to get the official perhaps to make a quick call. Robinson knocks down the shot, though, and the Knicks are down by 8. Timeout. Just over 3 minutes gone by here in the second, and the Bucs with their largest lead thus far.
The Knicks are in Minnesota to battle the T-Wolves after MCS Cannon game night tomorrow night on MSG.
Do your kitchen cabinets look like this when they could look like this? Let's face it, the kitchen is one of the only rooms that you spend time in every day. So if your kitchen looks old and outdated, or your cabinets and countertops are worn at the seams, it's easier than you think to give your kitchen a whole new look with Century 21 cabinet refacing. Call now and we'll show you how in just days you can have your outdated cabinets looking like new for substantially less than the cost of custom kitchen remodeling and without the mess. Having your cabinets refaced by Century 21 cabinet refacing can even add durable value to your home, while at the same time make your kitchen beautiful. Our trained craftsmen will take your old cabinet doors and drawer fronts and replace them with new ones. You'll also get the highest quality workmanship and materials, along with many beautiful styles and colors to select from. So call Century 21 Cabinet Refacing today at 1-800-967-3212 for a free no-risk in-home estimate. That's 1-800-967-3212.
Listen, what people need most is an attorney that fights hard for them, whether it's a personal injury or criminal case.
You're right, Eric, but the key is providing free consultation, reasonable prices, personal attention, and weekend availability.
Matthew, someone who's been in an accident deserves a law firm that fights hard for the best results.
But, Eric, isn't the bottom line that
fights hard?
Free consultation.
Fights hard.
Personal attention.
Fights hard.
Reasonable prices.
Fights hard.
Available weekends.
You can play games and have fun with Knicks players, coaches, and alumni at the Knicks Winterfest 98, presented by the New York Mercantile Exchange. All happens Friday, the 27th of February at the Sports Center at Chelsea Piers. Proceeds benefit the Knicks Kids Foundation. So for a terrific cause and a lot of fun, call 212-465-6456 for tickets. It really is a lot of fun for children, and as we mentioned, for charity as well.
As well as some adults who never grew up.
Like you and I.
Yes.
Dudley back in the game. Mills called for travel.
Well, you know, Glenn Robinson feels good about that. People never have thought of him as a fine defender, and he's working like any great offensive player is on that part of his game. So a play like that certainly makes him feel like he did the job.
At 9-2 turnovers. Not a good number for the Knicks. Robinson then turns it, gets it back, drives hard. Fight for the rebound. Dudley rips it down. Knicks trailing by 8. Nearly 4 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Along with John Andres, Mike Green on hand, the Bradley Center in Milwaukee. Mini 2-game trip in the Midwest for the Knicks before the All-Star break. Tomorrow night in Minnesota against the T-Wolves. Shot clock down to 4.
Allen Houston with Perry on him, and the Knicks can't get the ball to him.
Starks can't get it to go in. Elliott Perry the rebound. Knicks have gone a bit cold. Ricky Pierce in the game for the first time, the veteran with the ball against Allen Houston. Shot clock at 3. Starks deflects it. Perry picks it up and will not get it off in time. Good Knick defense that time. And that's just the 3rd turnover for Chris Ford's club.
You see, Mike, you know, this is an interesting part of the game now. I'm thinking back to when the Knicks played the Bucs last Thursday. Second quarter when Starks came in and lit things up. What the Knicks are missing here now, and you just wonder if they have to have it, is the energy of the crowd, the energy of the home crowd, the buzz. You know, it's dead here. It's dead for the Knicks. And somehow somebody on this team has to help find it or light them up to give them their own energy.
Johnson turns it over, was trying to give it back to Allen Houston, who ran the other way. Knicks haven't scored in nearly 3 minutes. They trail 34-26. Ricky Pierce, nice deflection by Dudley. Houston drives hard to the goal. Won't get the roll, but he'll shoot 2 free throws. Knicks defense perhaps could help them. Pierce called for the foul, and here's a good defensive sequence.
Yes, good moments for the Knicks now. Pierce stopped. Ball turned right over. And on the prior play, the same thing with Gilliam. He had a tough time. Amazing stuff going on at the foul line for this man these days. The last 3 games, Allen Houston has made 26 of 28 from the line. Get a look at the crowd here that has not shown. The non-existent crowd.
The only 2 sellouts was opening night in the Chicago Bulls. Surprise, surprise. Houston, by the way, is now 6th in the league in free throw shooting. Dudley, another deflection, and then Perry fouls Child. Smart play because the Knicks had a 3-on-1 break ahead of them. But Chris Dudley, 2 consecutive deflections to force turnovers.
Such a good thing when you play this kind of defense, so intense. And the active hands of Dudley on that play. You know, a couple of plays like that on defense can ignite the offense.
That's still been the key for the Knicks. They're still a defensive team first. Johnson, nice pass from Dudley. And Larry Johnson brings the Knicks within 4. Dudley doing some nice things here in the second quarter.
So the Knicks have had a couple of stops. We're getting into a hole, and now their stops have turned things around, and their offense starts to come a bit.
Gilliam against Dudley down the other end. Perry, that's a long 3 from Elliott Perry. Larry Johnson has the rebound fall into his hands.
Knicks aren't allowing second shots either for the Bucs.
Starks, he's hopped up, you can tell. Johnson goes against Curry. Beautiful move from Larry Johnson, finishing with a left hand. And the Knicks have pulled within 2.
You watch many players shoot with their opposite hand and they look awkward. You know it's different. But Larry Johnson looks very comfortable with that left hand.
Timeout. 5:48 remaining in the second. Johnson has 8. Knicks down by 2.
Okay, honey. How about this? I'm seeing a cabinet.
Are you seeing plumbing?
Imagine a big porch with a stone fireplace, plenty of room for the grandkids.
When you find yourself writing the story of your life, tell it to Jefferson Pilot Financial. We'll help make it happen.
My big painting of dancing bears?
No.
Oh.
You had me until the bears.
Come on. You sign a lot of autographs?
Oh, yeah, you?
Some. They asked me to bend stuff a lot.
I can see that. What?
It's Lois. She's in trouble.
Did you look through that building?
Well, kind of. It's glass. Lois!
Superman, I've forgotten my wallet.
I can't carry money in this. I'm powerless.
I'm not.
My hero.
You can do more with the American Express card. Could you? It's for my kid.
Thank you for voting me to the NBA All-Star team. Thank you for putting me on the same floor with the best. Thank you for letting me play.
5:48 remaining in the second. Knicks on a 6-0 run, have pulled within 2. Larry Johnson, who redeemed himself, he said, against Miami, wants to do it against the Bucs because remember last Thursday ejected 2 technical fouls in the 3rd quarter and did not help finishing out the game back in the locker room. But he's done a good job. 8 points on 4 of 4 shooting thus far tonight.
Yes, he's played very solid here tonight. What a beautiful left-handed drive finish for Larry Johnson.
3 rebounds as well. Knicks were down by 8. Now it's a 2-point deficit with a little over 5.5 remaining in the 2nd quarter. Tyrone Hill back in the game. Brandon, that's a 2 for Terrell Brandon. Allen Houston, the weak side rebound. Knocked out of bounds. Did they call a foul on Allen or just out of bounds? I think they called a loose ball foul. Yes, they did on Ray Allen. As Irvin Johnson will come back in. So Ray Allen picks up his first. Team's 3rd against Milwaukee. Check that. That's Allen's 2nd foul. Knicks right now have Childs, Starks, Houston, 3 guards along with Dudley and Johnson. Houston drives hard, draws the foul. And there's a difference really this year and last year. The moves were there last year. Many times when the shot wasn't, he'd just have it blocked or get knocked away. Now he's drawing the foul.
Yes, there were hesitating moves last year. And now, as you say, Mike, when he gets the ball right away, he could see the defense. He could get by Hill right away, and he has the strength. He's a 6'6" guy. He's got a good solid body. He's got to take the blow and get the shot up and draw the foul.
Going forward instead of falling away. And he's been talking recently about he feels the officials are now starting to give him more respect.
He also, with his, I think, certainly far above average jumping ability, can go up strong to the big guys and meet them at their level and still hold his own.
Knicks on an 8-0 run, and they've tied it at 34. A little over 5 minutes remaining here in the first half. Brandon, feed to Hill. Tip won't go by Irvin Johnson. A whistle and a foul. And this is going to go against Larry Johnson of the Knicks. It'll be the 3rd team foul. And first on Larry Johnson.
Seemingly pick and roll play, not carried through by Brandon, but he does find his man inside, and the foul is committed.
Starks right up on Ray Allen. Irvin Johnson. Ball deflected out to Glenn Robinson.
Johnson at 6'11" now. Tough matchup for Larry Johnson. As far as the height part goes, the body part works for Johnson, though. He's stronger.
Ray Allen, tough fall-away shot. And that ends the 8-0 run. Knicks trail by 2. 4:35 remaining, 2nd quarter. Knicks is shooting 54%, but they've turned it over 10 times. Allen Houston, the pretty head fake. Won't go down as Tyrone Hill grabs the board. Glenn Robinson. Knicks throwing a double team, almost threw it away. Childs had it and lost it. The little fake. Dish underneath the Hill, blocked by Dudley, but a foul. And Larry Johnson picks up his 2nd. Tyrone Hill will go to the line. Charles Oakley returns. And Starks will sit down.
Tyrone Hill, the man at the foul line. Part of the big trade with Brandon last year that ended up with Vin Baker going to Seattle. Not a big star in terms of the public, but he's a star to NBA opposing coaches.
Supposed to go around.
Off a game, 12 points, 8 rebounds in the win against Minnesota Sunday. Fouled out in 34 minutes as he's aggressive. Against the Knicks last week at the Garden, though, 5 steals. Much like an Oakley big night on defense. One of the big guys who has a good nose for the basketball. 5 steals is a huge number for a big man.
The average is a double-double. A little over 10 points, 10.5 rebounds.
He is 6'9".
1 of 2 from the line. Knicks down by 3. Just under 4 minutes remaining first half. Childs way off the mark. Johnson quick outlet. Milwaukee in transition. Allen wanted to shoot the 3. Houston got up on him. loose and reaching in. They'll be called for the foul as Ray Allen will shoot 2. Second foul on Allen Houston.
Ray Allen got the ball quickly from the unselfish Brandon. And with the quick release on the jump shot, drew the foul.
Allen just 22 years old. Just his second year out of UConn. Of course, he was drafted by Minnesota, but then obtained the draft day trade with Marbury, who was selected by Milwaukee. He has lit up the Knicks. Of course, including that 28-foot bomb that tied the game in regulation last Thursday. 38-34. Once again, the Bucs go 1 of 2 from the line. Knicks down 4. 3.5 remaining, second quarter. Johnson against Johnson. Oakley throws it away. 11th turnover. 3-on-1 break. Beautiful touch pass from Terrell Brandon. And a 6-0 run now by Milwaukee. 3:08 remaining, second quarter. Knicks very sloppy with the basketball. Jeff Van Gundy perhaps wants to talk about it. Not only do they have 11 turnovers, but it's not exactly been defensive pressure. More just poor decisions on the turnovers. And Van Gundy wants to chat about it. This week coming up tomorrow, Canadians and Islanders on Fox Sports New York, 7:30. Also the Senators and the Devils on Fox Sports 2. Tomorrow, Knicks and the Timberwolves on MSG. Then at 10:30, the Rangers clash with the Mighty Ducks, also on MSG. Sam Cassell and the Nets have a Thursday meeting with the Suns, 7:30 on Fox Sports New York. All coming up this week. Check your local listings. With 3:04 remaining in the second, Knicks down by 6. As Milwaukee on a mini 6-0 run.
Well, in a fast break situation, the Bucs handle the ball very well. Allen coming up court, nice shovel pass, and Terrell Brandon finding his teammate very quickly, Ray Allen, for the finish.
Knicks again 11 turnovers, and the Bucs have done a good job capitalizing on those turnovers. Knicks decided to take a full timeout. As mentioned, tomorrow night Knicks will play the Timberwolves in Minneapolis. A tough, quick 2-game stretch as they have the live entertainment. Lovely. Street Life is the name of the band. They're actually very good. They're always good.
You mentioned the Minnesota Timberwolves have lost 3 straight now, and they have lost the services of Tom Gugliotta of late, as well as Chris Carr is on the injured list. Gugliotta with a sprained ankle may play tomorrow night. Well, I read something the other day saying he won't be back till after the All-Star game.
Irvin Johnson called for the foul, bumping Childs. That's probably a smart move, as the Bucs now over the limit. So, and of course, we'll have that game for you on MSG. MCS Cannon game night at 7:30. Tip-off shortly after 8. Right here on the MSG network. Marbury and Garnett certainly will play. That's probably a good decision because those sprained ankles, John, as you well know, they can last for a long time and linger. The best thing for them is to stay off them. And if you have an extra couple of days with the All-Star break, one game perhaps not going to make that much of a difference in terms of playing.
You're right, and yet I can see the other side where they have a 3-game losing streak, and from their perspective, a win against the Knicks would give them a nice positive mental feeling as they begin the next part of the season next week.
And also, one game, as we can see with the way the standings are bunched up, one game can mean the difference between you being a 5th seed or being out of the playoffs, for crying out loud. Mills pokes it away. Allen, though, gets it back, drive into Oakley. Offensive foul. Charles Oakley's help defense drawing the charge, and the Knicks will get it back with 2:47 remaining.
Allen driving hard to the basket meets Charles Oakley, who's always ready to come over and help out and make plays like this.
And the key, he was just outside that restricted area, a dotted line. That's the 3rd foul on Ray Allen. Larry Johnson over Tyrone Hill. Rattles it in. Johnson now in double figures with 10. Knicks down by 2. Just under 2.5 remaining in the second.
Johnson's drive has gotten so effective that players are very reluctant to get too close to him. So it opens up the jump shooting opportunity. Speaking of jump shooting, that's Glenn Robinson,
who's also in double figures. Chris Mills could not have played a much better on that little sequence there. Childs scoop shot. Irvin Johnson the rebound. Dangerous outlet, but Brandon grabs it. And a 20-second timeout now called by Milwaukee with 1:59 remaining in the second.
Did you see how Brandon palmed that basketball? Now they list him at 5'11". You say he's 5'1". or 4'9".
Something like that.
Anyway, he stuck that ball out and held that ball. It looked like a palm, and that amazes me. But it also describes or it indicates how a man can control a basketball. You'll see Brandon come down court. He's handling the ball now. But if you can really grasp that ball with your full hand, as it appears you can see Brandon does, it really makes you much more effective. The timeout was called, and Brandon kind of waved the ball around a little bit before he handed it to the official. But man's got big hands.
He certainly does. And one of the things about Brandon, not only did they get a talented player, Childs deflects it, keeps it in bounds, and Childs now with a layup. Nice play from Chris Childs. Very alert play. Realized he was out of bounds, took his hands away from the ball, and then quickly got back on the floor. Tyrone Hill trying to post up Oakley. Oakley stays right with him, knocks it away. Glenn Robinson there, 2 on the shot clock. Michael Curry as the shot clock expires. That's not the guy you expect to take that. But he puts Milwaukee back up by 4. Allen Houston a 3. It's good. Allen Houston now 15 points in the first half, and the Knicks within 1.
Allen Houston is providing what the Knicks need, a big game.
Robinson, double team, ball deflected out. Curry drives this time. Tyrone Hill way short. Oakley the rebound. Oakley with 5 boards already. The pass ahead to Johnson. And Larry Johnson banks it in to give the Knicks a 1-point lead.
Oakley sat on the floor just waving his head like, what has to happen for me to draw a foul? Meanwhile, at the other end, the ball's going in for Larry Johnson and the Knicks.
Johnson with 12 points. Glenn Robinson, quick shot. Childs the long rebound. Oakley. Mills with the open jumper. Everyone getting into the act now as Chris Mills gives the Knicks a 3-point lead.
Nice turnaround by the Knicks, hitting the open shots. Their defense held them steady, and then the touch came back for the team. Nice turnaround.
Knicks on a 7-0 run. Final seconds here of the first half. Brandon. Pretty pull-up won't go down. Mills has a second three-quarters court at the buzzer. Will fall way short. And that will end the first half as the Knicks finish with a 7-0 run. Coming up, the Tri-State Jeep and Eagle halftime report. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer. Bob Page at the MSG Sports Desk. Plus, John and I will have highlights back here at the Bradley Center. John Stark said the Knicks trailed by 8 at one point. But at halftime, the Knicks 47 and the Bucs 44. Plenty more to come after this timeout.
My fellow Americans, remember last December, my 50% off sale? Well, that was so successful, and so many of you have joined the Elegant Entries family that we just had to do it again for our President's Sale. So if you missed saving a whopping 50% off every Elegant Entries door, you're going to get one more chance. So call or visit Elegant Entries today, because this sale ends February 28th, and that's no lie.
Would you like a better paying job? Professional Career Development Institute can train you at home in just a few months for one of America's 15 top career opportunities. Whether your dream is to be your own boss or to work for an employer, call for free literature on any one of America's top career choices. Train at home for the job you've always wanted and earn this nationally recognized diploma. Take a look at PCDI's exciting career opportunities. Medical transcription, paralegal, veterinary assistant, computer training, fitness and nutrition, interior decorating, electrician, child daycare, conservation outdoors, travel agent, locksmithing, medical dental office assistant, home inspection, bookkeeping, accounting, or get your high school diploma. Call for free literature on the career of your choice.
In the U.S. and Canada, call 1-800-243-6612. Get free literature on one of these 15 careers. That's 1-800-243-6612. Earn more money. Call 1-800-243-6612. Call now.
Listen, what people need most is an attorney that fights hard for them, whether it's a personal injury or criminal case.
You're right, Eric, but the key is providing free consultation, reasonable prices, personal attention, and weekend availability.
Matthew, someone who's been in an accident deserves a law firm that fights hard for the best results.
But, Eric, isn't the bottom line that
fights hard.
Free consultation.
Fights hard.
Personal attention.
Fights hard.
Reasonable prices.
Fights hard.
Available weekends.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Halftime from Milwaukee. Knicks leading the Bucs 47-44. You're watching the Tri-State Jeep and Eagle halftime report. Maker of the most award-winning brand of 4x4s on earth. Terrell Brandon in the final minute driving to the basket. Watch Allen Houston come across to the left hand. His swat hitting the left eye of Brandon. And as Brandon walking off, a little shaken up by the play. A bit poke in the eye. Again, Houston just trying to reach in for the ball inadvertent. But hurting Brandon. We'll see how he is as we come out for the third quarter. We'll have highlights and lots more from the Bradley Center here at halftime. Right now, back to New York and Bob Page.
Thank you, Michael. Short time from now, Portland Trail Blazers and the New Jersey Nets do battle out on the West Coast. This is the finale of the Nets' 6-game current road swing. And with a victory tonight, they would surpass their win total of all last season, 26. With the Mets going away from the Meadowlands Arena tonight, a battle of two mediocre Big East teams. Seton Hall going up against Georgetown. Now, Tommy Amaker's got an excuse. It's his first year. They won the game, as you see. What's John Thompson's excuse? The Hoyas fall to 4-8 in the conference after this one. 11-9 overall, while Seton Hall is 5-7 and now 11-10. That's Donnell Williams, who had 16 points to help pace the Pirates to victory. They led by 10 at halftime. That was in the second half, and moments after that made it 55-50. Here's Williams spotting up and hitting a three. Shaheen Holloway led the Pirates with 17, and one of my favorite names in sports, Boubacar Ao, had 18 to lead all scorers. As expected, Yankees general manager Bob Watson today announced his resignation from the job. Brian Cashman will take over amid all these reports, and you all have heard them before, that George Steinbrenner simply abused Bob Watson and forced him out of this job. But Watson kind of took the high road today when asked what his relationship with the boss was like.
We were all right. You know, I made some comments that you know, everybody you know, blew out of proportion, but it was in a tongue-in-cheek situation. He understood that. He said, "I wish he hadn't said it," but hey, everybody makes mistakes. But that is not the reason why I'm leaving. And please hear me loud and clear. I need the time off. This is about Bob Watson. It's not about George Steinbrenner.
I fully understand that this is one of the most difficult jobs in sports, if not the difficult. I understand that. I've been in some intense situations here in the organization. I've been in some great situations, and I made that decision. I understand where I'm going with it, and I have his support.
You don't think George will push him around too much, do you? And Andy Bennis today spurned the New York Mets overtures, signed a 3-year, $18 million free agent contract to pitch for Buck Showalter and the new Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll have more right after this.
You sign a lot of autographs?
Oh, yeah, you?
Some. They asked me to bend stuff a lot.
I can see that. What?
It's Lois. She's in trouble.
Did you look through that building?
Well, kind of. It's glass. Lois!
Superman, I've forgotten my wallet.
I can't carry money in this. I'm powerless.
I'm not.
My hero.
You can do more with the American Express card.
Could you? It's for my kid. So, guys, what do we want to do this weekend?
Let's go to the
It happened at 10 till 6 on a Tuesday night, just before the steamed carrots were served.
Guys, it's important. Yes, this is Louisa. What are you saying?
A phone call she would always remember.
We got the house. We got the house.
For a free guide to help you on the path to homeownership, call the Fannie Mae Foundation. We're showing America a new way home.
He was in a hurry. No problem. Thank you, sir. Avis Roving Rapid Return had him checked in under a minute. And then I heard it, a pager. And when I saw the message, I knew I had to find the owner.
Avis cars come with Avis people, and trying harder is what they do best.
Dr. Baxter! I think you left this in the car.
I need a phone.
Yes, sir. I'll bet you somebody out there is glad we try harder.
We try harder, Avis.
Well, teams have to come up with the money to pay these multi-million-dollar salaries in sports somehow, don't they? And so the Jets unveiled a new jersey and a new logo today. There's Bill Parcells doing the honors at an afternoon news conference at the All-Star Cafe. They, of course, would like you to buy the new jersey. Several players in attendance, along with Joe Namath. Glenn Foley, the Jets quarterback there, and I asked him if he considered himself #1 going into camp.
Well, that's the way I'm gonna approach it. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna be around. I'm gonna be, you know, lifting and running and doing everything with the team. I'm gonna try to get the guys going a little bit earlier this year in the off season, and I really look to push what we had going when I got in there last year. And you know, I think the guys responded well, and I'm, you know, again, I got a chance now in a couple weeks to really get this thing going early.
We'll have that complete interview with Glenn Foley in our half-hour edition of the MSG Sports Desk tonight with Bill Daughtry right after the Knicks post-game report. We'll send you back to Milwaukee after we pause again for this time out.
Of reasons to fly today. Only one that matters to you. At Delta Airlines, it is our pleasure to get you to the place you want to be. Delta Airlines, on top of the world.
Where is money simple? Enter here. What if you could tap into Citibank right from your PC? Wouldn't it be easy if you could pay bills without writing checks? Or see what you've charged lately without waiting for the bill? Imagine moving money around this quickly and having an expert to answer your questions day or night. Citibank's PC banking puts you in control. It makes money simple. Citibank, the city never sleeps.
College hoops on MSG. Catch great players and matchups from the Big East, Northeast, A10, and MAC conferences. Notre Dame visits Rutgers Thursday night on MSG.
Come and get your taste it, come and get your taste it, come and get your taste it now!
Come in for this week's big dinner deal. Crab legs and rib. Alaskan snow crab legs piled high and baby back ribs for only $12.95. That's crab leg and rib. Alaskan snow crab legs piled high and baby back ribs just $12.95. Only at the Spare Rib. Come on, can't you taste it?
The spare rib! Come and get it. We ain't just ribs!
Listen, what people need most is an attorney that fights hard for them, whether it's a personal injury or criminal case.
You're right, Eric, but the key is providing free consultation, reasonable prices, personal attention, and weekend availability.
Matthew, someone who's been in an accident deserves a law firm that fights hard for the best results.
But, Eric, isn't the bottom line that
fights hard.
A free consultation.
Fights hard.
Personal attention.
Fights hard.
Reasonable prices.
Fights hard.
Available weekends.
Some of our announcers' clothing is furnished by Perry Ellis Menswear.
Halftime from Milwaukee. Knicks leading the Bucs 47-44. The halftime scoring summary brought to you by the new Jeep Grand Cherokee 5.9 Limited. From 0 to 60, the world's fastest sports utility vehicle. The new Jeep Grand Cherokee 5.9 Limited. Knicks leading by 3. Leading the way, Allen Houston. He had 15 points. Larry Johnson also in double figures with 12. Chris Childs strong off the bench with 6. John Starks had 5. Chris Mills with 4. Meanwhile, for the Milwaukee Bucks, 2 players in double figures, typically the ones that have hurt the Knicks. Allen and Robinson. Terrell Brandon with 9. And Irvin Johnson had 4. Hello again, everyone. Along with John Andres, Mike Green on hand at the Bradley Center where the Knicks were down by 8 with about 8.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. They seemed to be struggling a little bit, but picked it up and finished that second period on a 21-10 run, including the last 7 points.
Overall, a very strong half for the Knicks. When your team is on the road, it's nice to see them continue to grow in the game. And the Knicks' second quarter became a very strong one with 25 points. Also, they're shooting the ball exceptionally well as a visiting team at 54%.
And the Knicks also defensively helped getting the turnaround. Some of the highlights from that first half and the halftime highlights brought to you by Jeep Wrangler, the original top-down on and off-road fun machine, Jeep Wrangler. As we mentioned, Allen Houston, 15 points. He got off to a very quick start, John.
Yes, 15 points, a ton for anybody in a half. And Allen driving the ball to the basket very well and combined with his jump shooting made him very, very tough. That was an early, difficult drive that he made.
And Larry Johnson 6 for 6 from the field.
Yes, Mr. Perfect from the field. Larry Johnson also has been driving the ball very well. That combined with his jump shot also has made him very tough. A real strong second-hand lefty move off the board. And for the Bucs, of course, we know how tough this team can be. Ray Allen with a sensational drive at one point. He was one of the 4 double-figure scores for the half, the first 2 Knicks you saw, and the same with Glenn Robinson. You'll see on the switch now, Childs will end up on Robinson and try and draw an offensive foul. He overreacted to that contact, and meanwhile it didn't distract Glenn Robinson, who's such a great shooter.
So the Knicks lead by 3. You've been watching the Tri-State Jeep and Eagle halftime report. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer. Third quarter coming up next.
I thought you were gonna buy some Bud Light.
Do you see any Bud Light?
No. Well then.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Where'd you find that one?
Behind the milk.
Everyone wants something from Jesus Shuttlesworth.
The guy's unbelievable.
Hello, son. But what his father wants,
you can make the governor very happy,
is something money can't buy.
If you deliver your son, he'll cut your time here short.
I figure you might need some fatherly advice. From who? From me.
Denzel Washington.
I pray that you understand why I pushed you so hard.
This isn't a game. This is life.
Don't blow it.
He Got Game, a Spike Lee joint. This film is not yet rated. Starts May 1st.
It is perhaps our most impressive safety advance ever. A Volvo that can save your soul. Introducing the all-wheel drive cross-country from Volvo.
There are millions of reasons to fly today. Only one that matters to you. At Delta Airlines, it is our pleasure to get you to the place you want to be. Delta Airlines, on top of the world.
Nothing scarier than a bad copy. MCS Canon. Perfect copies.
Every team wants to beat the Rangers. For some reason, it's a team to beat. This is the measuring stick, I guess, of how good their team is. You don't hate enough teams. I think it's important that teams know that we have a very solid team, and we have to go out and play out every night. And we have to realize that. I think everyone comes into MSG wanting to beat us, and that's what we have to take to heart. We have to get ready to play every night.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you in part by Fannie Mae Foundation, showing America a new way home. By priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service, we deliver. And by MetLife. Get Met. It pays.
Halftime from the Bradley Center. Knicks leading the Bucs 47-44. The numbers from the first half, and John, that first one you mentioned, 55% shooting on the road is a very impressive number.
Yes, that's not something you count on every night, and it gave the Knicks a big lift that they could shoot the ball that well, despite taking 7 fewer shots from the field.
The one negative stat that sticks out, certainly the turnovers, 11, far too many in that first half. Bucs scoring 12 points off those 11 Knick turnovers.
Good bench lift led by Childs and Starks, also for the Knicks, getting 15 points off the bench. What a different picture it was at halftime of this game versus December 20th, when the Knicks lost Ewing, who had played much of the first half, but they were down 10 points at the half. That night, tonight, without Ewing, they're ahead.
Good ball movement, but the Bucs with strong rotation. Larry Johnson shooting over Irvin Johnson, and Larry Johnson hitting another. Now with 14 points, and Chris Mills is starting the second half. Dudley started the game, but Mills will start the second half for the Knicks, who were up by 5. This is their largest lead of the game. Ball, a whistle, and a foul call. As Charlie Ward trying to defend. And second foul on Ward. So Brandon to the free throw line. Brandon, an excellent free throw shooter at 84% this season.
Brandon, after a very fine all-star performance last year for the Cleveland Cavs, was voted the NBA Sportsmanship Award.
And there you see all-stars under 6 feet. There has not been a lot of them, just 8.
And he was the 8th.
And as we've said many times, and somehow we'll get someone to confirm this, he's not 5'11".
Anyway, the Sportsmanship Award that he won is designed to honor a player who best represents the ideals of sportsmanship on the court, and that is Terrell Brandon.
Charlie Ward on a pull-up jumper, and the Knicks go up 61-45. Their largest lead once again. 51-45, excuse me. After a quick start, Glenn Robinson's been a little quiet. Mills knocks it away. I think that's one of the reasons why Mills starting in the second half is defense on Robinson. Brandon, nice move, won't go down. Oakley. And the Knicks will look to push it up. Good transition defense by Milwaukee. Johnson, and he draws the foul on Tyrone Hill. Hill picks up his second first-team foul. Knicks with a 6-point lead. Chris Ford, the former Celtic player and coach.
A little adjustment by the Bucs now in the second half now, with Hill starting out on Larry Johnson instead of Irvin Johnson on Larry Johnson.
Houston slips. Ball knocked loose, and an easy 2 going to be put. Almost not an easy 2, but Brandon still puts it in. Oakley with some good hustle there. Well, there's a white spot there. Allen Houston slipping. 51-47. Knicks with a 4-point lead. Nearly 2 minutes gone by here in the third. Charlie Ward, that's a 3. Irvin Johnson, a rebound. Ray Allen, all the time in the world.
Yeah, he could have gotten in another 2 steps, but he's very comfortable from 3-point range, and he just waited and waited till the ball found him.
Far too much time and too much room for such a pure shooter. Knicks lead cut to 1. Houston stripped from behind. Ray Allen doing it at both ends now. 13 turnovers for the Knicks. Allen again fires away. Mills with a rebound. 51-50, Knicks by 1. And a foul this time called on Ray Allen. That's going to be his 4th. So that's a big play. Here's Allen spotting up for that open 3. But down the other end, he commits his 4th foul.
This is his first year, his second year in the NBA, but first opportunity this season to shoot at that longer 23 feet 9 inches range. Last year it was 22 feet all around the court for the 3-point shot.
Larry Johnson pass deflected. Good defensive play from Irvin Johnson. Which again, just over 3 minutes gone by in the third. Glenn Robinson. Charlie Ward helping out on the boards. Again, the ball movement, stripped. Ray Allen again. Brandon with Oakley following him from behind. And Chris Ford letting Ray Allen stay on the floor with the 4 fouls. He's just warning him right now, be careful. He just had a word for him right then, but he's still taking chances defensively with 4 fouls.
See how Brandon on that play took any chance of Oakley blocking his shot by just running right in front of Oakley.
Larry Johnson finding the range. 16 for Larry Johnson, and the Knicks and the Bucs 7-0 run. Knicks back up by 1. And a 20-second timeout called by Ford. I think one of the reasons he may have called that, he doesn't want Allen to pick up a 5th, as he's remained on the floor with the 4 fouls. So we played 4 minutes here in the 3rd. Knicks by 1, but they continue to turn the ball over, and the Bucs capitalizing, John.
Yes, they are. They're pushing the ball well, and you know, on a turnover, Brandon is taking off. He does that on a regular basis. And the Bucs handle the ball beautifully on the fast break for that finish by Ray Allen. The Brandon steal, Allen steal rather, and then to Brandon, who runs in front of Charles Oakley, and that makes Charles stop. He couldn't deal with it.
But Ray Allen and his 15 points will go to the bench for a while. He's 5 of 7 from the field. Both ends of the floor, you have the 4 steals, but he's going to have to sit down for quite some time with 4 personal fouls.
Speaking of Ray Allen, Ray, as was noted in the paper yesterday, is headed for Hollywood. He has a starring role in Spike Lee's latest film, He Got Game, due out in May, and he portrays a high school star hotly pursued by college suitors. Denzel Washington, who was at the Bucs game at the Garden last week with Spike, is his dad. Of course, when he hit the big shot against the Knicks last week, that's Terrell Brandon, Denzel Washington jumped up and said, "That's my boy."
Spike, of course, was there as well. He auditioned several NBA players, including Walter McCarty, the former Knick, for this role. And Ray Allen winning the screen test. Mills trying to corral him with his legs. And it's going to turn it over. They call it a kickball. Teddy Bernhardt saying you can't do that with your legs. Kind of creative idea from Mills, but it results in a turnover. 15 now for the Knicks.
Right under the basket.
Yeah, that constitutes a kickball. I think that's a good call. Ricky Pierce, ball deflected. Charles Oakley's defense on the weak side helping out. Oakley left open. Oakley gets another offensive rebound, but his pass deflected. Knicks just so sloppy passing the ball tonight. Here's to Johnson, and Chris Mills whacks him on the arm. That's going to be his 2nd foul, and Irvin Johnson will shoot 2. 17 turnovers, and that's why Jeff Van Gundy has that expression on his face.
Well, Irvin Johnson at the foul line now. He's had a game. He had a game earlier this year. 20 points, 20 rebounds. Shows the coaching staff great potential. Has not emerged as a consistent night in and night out performer. Nevertheless, last year with Denver, his first year here with the Bucs, 4th rebounder in the NBA, 5th leading shot blocker. So that drew attention.
Well, as you mentioned, has still not lived up to the expectations thus far this season. Bucs lead by 3. Just over 5 minutes gone by. Here in the 3rd, Allen Houston draws the foul once again. Glenn Robinson not happy with the call, but he'll be whistled for the personal. That's going to be his first. We'll have timeout. 6:54 remaining 3rd quarter. Knicks now trailing by 3.
I whack the weeds. So you want to know what's on my Discover Card statement? I'm a camp cook, and a bad one, but I've got a good stove. And he loves to chase that. The cash-back bonus award.
It all folds up into a carry.
She loves to get flowers, and I love to give them.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
Well, the toughest thing about buying a wetsuit is trying them on.
It pays to Discover. Accepted where you see the Nova sign.
In today's sophisticated marketplace, the slightest glitch in the flow of information can cripple your business. Fortunately, one communications giant is fielding the solution. Whether your business is large or small, Bell Atlantic can help you expand your information pipeline, eliminating potential bottlenecks and ensuring a steady stream of success. Wild things are happening. Bell Atlantic. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm at practice. Please leave a message.
Antoine, I gotta talk to you. Call me.
Hi, I'm at practice. Please leave a message.
Antoine, it's your agent down in D.C. Man, where are you?
Hi, I'm at practice. Please leave a message.
You can't be at practice all day long. Are you gonna call me? Come on, I got some really good news.
Just over 5 minutes gone by. Third quarter in Milwaukee. Knicks now trailing 56-53. Sal Bando on hand of the Brewers. Turn around, Sal, please. We want to see your face. We don't want to see the back of your head.
Sal, the GM of the Brewers, who are moving to the National League.
Of course, a great slugger for the Oakland A's. Coming up, Rangers tomorrow night, 10:30 p.m., followed by the Knicks at Timberwolves. So we're following the Knicks and Timberwolves right here on the MSG Network. Rangers continue that 6-game road trip. Knicks trailing by 3. Bucs now on an 11-2 run. Knicks came out strong to start the third. Houston against Robinson. Shuffle pass. Larry Johnson, 8 on the shot clock. And Larry Johnson misfires. Oakley tries to keep it alive, but Tyrone Hill grabbing the board.
Did a very difficult thing, and that is he rebounded the ball over the offensive man, Oakley.
Ward staying with Brandon. Tyrone Hill. Nice drive from Tyrone Hill. 5-point lead now for Milwaukee. 13-2 run. Been a lot of runs by both teams. Well, you can pretty much say that any night in the NBA. This one seems a little bit more prevalent, though. Good ball movement. Mills for 3. It's good. Chris Mills from downtown, and the Knicks pull within 2. Mills has not shot well from 3-point range, just 24% this season. Won't go. Oakley lost it to Allen Houston right there. Knicks push it up the floor, and another bad decision. Tyrone Hill the steal.
Well, you try to force the passes as the Knicks did on that play, and it's just so chancy.
Robinson way off. You're not going to see that often. And the Knicks will get it back. And you just said the right word, John. Force. They have forced an awful lot of passes that have resulted in 17 turnovers. To just 9 for Milwaukee. Knicks down 2.
And that takes field goal attempts away. We talked at the half about the Knicks having 7 less field goal attempts, even though they were shooting 55%. But when you turn the ball over, you're giving up those opportunities to shoot the ball.
First illegal defense called against the Bucs. Chris Ford has worked hard on his team's defense. Jeff Van Gundy's team always known for defense. See Bucs with 10 more field goal attempts. Makes an enormous difference.
It's a big number. Remember Doug Moe's theory.
Nice feed down low. Mills has it blocked. Ball knocked out of bounds, and it's Bucs ball. I think Irvin Johnson got a hand on it.
Doug Moe, who coached in the NBA for several years, a very colorful guy and an outstanding coach. You see Mills going strong to the basket, but sent away. But Doug always wanted his team to outshoot the other team. Not necessarily percentage-wise, but field goal attempt-wise.
Yep.
Fun to play for a guy like that.
Robinson forces the shot. Mills got a piece of it. The flip no good. Hill's tip won't go, and Oakley the rebound. Charlie Ward goes down low. Larry Johnson can't connect. Irvin Johnson outlet Robinson. 3-on-1 break. And Brandon finishes it off. Knicks down by 4.
Robinson and Brandon really glide on a break.
Jeff Van Gundy upset. He felt Larry Johnson was fouled down the other end.
Jeff reaches out for John Starks now. He jumps up with a smile.
Very big smile on his face. Shot clock is down to 8. Mills. That's a 2. Chris Mills as the shot clock expires. And we said earlier, Mills has still not found the consistent rhythm that he's used to on his jumper, but he's hit a few here in the third. Now has 9 points. Knicks down by 2.
By doing that, he's keeping Glenn Robinson busy, the man guarding him. Now at the other end, Mills is doing a terrific job on Robinson.
Ricky Pierce. Brandon, that's a 2. And a loose ball foul is going to be called against Charles Oakley. So Oakley picks up his second. Third team foul against the Knicks. As Dudley comes in, Larry Johnson will sit down. Starks also in the game as well. Allen Houston takes a seat. 60-58. Knicks trail by 2. Just under 3.5 remaining in the third. Glenn Robinson misfires again. Starks trying to push it up the floor. Ward fakes the 3, nearly falls down, and does. Fight for the ball, still loose. Tyrone Hill and Charles Oakley, 2 guys not afraid to mix it up in terms of hustle all over the floor. And we'll have a jump ball.
You'll notice everybody acting like gentlemen in pursuit of that ball. Loose basketball. Oakley going for it. Hill right there with him. Ricky Pierce and his aging body on the floor.
How about Oakley? Still that quick left hand come in and kind of snare the ball in. For a guy that large, he has surprisingly quick hands. He will jump with Hill at the Knicks free throw line circle. With 3:05 remaining in the third, Knicks down 2. And Pierce comes away with it. You mentioned the aging Pierce. He's 38 years old. This is his 16th year in the league. He's struggling a bit this year. Has not found his shot. He's not playing a lot of minutes. His career winding down. Been a terrific career for him.
He's been a great pro.
Falls down, and they call a foul on John Starks. Third foul on Starks. And there'll be a timeout. Starks trying to laugh it off. 2:46 remaining third quarter. Knicks still down by 2. 10 seconds remaining. Allen Houston a 3. Bang! Allen Houston ties it up.
You're watching MSG Network.
We're all over it.
The Eastfield Showroom.
Who's gonna get you the best automotive deal? It's Eastfield. Eastfield. Who's gonna get you in the right set of wheels? It's Eastfield. Eastfield. Support Chrysler, Jeep Eagle, Chevy, and Geo. There's just one place you've got to go. It's Eastfield. Eastfield.
At East Hills, we don't want to sell you a car. We want to help you buy one.
At East Hills.
The new Volvo all-wheel drive cross-country. One test drive, and you'll see that where it takes you can't be measured in miles. See your Volvo retailer today about tailoring a lease on a thoroughly equipped cross-country.
Listen, what people need most is an attorney that fights hard for them, whether it's a personal injury or criminal case.
You're right, Eric, but the key is providing free consultation, reasonable prices, personal attention, and weekend availability.
Matthew, someone who's been in an accident deserves a law firm that fights hard for the best results.
But, Eric, isn't the bottom line that
fights hard.
A free consultation.
Fights hard.
Personal attention.
Fights hard.
Reasonable prices.
Fights hard.
Available weekends.
2:46 remaining in the third. Knicks trail the Bucs by 2 here in Milwaukee. This is the start of a mini 2-game trip. Our Delta Airlines schedule tomorrow night in Minneapolis against the T-Wolves. Our coverage against MCS Canada game night at 7:30. Tip-off shortly after 8. Then the All-Star break. And then back to work next week at home against Charlotte Tuesday. And then in Orlando against the Magic. John Starks picking up that foul. Watch the reaction by Starks after the call was made.
Look at his face now and don't smile.
Well, you kind of like that reaction better than getting upset and mad, and he just grinned as he walked off the floor. I think he had a beef there. It seemed like there wasn't any contact or very little. Robinson out to Brandon. Glenn Robinson still hasn't scored here in the third quarter. He had 10 of the first half. Scoreless in the third thus far. Mills has done a fabulous job on him. Shot clock at 7.
As he was doing in New York last week when Larry Johnson went out of the game, who had been guarding him.
Irvin Johnson throws an air ball on a tip-in after Brandon misfired. Knicks and Bucs involved in the second straight close game. Last Thursday, overtime, Bucs winning at the Garden. Knicks trying to get revenge here tonight at the Bradley Center. Charles Oakley. Brandon a rebound. Oakley's done a good job defensively in rebounds, but has not scored yet. He's 0 for 4 from the field. Robinson shooting over Mills, and there's the foul on Chris Mills. That's going to be 3 on Mills, and Robinson will go to the line.
That's okay, though, because you got to guard this guy closely. You can't give him any room, and sometimes there will be contact. Better than having the guy shoot jumper after jumper after jumper and never going near him or making him flinch.
Robinson with 10 points. This is his first free throw attempt. He's got 3 assists as well. He's averaging 3 assists per game. And again, he's really turned his game around, overall game, and has become a better scorer, if there's such a thing to do. Better shot selection.
But as you said moments ago, Mike, the job that Chris Mills is doing on him is really outstanding.
Those 2 free throws, his first points in the third quarter, and there's 1:44 remaining. Starks the little head fake. Mills can't handle a pass. Childs on a fall away. Tough shot. Dudley the offensive rebound. Feed to Mills and 1. Beautiful pass from Chris Dudley. And Chris Mills with a chance for a 3-point play. And Dudley accepts the congratulations from Mills on the nice feed.
Nice job by the Chris's. Dudley retrieving that ball. And Chris Mills with a beautiful finish.
Mills now 8 of his 12 points in the third quarter. Knicks down by 1, just under a minute and a half remaining in the period. Armand Gilliam in the game now. Gilliam trying to post up. Good defense from Dudley. Mills tries to knock it away. Oakley goes crashing into the first row. Starks feed to Mills, the left hand. And the Knicks go up by 1. Superb hustle. And the Knicks now with a 63-62 lead.
I can't believe Chris Ford didn't get a technical called on him. He was chasing the official down the sideline. I think he probably thought Mills might have walked on that last play.
Brandon forces the shot, starts the rebound, and is fouled by Glenn Robinson. Bucs now over the limit as Robinson picks up his second. Ford still yelling at Teddy Bernhardt.
He's saying 4 steps.
Now look at Charles Oakley once again.
Making people frightened at the sight of him.
But if that's not what Charles Oakley's all about, makes the save, and the Knicks get a basket off of it.
Just ask Patrick Ewing's wife, for example.
That's right. He went crashing into the third row. But Rita Ewing was okay. Knicks now 10 of 10 from the free throw line as Starks hits the first. Knicks have really done a good job from the free throw line in recent games. Starks hitting both. In fact, the Knicks are shooting as a team now close to 85% in the last 6 games. That's counting tonight. A 7-0 run, and they're up by 3. Ball knocked away again. Oakley right in the thick of things. Robinson and gets the roll.
That's just amazing how with all that confusion the guy at the end of the play has the poise to make that shot so softly.
65-64. Knicks leading by 1. Under a half minute remaining.
Knicks want to go to Mills now off a low post pick. He can't get free.
Shot clock down to 5. Starks makes his move. Ball deflected. There's going to be A turnover again. Brandon comes the other way. Beautiful bounce pass. Mills fouls Robinson to make sure he doesn't hit the layup. That's actually a good foul because Robinson would have had an easy 2. And he made sure it wasn't a flagrant foul by getting enough on the ball.
Well, we had the angle where we're sitting, Mike, as you described. A gorgeous lead pass. You can see Brandon sensing where his man is going to be at the end of that pass. And he threw the ball to the spot. And his man was there.
Mills, by the way, now has 4 fouls. Allen Houston's going to come in. 5.7 seconds remain. Michael Curry will come in. Coach is playing a little chess match here. Houston coming in for a final shot as Dudley sits down. And Curry will come in, no doubt, to defend Houston. So Van Gundy and Ford doing some strategic substitution here in the final seconds. Robinson hits it. Game tied at 65. Instead, Childs brings it up. Childs underneath. This is the banker. Pierce the rebound. And that will end the third quarter. Knicks led by 3 at halftime. Fell behind by 5 at one point here in this third quarter. But came back. Knicks have been confused against the Milwaukee Bucks this year, but they're right in it as we get ready for the fourth.
In today's sophisticated marketplace, the slightest glitch in the flow of information can cripple your business. Fortunately, one communications giant is fielding the solution. Whether your business is large or small, Bell Atlantic can help you expand your information pipeline, eliminating potential bottlenecks and ensuring a steady stream of success. Wild things are happening. Bell Atlantic. We'll see you there.
In an environment this extreme, choosing the right transportation is absolutely crucial. That's why most people choose Jeep Cherokee Sport with legendary 4-wheel drive and 190 horses. So choose wisely.
Mush, Beefy, mush!
Otherwise, it could be a very long winter. Lease Cherokee for $289 a month and get all this at no extra charge. Check one out at your Tri-State Jeep dealer.
She knew where she was headed, and it wasn't to a bigger office with longer hours, where you phone home goodnight.
Is brought to you in part by Nissan, who remind you that life is a journey. Enjoy the ride. By Discover Cars. And by Office Depot. Business is crazy, but Office Depot makes sense.
Fourth quarter set to begin at the Bradley Center in Milwaukee. Knicks and Bucs all even. At 65, our MCS Cannon game summary for tonight as we get ready for the final quarter. Knicks still shooting well from the field on the road, but turning the ball over far too many times.
Yes, and the 19 points express that point, that the Bucs have gotten off those turnovers. The Knicks bench, though, far outlasting the Bucs bench. They know that's a weakness. And Brandon and Robinson are doing well, but they haven't exploded in this game thus far. And Chris Mills with a very big third quarter with 10 points plus some fine defense.
Robinson only had free throws in that third quarter, scoring just from the line as we begin. Ray Allen, Terrell Brandon, Tyrone Hill, Irvin Johnson, and Michael Curry out on the field. Childs deflects it out of bounds. Still Buck ball. Knicks send out Starks, Childs, and Houston, 3 guards, along with Dudley and Oakley. 14 remaining on the shot clock. Allen playing with 4 fouls. Starks with the steal. Beautiful play from Starks ahead to Childs. Childs may have gotten away with a walk there. Houston, a wide open jumper, knocks it down. Allen Houston with 17.
Starks did what any good defender tries to do, and that is if you're going to steal the ball, tap it away from the guy, tap it up in the air as opposed to out of bounds or to the other team's hands. He did a great job with that.
Allen, quick release and rattles it in. Ray Allen ties the game at 67. Allen with 17 points.
That's how a great competitor snaps back from a play that preceded it.
Now, that was the type of the game at the Garden last week. As these teams were exchanging baskets at crunch time. It wasn't a matter of turnovers or free throws. Both teams were making plays. It was a fun game to watch. Long 3 from Starks. Irvin Johnson the rebound. Jeff Van Gundy telling John Starks to pass it off as he came down the floor.
Didn't appear that John really looked at the basket either.
Allen and Starks going at it pretty good. Ray Allen makes his move. Michael Curry, shot clock down to 3. Allen, good coverage on him. Childs helping out on the boards. Allen Houston pass deflected out of bounds by Hill. Still McBall. And Larry Johnson's going to come in. John Starks with a nice play here on Ray Allen.
Just tipping that ball up in the air. Boy, that worked out perfectly because he was able to recover it himself. You mentioned Childs on the boards just now. Point about Sunday's game against Miami. He had 8 rebounds in that game. Talk about important to the outcome.
Season high, but throws a terrible pass. Brandon picks it off. Back to Curry, and Curry lays it in. 21 turnovers have killed the Knicks. It's led to 21 points.
And yet they're 2 points away.
Because they're shooting the ball well, but as you mentioned, when you turn it over, you don't get to shoot. Dudley with 6 on the shot clock.
Fundamental errors in the last 2 sequences by the Knicks.
And Jeff Van Gundy wanting a 20-second timeout. There's the Childs turnover that led to 2 points.
Curry with a very tough shot made to look easy.
And then they turn it over again on their next possession. As we watch Brandon make the nice feed to Curry. Just over 2 minutes gone by here in the fourth. As soon as the Knicks turned it over that second time, Jeff Van Gundy screaming for that 22nd as Knicks down by 2.
Jeff Van Gundy has the message. Every single game important. As you look at the second half of the season, what he is hoping and praying for is that his team feels that sense of urgency every single game.
He has not had a lot of nights off because every single game, it seems, has been nip and tuck right down to the wire with very few exceptions in the 18 games since Patrick Ewing's been out with the injury. Every night an adventure. Terrell Brandon gives the Bucs a 4-point lead.
Boy, they have such tough jump shooters.
71-67, a 6-0 run now by Milwaukee. Allen Houston. Starks. 3-pointer won't go. Tyrone Hill, good boxing out on Johnson, gets the rebound.
Been a while since Johnson was part of the Knicks offense, it seems, for the last several minutes. Hasn't gotten the ball.
Allen, the feed to Hill, and he's fouled by Dudley. Ray Allen setting up his teammate very well. Dudley took a shot as he picks up his first foul.
Ray Allen goes up in the air. The beautiful look inside to Tyrone Hill. Another look at it. Hill meets a forceful response from Dudley, but the foul is called.
Tyrone Hill shoots just 63% from the free throw line. That's just a couple of percentage points lower than his career. Not a good free throw shooter. Misfires on the first. Remember, he got in that when he was with Cleveland, got in that car accident. We discussed this last time back in November of '95, and just kind of rounding back in. You see Oakley has replaced Dudley.
Yes, and his fine response resulted, as we mentioned last game, in a 5-year contract extension recently.
Just remember when he wouldn't take the airplane to Cleveland and drove up during that playoff series a couple of years ago. Knicks trailing by 5. Larry Johnson with 5 on the shot clock. There's the double team feed. Allen Houston. The second shot won't go. And a loose ball foul is going to go against the Knicks. I believe. No, I think it's now it's going to go. Yes, it's going to go against Milwaukee. By the way, on that Hill story, in a flight during the regular season, the plane dropped about 10,000 feet And it really scared Hill to the point where he was afraid to get back in the plane. It took him a little while to get the nerve to get back and fly again. (72-67). Knicks down by 5. Starks steps back 3. It's good. John Starks from 3-point range. And the Knicks within 2. He was only 1 of 6 prior to that shot.
Starks made some comeback. He was tied up trying to get around. Picked down low, and he fought his way through it to get open on that play.
Ray Allen with the drive. Oakley tips the rebound to himself. His 9th board. And Larry Johnson slows it down. Starks will not do that, however. Good ball movement again. Allen Houston left-handed. Irvin Johnson the rebound. Here goes Brandon. Back pass for Allen. Backs it in. Offensive foul. Wave it off. And Allen has picked up his 5th personal. Excellent transition defense by the Knicks. Ford obviously disagreeing with the call. Oh, I think he's got a legitimate beat there. There was contact, but Starks again kind of falling down on very limited contact. Houston fires. Irvin Johnson a rebound. Knicks down by 2. Just over 7.5 remaining. And the Bucs are going to call timeout. 7:41 remaining. 4th quarter from Milwaukee. Knicks trail the Bucs by 2.
Don't worry. I won't be long.
Oh, okay. Psst. Hey, buddy. Over here in petites.
Whoa. Have a Bud Light. This is awesome. Yeah, we love shopping.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
I want boom, dot, boom, boom. Why do you want to look at my Discover card statement? It's mine. I live in New York City. Of course, I love the theater. Bring in the noise. You know, it's my favorite show. I go there as often as I can, trying to steal another step. And my kids want me to be more risky. Come to Garçon stuff is, you know, it's risky. I want a cashback bonus.
How many credit cards make a statement like that? It pays to Discover. Accepted where you see the Novus sign.
Neither ice nor sleet nor snow can stop Jeep Grand Cherokee's full-time four-wheel drive. We engineered it that way. Because you never know what's going to freeze over next. See your Tri-State Jeep dealer for a $359 a month Grand Cherokee lease, or check out the award-winning 5.9 Limited.
7:41 remaining in the 4th. Knicks trail the Bucs by 2. Time for our Coke Classic play of the game.
Let's go back to 1970. It's the All-Star game. Willis Reed jumping at center against Artis Gilmore, named yesterday or nominated to be a Hall of Famer. Willis working down low, inside, fadeaway jump shot. Oh, Knicks fans will remember that. Walt Frazier also passing Willis the basketball. There's a good-looking Clyde getting the trailer. That's Willis Reed at the end. Most Valuable Player Award from J. Walter Kennedy, the then commissioner of the NBA.
Speaking of All-Stars, one of our favorites, Earl, the Pro Monroe, filling in for Clyde Frazier tonight on Knicks Radio.
Willis Reed, by the way, that season, the Knicks' first championship season, was the MVP of the regular season, the All-Star game, and the playoffs. The only player to ever do that.
The trifecta. Elliot Perry has come into the game. Tyrone Hill can't handle a pass. And the Bucs turn it over. Just their 12th compared to 22 by the Knicks. But it's still Milwaukee by 2, just under 7.5 remaining.
Incidentally, legendary Knicks coach Red Holzman was the coach of that East team, and Red recuperating. We wish him well. Hope he's tuning in and enjoying his Knicks action.
Starks sets, fires. Three-pointer won't go. Tyrone Hill the rebound. Starks, who had the 9 3-pointers last Thursday against Milwaukee, just 2 for 8 tonight. Glenn Robinson misfires. Oakley the rebound. Knicks still down by 2. Larry Johnson against Irvin Johnson. Tough pull away. Oakley the rebound and flips it back out. Charles Oakley now with 4 offensive rebounds tonight. Allen Houston drawing the foul as he goes hard to the goal, and that is becoming a weapon, John. Allen Houston drawing fouls. Right now, though, let's head back to New York and get an update at the sports desk with Bob Page.
Thank you, Michael. At Orlando, after Tyrone Corbin had just hit a clutch shot to put the Hawks up, Dikembe Mutombo can't check Bo Outlaw. That's the game winner. Outlaw, 23 points, 16 rebounds. What a pickup he's been.
Thank you, Bob, as Houston hits the first free throw.
Bob said something very nice. Bo Outlaw and his family appreciates that, I'm sure.
For our Hawks highlight, as we watch the Knicks and the Bucs and the Hawks, we're getting a little carried away with this odd couple thing, don't you think? I'm obsessed with that show, I must admit. Knicks have tied it up. Allen Houston now with 19. Elliott Perry finding Tyrone Hill. Hill again. Another quick move to the basket. Tyrone Hill a double. Up, check that, 8 points.
And Oakley played him well. He moved his feet quickly, but Hill responded well with that pullback jumper.
Knicks down by 2. We're midway through the 4th. Houston against Robinson. Fires away. Oakley another offensive rebound. That's 5 on the offensive glass. Child's shot won't go. Irvin Johnson grabs the board. Oakley's got 12 total boards. The Knicks shooting has gone down. They're at 46% from the game. And remember, they were 54% at halftime. Shot clock is at 7. Perry pounded. And he stepped out of bounds. Chris Child's defense forcing another turnover.
Well, Terrell Brandon, after a little rest, getting ready to come back in now. Tough defense by the Knicks.
Steps out. Just under 5.5 remaining in the 4th. Knicks down by 2. Allen Houston dribbles it off his foot. That's been his go-to move, that drive left on the baseline and pull up. And that time turns it over. 23 turnovers for the Knicks. There you see the Knicks season high turnovers against the Celtics and Charlotte. 1 shy of that right now. Shot clock at 7. Hill, another head fake. Can't get it to go. Ball tipped. Fight for the ball. Allen Houston comes away. Knicks still down by 2. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time on this one. Johnson against Johnson. There's the double team. Starks with the left hand and an air ball. Irvin Johnson took a shot. He's slow getting down as Brandon comes. Michael Curry. Michael Curry from outside. And the Knicks need timeout, says Jeff Van Gundy. Johnson took a shot to the head, but his team scores. 4:28 remaining in the 4th. Knicks down by 4.
Oblong's got the puck. Finds Driver with a good pass. Down low. Score!
You're watching MSG Network.
We're all over it.
The East Hills Showroom.
Who's gonna get you the best automotive deal? It's East Hills. East Hills. Who's gonna get you in the right set of wheels? It's East Hills. East Hills. Chevrolet or Geo, come and give us a try. Cause we don't want to sell you, we'll just help you buy. It's East Hills. East Hills.
And now, East Hills is proud to announce the addition of Oldsmobile on Northern Boulevard in Roslyn.
At East Hills.
Wherever you want your career to go, Nassau is the right start.
I might not have made it this far without that first stop at Nassau. I really profited from those 2 years, learning that no matter what the product, I've got to sell myself first.
With business professionals to guide you, Nassau could be the first rung on your climb up the corporate ladder.
Bottom line, Nassau was the right start for me.
Nassau Community College. With more than 60 degree and certificate programs, it's definitely the right start.
Volvo all-wheel drive cross-country. One test drive, and you'll see that where it takes you can't be measured in miles. See your Volvo retailer today about tailoring a lease on a thoroughly equipped cross-country.
Just under 4.5 remaining in the fourth. Knicks now trail the Bucs 76-72. Let's take a look at our Toyota matchup. The two guards, Allen Houston and Ray Allen, having a good battle. Allen, though, with 5 fouls.
Knicks have done a good job on Ray Allen as well. The fouls have limited his play. Don't forget he had 35 on December 20th here. His career high.
Knicks have only 2 points in the last 4 minutes, and their 2 free throws, as they've had a drought, unable to knock the shots down. Houston against Robinson. They go to Larry Johnson. Johnson double team, gets the shot off, tipped up and in by Oakley. Well, they're going to say Oakley didn't touch it, that Johnson got the bounce. It appeared I thought Oakley tipped it, John.
He was right there, but Johnson with a beautiful soft touch at the end of that move.
Larry Johnson now with 18. Knicks down by 2. Brandon fires the pass. Good teamwork. A foul and 1. Larry Johnson wanted to prevent Hill from shooting it, but didn't foul him hard enough, and Hill with a chance for a 3-point play.
Well, during this 5-game winning streak for the Bucs, coach Chris Ford's praised their passing. Irvin Johnson with a beautiful pass to Hill.
And now Hill, 10 points, 7 boards. There you see that other play. Obviously not a tip. Can I have bifocals, please?
You can't be everywhere, Mike. It did look that way from where we're sitting.
You're just saying that to make me feel good.
Yes, I am.
And I do feel good.
I don't want you to.
78-74. Knicks down 4. A little over 3.5 remaining. Johnson against Curry. There's the double team. Bad pass, and Brandon the steal.
How about his response going behind the back to control the ball so quickly and gracefully?
And that ties a season high. 24 turnovers, and Chris Ford wants to talk it over. Knicks so sloppy with the basketball tonight. 3:22 remaining in the fourth. They trail by 4.
Bet you Bud Light, my friend here, can beat you.
Yeah, right. Okay, pal, you're on.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down,
This would be mine.
make it a Bud Light.
Bud Light says my friend here can beat you.
There is a business class seat that tilts as a whole, raising your knees, distributing your weight evenly, and relaxing every part of your body, which makes it oh so easy to drift off. The Club World Cradle Seat, only on British Airways, the world's favorite airline.
Knicks trailing by 4, 3:22 remaining in the fourth, and the Bucs with the ball. Remember, when you're having good times with good friends, drink responsibly, because friends know when to say when. A reminder from your friends at Budweiser. Street Life, the band here in the arena at the Bradley Center. And one of our friends, John Minko, the Knicks radio announcer.
I'll tell you, if there was a punching bag in front of him, he could do 2 things at once.
That's the worst technique I've seen in a tambourine in all my years.
You know, keep talking, buddy boy. You're going to be out there next time we're here.
You know, get him away from his home.
Yes. Choose your instrument and come out fighting.
Get him away from his home in New Jersey, and Minko turns into a wild man. One of the good guys in the business, John Minko, filling in for Gus Johnson tonight, who's doing some Olympic work. And there you see the turnovers, just horrible numbers for the Knicks. They've tied a season high. Starks forces the turnover. Knicks come the other way. Child blocked by Brandon. Robinson tries to save it, but can't. And the Knicks will get it. 3:09 remaining in the fourth. Knicks down by 4. 18 on the shot clock. Michael Curry will come in. Ray Allen, with his 5 fouls, sits down. Chris Ford doing a little offense-defense substitution. Starks trying to get free. Now Houston comes off the screen. Allen Houston with the jumper. It's good. Knicks within 2 at 78-76.
Bucs are unable to get Houston under control when he comes over that pick.
Allen Houston now at 21. 5th straight game he's hit 20 or more. Tyrone Hill. Curry with another jumper. And Michael Curry, known for his defensive work, is hurting the Knicks from outside. 4 for 4 from the field, and the Knicks are down 4.
He had 7 in each of the 2 games against the Knicks. 7, which isn't a lot, but he does a lot of other things, which the Knicks have felt again tonight.
Larry Johnson drives hard, goes for the banker, won't go. Johnson can't tip it, and Tyrone Hill has the rebound. Milwaukee Bucks looking for their 6th straight win. 2 minutes remaining. Knicks down by 4. Brandon double team. That's not a good shot as Childs gets the rebound.
Yeah, that was surprising he took that shot with the double team coming at him.
Starks against Curry. Finds Larry Johnson, the open jumper. And no one there for a second shot. Bucks are going to call timeout. And Milwaukee will talk it over. 1:34 remaining here in the 4th. Knicks without the ball and down by 4.
Don't worry. I won't be long.
Oh, okay.
Psst. Hey, buddy. Over here, in petites.
Whoa. Have a Bud Light. This is awesome.
Yeah, we love shopping.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Touchdown!
If you love basketball, don't leave your game at home. Take it to the 1998 NBA All-Star Weekend Jam Session presented by Fleer. Coming to the Jacob Javits Center February 5th through the 8th. Hours of non-stop NBA action. The most incredible basketball entertainment ever. Don't be shut out. Buy now and save. Tickets available at Ticketmaster, the MSG box office, or charge by phone.
Come play with the NBA.
At Jam Session.
The Knicks have had nightmares against the Bucks this season. Of course, Patrick Ewing injured on December 20th in a 20-point loss here at the Bradley Center. Then last week, the Bucks an overtime win at the Garden. And tonight, the Bucks, with 1:34 remaining in the 4th, have the ball and a 4-point lead. It has been a bad 4th quarter, John, for the Knicks. They've only scored 11 points in the period. They're 4 of 16 from the field with 5 turnovers.
Well, and what the Bucks have going for them now is Terrell Brandon, who did not play in the game here on December 20th. And he will be in control of that basketball when the Bucks inbound the ball.
Larry Johnson's missed his last couple of shots, as the Knicks have not been able to knock down the shots here in the final period. They've had the opportunities, they're just not falling. Milwaukee will inbound. 19 left on the shot clock as they inbound. Allen, Brandon, Robinson, Irvin Johnson, and Tyrone Hill out there.
Brandon was wearing Chris Childs. Finally gets the ball off the pick.
Brandon loves to penetrate and kick it out. Shot clock down to 7. Brandon makes his move. Childs stays with him and lost the ball. Larry Johnson picks it up. Good defense from Childs.
Well, give him credit for that. He worked hard.
1:09 remaining. Knicks down 4. Knicks need someone to step up and knock down a shot.
Starks in Houston, of course. Now Johnson with the low post.
Johnson double. The ball movement. Childs 3. Way off the mark. Tyrone Hill another rebound. Knicks just can't get a basket. Under a minute remaining. They're down 4. And they desperately need a stop here. Makes his move, ball deflected, and another steal. Knicks have had their opportunities, they just can't Knock it down. Houston a three. Way off Johnson, the offensive rebound. Spins and puts it in. And the Knicks are down 2 with 27.5 remaining.
What a play. What a play by Johnson.
And Chris Ford is going to call a timeout. And I believe that's the last timeout by the Bucs. They are now out of timeouts with 21.5 remaining. We'll take a timeout ourselves. Knicks down 2. Bucs with the ball, 21.5 left.
John Lithgow performs the Discover Card Dial-Along song.
An extemporaneous piece.
Provided for your dialing pleasure while you call 1-800-IT-PAYS-2 and apply for your Discover Card, the card with the cashback bonus award that always pays you back.
That was a nice surprise.
And that's music to everyone's ears. It pays to Discover. To apply, call 1-800-IT-PAYS-2. Accepted where you see the Novus sign.
Sorry, the New York Lotto jackpot is now $15 million. That's $15 million. Cool. Mother!
The Knicks are in Minnesota to battle the T-Wolves after MCS Cannon game night tomorrow night on MSG.
21.5 remaining in the fourth. Knicks down 2 here in Milwaukee. Last March 22nd. In the 1997 season, Knicks also had their opportunities, a close game. They've had a lot of them here at the Bradley Center. Knicks were down by 1 here in the final seconds and had their chances. It just wouldn't fall. And that seems to be the case here tonight, as the Knicks are 5 of 19 in the fourth quarter. Knicks lost that game. Right now they're trailing by 2. Now there's 21.5 seconds remaining in the quarter. There's 18 on the shot clock, so a 3.5-second differential. Milwaukee has a number of very good free throw shooters. You see the timeouts, Bucs out of them, so they've got to get the ball in bounds. Brandon gets free. And Brandon's not a guy you want to foul, but the Knicks don't have a lot of options right now. And Brandon gets the foul. Knicks not over the limit just yet, so the next foul will result in a shooting foul. Third foul on Starks. Check that fourth. Knicks have to try and deny on the inbound here. Childs knocks it away in the steal, and the Knicks call timeout. Chris Childs with a superb defensive play, and the Knicks get the ball back with 17.2 seconds remaining.
Well, Childs finished the game the other day against Miami so strong. And here, wrapped up with Brandon, not committing the foul, makes a tremendous deflection of that inbounds pass.
Ball denial is a lost art in the NBA, but so important here. And there's contact there, but I think at the time of the inbounds, he does a good job of kind of backing off and just tipping it away.
Well, he plays aggressively, and fortunately, you know, many officials might call out a reach around foul, particularly on the home court, but it didn't happen. Great play by Childs. And another opportunity for the Knicks to tie the game.
I think you put it right, John. Aggressively, but still at the same time, as the ball came in, kind of just used his arm to deflect it.
One of the interesting things here, too, Mike, is that the Knicks have the timeouts to play with, whereas the Bucs don't. And that last week, there were a couple of games in a row where the Knicks didn't have the timeout at the end. There's another look at Childs on the deflection.
From that angle, there's a lot more contact there. I mean, as you said, some officials would make that call, but the Knicks will have it, and that's where you need your timeouts, because I don't think Tyrone Hill was comfortable throwing it in, but he knew as the 5-second count was getting close to being 5 seconds, they were out of timeouts. He had no other options. He had to throw the ball in. So the Knicks will get it with 17.2 seconds remaining, down by 2. The Bucs have a foul to give, and the Knicks still have 1 timeout remaining.
Well, the Knicks can do now whatever they choose to do. The clock isn't against them. But again, they can't wait till the closing 5 seconds to take a shot. They got to get a quick score, tie the game, and hopefully cause a turnover and get get the thing under their control, but they got to move quickly into what they want to do. Undoubtedly, it would seem to be Allen Houston first, who can drive or shoot over the defense. Starks as an outlet. And whatever Larry Johnson can get position-wise underneath the basket, if that's where they want him.
Childs, Starks, Houston, Oakley, and Johnson. Knicks down 2. Final second. Shot clock is off. 8 seconds remaining. Houston goes against Brandon. Puts it up. Off the mark. Rebound. Tyrone Hill. Outlet and he's fouled with 2.1 seconds remaining. Allen Houston had a good look at it. But as the way the entire fourth quarter has gone for the Knicks, they just couldn't knock it down. And Hill comes down the other way. This one's not over yet. Knicks still have one timeout, and that is huge. Well, let's take a look at the final shot here from Allen Houston.
Well, Allen gets a good look. He's got a much shorter man on him on that play. That was Terrell Brandon on him. He got a good look.
Hill to Jimmy John, just 2 of 5 from the line. Now the Knicks on either a make or a miss will call timeout, try to get the ball to half court. That's a big one. It's now by 3. Hill hits this one and the game is over. But if he misses it, the Knicks will call timeout and try for one last desperation three-pointer to tie it up. Tyrone Hill, as we mentioned, a career 65% shooter from the line. And the Knicks down by 4, and that should do it. They'll call timeout. But huge free throws from Tyrone Hill. And they're on their feet at the Bradley Center. The Bucs on the verge of their 6th straight win as the Knicks trail by 4.
Emotional, compelling, and memorable. New York Liberty basketball, exciting fun for the entire family. Come to the Garden this summer for a full season of Liberty. New York Liberty basketball tickets are available at the box office and through Ticketmaster. Order your season tickets today. Call 212-465-6073. That's 212-465-6073.
There's been a change in plans.
I'm going to L.A. tomorrow?
Tonight. The meeting's at 8 a.m. Oh, and here's your rental. We got a good deal.
This is it?
Have fun.
Great presentation. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Budget introduces the VIP pickup for just $29 a day. Budget. Get out of the ordinary.
2.6 seconds remaining. Fourth quarter in Milwaukee. Knicks down by 4. They'll get the ball at half court as they had their chances. Knicks down by 2 right here. Allen Houston missing the shot that could have tied it. Tyrone Hill with a big rebound, drew the foul. And then Hill went down the other end and hit 2 very big free throws that pretty much sealed this one for the Bucs. And here's the reaction on the second free throw. This is a very confident Bucs team now as they're on the verge of their 6th straight win, their longest winning streak in 7 years. And the veteran Tyrone Hill, a big game. Knicks will inbound. Childs. Starks lost it, fires up a 3. And there's the buzzer. And the Knicks are now 0-3 against Milwaukee this season. Another close battle. But yet another disappointing ending for the Knicks as Chris Ford's team wins their 6th in a row. Jeff Van Gundy's New York Knicks dropped their 3rd straight road game. And it has been a nightmare here at the Bradley Center this season for the New York Knicks.
Another situation when Jeff Van Gundy reviews this game, a statement he has made lately, and that is we had several chances to win the game. And it started last week with the Bucs, that statement, and it continues here tonight.
Knicks in the fourth quarter shoot 5 of 20 from the field. Final score 82-78. Plenty more to come from the Bradley Center when we return.
Buckle up, my fellow explorers, for as I speak, the MCI team has just revolutionized our customer service center. Now, through the internet, our customers can interact with each of you as if they're sitting by your side. Now, if only we could bring Vic into the 1990s. To the hustle! To the hustle!
Come play with the NBA.
At jam session.
Yankee fans, the Yankees want you to join their official fan club for kids. There's 2 packages to choose from. The double play with lots of great stuff, and the Grand Slam, well, it's got even more. Yankee caps, t-shirts, ticket discounts, and there's even an official newsletter. So if you're 16 or younger, ask Mom or Dad to sign you up. Call 201-784-9600 for more information. That's 201-784-9600.
Final score from the Bradley Center in Milwaukee. The Bucs defeat the Knicks 82-78. Knicks now 25-20 on the season and 9-14 on the road. One of the reasons for the loss, the play of Tyrone Hill in his 8th year in the league. Tyrone Hill made it 78-74 in the 4th, then hit the 2 big free throws down the stretch. And Tyrone Hill is our New York Marriott Marquee player of the game. 12 points, 10 rebounds, 2 steals. New York Marriott Marquee, Broadway's biggest hit. And the Milwaukee Bucks have now won 6 in a row. They're 2 games over the 500 mark. That team growing confidence. Now to New York and Bob Page.
Thank you, Michael. Portland at this hour. The Nets wrapping up that 6-game road streak against the road swing, I should say, against the Blazers. And they are trailing 49-44 now. That is late in the first half. College basketball at the Meadowlands Arena in the absence of the Nets earlier tonight. Seton Hall taking on Georgetown. Nice win for Tommy Amaker and company as the Pirates come away with a 68-57 victory. Bob Watson, in case you missed it somehow, did indeed resign as New York Yankees general manager today. Brian Cashman replaces him. We will hear from Watson. We'll have the latest with the Jets, who unveiled new uniforms and a new logo today. I will talk with Jets quarterback Glenn Foley about his future with the club and what the Jets have told him, and much more in our half-hour edition of the MSG Sports Desk tonight, hosted by Bill Daughtry. That'll come up right after the Knicks post-game report. Right now, let's return to Milwaukee and rejoin MSG's Mike Breen.
Bob, thank you. As the Bucs with the 82-78 victory, and they're now 3-0 against the Knicks this season. One more meeting between the 2 teams. And that will take place at Madison Square Garden. Leading scorer for the Bucs tonight, Terrell Brandon. He had 20 points, also had 7 assists and 3 steals. A little bit of everything for Brandon, who in his first year doing very well with the Milwaukee Bucks, and he's right now with John Andres.
Thank you, Mike. Terrell Brandon, a very tough game for your team. You came in here with this nice winning streak. The Knicks wanted you badly, particularly after last week. What was the game plan against the Knicks tonight?
Well, we knew coming in that, you know, they're going to have their pieces together with Chris Childs, who missed the last game, and Larry Johnson, you know, who was ejected. So, you know, we knew that they were coming with a lot of energy and wanted to get us back. But we kept our poise and was able to move the ball. And, you know, we got a little selfish in the first half, and Chris let us know that. Second half, we became more intensity, had more intensity, and we rebounded the ball very well tonight as well.
When you say selfish, you mean guys were going one-on-one too much?
Well, I think we have a tendency sometimes when, as a young team, when things are not going well, we try to take it upon ourselves to go ahead and try to win the game by ourselves. And we're not that type of team. You know, we believe in ball movement, penetration, and kicking, and we just didn't do that in the first half.
Terrell, in the first half, the Knicks shot 55%. They finished the game at 43%. That says something about defense. That must have been a focus also.
No question. You know, they have great inside presence, and Larry Johnson and Charles Oakley, who we have a lot of respect for, who can hit the outside shot. You know, with Allen Houston, I mean, there's a number of guys, but we paid attention to detail, and we was able to double down and rotate and force them to take quick shots with 24 seconds and 1 down.
Terrell, tough defense also expressed by the Bucs in the amount of turnovers you caused against the Knicks. That must be give your coaching staff a great sense of pride in the work you're doing in the backcourt.
Well, I think that, you know, with the additions that we have coming from other teams, being defensive-minded, it's real easy to teach defense for us. You know, we're used to playing defense with Michael Curry in Detroit and Tyrone myself in Cleveland. We know about playing defense under Mike Fratello. So, you know, I think it makes it easier, and it kind of rubs off on everyone else. They don't want to be the ones to not play that tough defense every night.
You happy here in Milwaukee?
It's been nice. You know, I appreciate everyone taking me in. You know, Vin Baker is a great guy and a quality guy. They didn't have to bring me in like they did, but it's been nice.
Terrell, not an all-star year for you as the last 2 were, but you look like you're in fine form and off to another terrific season. Congratulations on your winning streak and the fact that you guys are coming together as well as you are. And we appreciate the visit. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back now to Mike Breen. Mike, by the way, Terrell just told me 5'10", not 5'11".
Oh, all right. So there's there we finally have the real height from the horse's mouth. Terrell Brandon, who's a class act and a real character guy in the NBA, who's doing some nice things in his first year here in Milwaukee with the Bucs, as he helps the Bucs defeat the Knicks for the 3rd straight time this season. Next up for the Knicks, right back to work. They'll fly out tonight into Minnesota, play the Timberwolves tomorrow night. Our coverage begins MCS Cannon game night at 7:30. Tip-off at about 8:10 tomorrow night on the MSG Network. Post-game report coming up. We'll hear from Jeff Van Gundy, who will no doubt talk about the 24 turnovers, tying a season high for the Knicks. Hard to have 24 turnovers and win on the road. Closed captioning has been brought to you by New York Marriott Marquis, Broadway's biggest hit. Frank DeGrace, our producer, Howie Singer, the director, associate producers Eddie Caginelli and Jim Gallagher. Dave Patterson back in New York along with Russ Mollahan. As the Knicks fall short on the road once again, they shoot 5 of 20 from the field. Even John Minko's performance in a blues band could not put the Knicks over the top as they struggle in the 4th quarter. Just 13 points in the final period. And as we mentioned, just 5 of 20 from the field. Knicks now 10-9 without Patrick Ewing. And as we said, 0-3 against the Milwaukee Bucks, who've now won 6 in a row. The Bucks' longest winning streak in 7 years. So the Knicks go down to defeat. Right back to work tomorrow against the Timberwolves. For John Andres and our entire crew, this is Mike Breen saying stay tuned to the postgame report.
New York Knicks basketball has been brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. By British Airways, the world's favorite airline. By AT&T, it's all within your reach. By Paine-Webber, when you invest with Paine-Webber, you invest with more intelligence. And by Foot Locker. Nobody gets you closer to the game than Foot Locker, where it all begins.
Emotional, compelling, and memorable. New York Liberty basketball, exciting fun for the entire family. Come to the Garden this summer for a full season of Liberty. New York Liberty basketball tickets are available at the box office and through Ticketmaster. Order your season tickets today. Call 212-465-6073. That's 212-465-6073.
Ever wish there was just one more seat in first class?
So did we.
TWA introduces Trans World First,
our new expanded and enhanced first class.
We've added your seat and hundreds more.
60% more seats in all.
So more of you can enjoy all kinds of new first-class perks.
Like freshly baked Mrs. Phil's cookies, Ambassadors Club privileges, and more to come. Now it's all...
Defeat as the Knicks drop their 3rd straight game on the road and fall to 25-20 on the season. We'll hear from Jeff Van Gundy and some of the Knicks. But first, back to New York and highlights from Bob Page.
All right, thanks, Mike. Well, another evening and another loss for the New York Knicks, who played, fairly well tonight at Milwaukee. How much have we seen of this from this team all season long? But you know what? Just not well enough to win in the end. And Allen Houston making that $8 million a year salary. Nice that he wants the ball. At least he wants to take the last shot. But you got to make them. And he's had a couple of clutch moments this year, to be fair to Allen. But on the other hand, the Knicks obviously expected much, much more when they went ahead and gave him that big free agent money coming here from the Detroit Pistons. Really has not worked out well so far. And so we take a look back now at the highlights of tonight's contest. This New York Knicks loss in Milwaukee. And there's Buck Williams added to the list of the Knicks walking wounded. Patrick Ewing, of course, out. This is the very place where he suffered his season-ending injury back on December 20th. That's ex-UConn standout Ray Allen. The lefty layup. Bucks led at 26-22 going into the second quarter, where Larry Johnson, coming off his sensational game against Miami, goes up strong against Michael Curry for the hole and 2. Still in the second, here's Allen dropping in 3 of his 15 first-half points, and the Knicks led at 47-44 at intermission. In the third quarter, Terrell Brandon to Tyrone Hill, and Hill drives on Charles Oakley for 2. That put the Bucks up 58-53. Milwaukee on its way to a 6th consecutive win overall. Chris Dudley now forcing the ex-net Armin Gilliam to turnover. Oakley with a save. John Starks to Chris Mills for the layup. The game was 65 all after 3. Chris Ford would see his team take it away down the stretch, though. Here's Michael Curry heating up in the 4th. hits a jump shot right over Allen Houston. And then Tyrone Hill will feed a wide open Curry for another jumper, and Milwaukee had an 80-76 victory. With 19 seconds left, the Knicks down 80-78. The Bucs inbounding, and Chris Childs does a great job to deny Brandon. Charles Oakley grabs the basketball. Knicks quickly call timeout and set up for a tying shot. And so here's the money man. It's money time, and Allen Houston gets a mismatch against 5'10" Brandon. Great look at the hoop from, what was that, 10, 12 feet right over him. Got to make that shot. He didn't. Tyrone Hill rebounds, fouled, hit both free throws. Game, set, and match to the Milwaukee Bucks. The Nets taking on Portland. We told you a while ago they were late second quarter. They continue to play in that one, and now it is halftime, as you see, and New Jersey trails Portland by the score of 56-50. Look at the NBA scoreboard tonight. Goes like this. First of all, we showed you the highlight earlier of the Atlanta-Orlando game. Won on a last-second shot by Bo Outlaw, free agent acquisition of the Magic, and he's been tremendous. 23 points and 17 rebounds was the final tally now officially. 91-90 Orlando wins. We had heard earlier tonight that Hakeem Olajuwon was going to play for Houston. Now, the Rockets did activate him today, and he did play. I'm told he had 10 points, did not start. So Olajuwon is now back in action for the Rockets, and they beat Vancouver 110-97. At Toronto tonight, the Raptors lose again. Phoenix wins it 110-105. Also, Jason Kidd had an outstanding game with 22 points and 16 assists. The ex-Nick Doug Christie had 24 points in a losing cause for Toronto. Charlotte over Boston, 93-89. And now some West Coast scores. Golden State entertaining San Antonio. San Antonio has a 4-game win streak. They're a game and a half up on Utah in their division. Utah playing at Los Angeles against a Clipper team which has lost 8 straight games overall. And Indiana, a 6-game winning streak under newly named Coach of the Month Larry Bird, playing at Sacramento against the Kings. Again, my interview with Glenn Foley and much more coming up on our half-hour edition of the MSG Sports Desk with Bill Daughtry. That'll be seen right here, right after the Knicks post-game report.
The Knicks post-game report is brought to you by Citibank. For banking anytime, anywhere, any way you choose. At Citibank, the city never sleeps.
I thought you were going to buy some Bud Light.
Do you see any Bud Light?
No. Well, then.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Where'd you find that one?
Behind the milk.
There is a business class seat that tilts as a whole, raising your knees, distributing your weight evenly, and relaxing every part of your body, which makes it oh so easy to drift off. The Club World Cradle Seat, only on British Airways, the world's favorite airline.
Where is money simple? Enter here. What if you could tap into Citibank right from your PC? Wouldn't it be easy if you could pay bills without writing checks? Or see what you've charged lately without waiting for the bill? Imagine moving money around this quickly and having an expert to answer your questions day or night. Citibank's PC banking puts you in control. It makes money simple. Citibank, the city never sleeps.
Hey, Knicks fans, enter now to win a night with Bernard King and 17 of your friends at the Garden for the Knicks Bucs game on February 26th in a brand new MSG courtside studio. You'll be part of the action with super seats that offer a behind-the-scenes look at MSG Network's on-air telecast. Sit with an MSG camera crew and listen in on the game broadcast, all while the Knicks take on the Bucs. And before the fun begins, enjoy dinner at the Garden's luxurious Club Bar and Grill and receive a great New York Knicks gift pack. Enter today or call 212-465-6073 for more information.
Welcome back to the postgame report from Milwaukee, where the Bucs defeat the Knicks 82-78. Milwaukee's now won 6 in a row. Hello again, everyone. Along with John Andres, Mike Breed on hand, and a lot of reasons why you lose, but when you turn it over 24 times on the road, that's got to be the #1 key. That's the focus, Mike. I mean, there are other things, too. Charles Oakley not scoring, which is most unusual for 39 minutes of play. He did a lot of other things very well. But, you know, Dudley's not going to give you points. Charlie Ward isn't. So you have 3 starters who aren't giving you anything offensively. But it is the turnovers that were the difference. This is a 4-point loss. Went right down to the wire once again. And that's the thing that's going to drive Jeff Van Gundy crazy.
Those 24 turnovers ties a season high. The other number that really sticks out was fourth quarter shooting. Knicks shot 55% from the field in the first half, but then in the fourth quarter, and you do have to credit some of that to the Milwaukee defense, but they were just 5 of 20 from the field.
Yeah, they're a solid team, and they played good defense. But the Knicks died in the second half overall. When you consider that 55% from the field in the first half, and to finish the game at 43.5 thereabouts means they were in the 30s for the second half. So the Bucs did a good job, and the Knicks handed the ball over too much.
Let's take a look at some of the numbers, and we'll start with the scoring for both teams. First up for the Bucs, Terrell Brandon, 20 points. He also had the 7 assists. Ray Allen was in foul trouble in the second half, still finished with 17. Glenn Robinson had just 1 field goal in the entire second half. He had 10 points at halftime. Knicks did a good job on him. Still couldn't put away this team. And Tyrone Hill, 12 points, but those 2 key free throws to wrap it up. For the Knicks, Allen Houston for the 5th straight game, over 20 points. Larry Johnson had 20 points on 10 of 15 shooting. Chris Mills strong off the bench. John Starks didn't shoot well, had 10. Chris Childs with 6. But again, the Knicks unable to score down the stretch in the fourth quarter when they shot poorly. So a disappointing loss for the Knicks and head coach Jeff Van Gundy, who had his usual meeting with the media after the game.
I would say other than Larry, I didn't see many shots going in.
Turnovers tonight were a big factor for you. Care to comment on that?
You're right.
You guys held Glenn to 15 points. That's pretty rare lately. But the Bucs still managed to win despite late turnovers. You guys felt you had chances, just couldn't come through.
Yeah, I mean, we had a chance to tie it with a 6-footer. So yeah, we definitely had chances.
What's that say about the Bucs though? Glenn only has 15. They still pull it out.
I don't know. I mean, they did what they had to win. I guess that's what it says.
I mean, your turnovers and shooting, is that the story for you, or is there something else?
No, that's from an offensive standpoint. That's it. Yeah.
Jeff, that is exactly what you wanted. Forced to switch with Brandon on Allen for that shot.
Yeah, well, we definitely wanted to get him switching, and you have your 6'6". You know, you have a 6'6" guy shooting over a 5'11" guy. I thought he got a very good look. Just didn't go in.
That's exactly what you drew up, though.
Yeah.
Were you disappointed with your defense tonight?
Our defense? No.
What disappoints you the most?
Losing. You know, I mean, that's, again, every game's been the same. You know, down to the end and have a chance to win. And, you know, we've won some and we've lost some. And, you know, we got to find a way to win more of those games.
Was there a common thread to the turnovers? Or there's some just...
Some were poor spacing, like the ones from Larry in the post were really not his fault. We didn't space the floor well enough. Some of the other ones were just careless, and some we just got stripped. They're one of the league leaders in steals, so there's a combination of them.
What is it about the Bucs that gives you the most problems?
They've got very good perimeter players.
Curry's in for defense, and he hits that big spot-up shot.
Yeah. He's a good player, you know, and he played well last year in Detroit. He has a certain toughness to him defensively, and he's not a great offensive player, obviously, but he's capable of making a shot. And he's the type of player you need on your bench who's willing to do whatever it takes to win.
Him being out there, that's the guy you sort of leave a little bit when Hill drives the middle now.
Absolutely. You know, it was fine. I had no problem with that. It was a contested shot. He made it.
Jeff, I'm sure you touched on it earlier, but this shot that Allen took, is that what you wanted in that situation?
Yeah.
Pretty good shot.
Great shot.
Jeff, would you take your chances holding Robinson to 20, doing a pretty good job on Allen, knowing that you would only need to score 83 points to win this game?
Yeah, I mean, our defense was very good. We didn't we turned it over too much and didn't make enough shots when it counted.
Is there certain mental toughness is not there when you get in these tight games, or what is it you see?
I see that sometimes we don't play well enough. You know, And we got enough stops down the stretch. We made enough tough plays. We didn't make enough shots. I don't know what we shot in the fourth quarter, but whatever it is.
5 for 20, 4 turnovers.
5 for 20. No, you're not gonna win like that.
Did the non-call on Larry bother you a little bit? When he went up for that layup late in the game.
Yeah, he'd like the call, you know. You know, I don't think. You know, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Patrick, this team got to get offense in the fourth quarter the rest of the year.
Ball movement, player movement, and then Larry, Allen, and John making plays, either shots or making plays to create open shots for other guys. And you know, if I look back at the shots, you know, I think I'm going to be pretty happy with the shots we got in the fourth. You got to make them to win, though.
Does that include the Charles shot with Allen open in the corner?
That was sort of a half rotation, you know. He was wide open. I don't know if Allen. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look at that one again.
Dudley's problem a hamstring problem?
Who's?
Dudley have a hamstring problem early.
Not that I was aware of.
Jeff, on that last play, Johnson was on Childs for a moment. Did Brandon just get picked?
They switched.
And then
No, they're switching all the
switched.
pick and rolls. Yeah.
Not a lot of long answers from head coach Jeff Van Gundy. Certainly not in a chatty mood tonight after that. And the two things he said, too many turnovers and down the stretch didn't hit enough shots.
Yeah, when you break the game down, it just comes back to turnovers. Particularly when you consider they held Ray Allen and Glenn Robinson to 10 points total between the two of them in the second half. I mean, what more can you ask from your defense? But when you don't make the shots and you hand the ball to the other team, why, it's just a killer. There it is.
Especially because the defense down the stretch made a number of strips and did a good job in terms of trying to get the ball back in getting those shots. And look at the final numbers. And again, the Knicks, all the turnovers early, they were well behind the Bucs in field goal attempts, but caught up. Unfortunately, shooting 5 of 21 from the field in the fourth quarter, they couldn't take advantage of the extra shots.
Allen Houston also the only starter to go to the foul line at all for the Knicks tonight.
Knicks were perfect from the line, 13 for 13, out-rebounded the Bucs as well, but the turnovers just killing them. And the 23 points off those turnovers as the Bucs able to take advantage of all the Knicks miscues. So the Knicks go down to defeat. Jeff Van Gundy and John Starks have not had success against the Bucs in terms of the wins. They're 0-3 against Milwaukee. We'll be back.
The Knicks post-game report is brought to you in part by American Express. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, American Express helps you do more.
Gretzky and Housley. Gretzky, nice feed for Sutton. He scores!
You're watching MSG Network. We're all over it.
You've spent your entire life sleeping in an old-fashioned flat bed, but now you have the opportunity to find out.
Nassau Community College. With more than 60 degree and certificate programs, it's definitely the right start.
Come and get your taste it, come and get your taste it, come and get your taste it now!
Come in for this week's big dinner deal. Crab legs and rib. Alaskan snow crab legs piled high and baby back ribs for only $12.95. That's crab leg and rib. Alaskan snow crab legs piled high and baby back ribs just $12.95.
Many new Big Bens you can keep in your pocket. Franklin Square Ford, 690 Hempstead Turnpike, Franklin Square.
Young sports fans behind the scenes at places like the Garden. The Morning Blitz continues with NHL Cool Shots, the show to watch for young skating and hockey fans. Every Saturday morning, kids rule. Check out the fun, only on MSG.
We're all over it!
The Dunk of the Game is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better.
Time for our Bud Dunk of the Game now. Terrell Brandon with the basketball. Terrell handling it well as usual. Finds his teammate Irvin, I'm not Magic Johnson, for the Bud Dunk of the Game.
And, John, we talked a lot about what the Knicks did not do well tonight. How about what the Bucs did well? This is a team, again, it's the longest winning streak in 7 years. They've won 6 in a row now. And although their bench is not that deep in terms of potent scorers, they've got guys like Michael Curry comes off and Elliot Perry who do a nice job. But when you have the kind of shooting they have, and now a team that's much improved defensively, this is a very good basketball team.
Yeah, it's formidable, and they're climbing above that 500 mark now, game by game. And this talent here, this is no accident, and they're only going to get better. Now, as you point out, though, they do need a more formidable bench, which was outscored severely by the Knicks. Knicks had 30 points off the bench tonight. And when they get that, they're going to be a real contender for their division.
They can score. They had 118 points in the game prior to this against Minnesota. They do have a very tough schedule after the All-Star break, so that'll be difficult for them to continue at this pace. On the topic of Minnesota, that's the game for the Knicks tomorrow night, where they'll face Stephon Marbury. Marbury, remember, last year in the game at the Target Center in Minneapolis, had 27 points as the T-Wolves beat the Knicks. And, of course, Marbury having another terrific year. Tomorrow night we'll have the game for you right here on the MSG Network. Our coverage begins with MCS Cannon game night at 7:30. Tip-off at about 8:10. One positive, again, for the Knicks, Allen Houston had 21 points. That's 5 straight games that he's been over the 20-point mark. Continues to be aggressive. Continues to go to the free throw line tonight, 6 for 6. And it's made all the difference in the world. We're seeing a new player in terms of aggressive and being tough. He also had 7 rebounds tonight.
Yes, a complete performance for Allen Houston, although he was one of the offenders with the turnover problem he had himself. But a very balanced game for him, showing his many skills, and he keeps growing as a player. And Larry Johnson shot the ball well, 10 for 15 from the field, got his 20 points. I mean, not much more you can ask out of him, but there has to be more and less perfections.
Tough turnaround for the Knicks again tomorrow. Quick turnaround. They'll fly out tonight, and it's the last game before the All-Star break, and it's only human nature for the players in a tough, grinding season. And let's face it, this has been a long season with all the things that have gone on for the Knicks with the Patrick Ewing injury and the ups and downs with play, that you look forward to that All-Star break, and you don't want to look too far ahead because the T-Wolves, a team that's struggling, desperate for a win, so you've got to be ready to play tomorrow night.
The Knicks have to generate a lot of energy for tomorrow night. Very tough to do. And, Mike, I'd like to digress, if you don't mind, from this game to congratulate you for being the New York State Broadcaster of the Year. I just got a wave of that feeling. We forgot to mention it tonight, but congratulations for such a young fellow to be climbing the mountain so much.
I hate when you digress.
Want me to repeat it now?
No.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. So that'll do it from the Bradley Center, Milwaukee, unfortunately. Our final score once again, the Bucs 82 and the Knicks 78. Coming up next, Sports Desk with Bob Page. Reaction to Bob Watson resigning as the GM of the Yankees. By the way, it's going to be Bill Daughtry. Bob Page has been sent home. College basketball action as well, and the NBA and NHL scores and highlights all coming up on the MSG Sports Desk. Larry Johnson had another 20-point night. Knicks started off strong in the first quarter, but the Bucs came right back. Ray Allen, such a fine player in just his second year out of UConn. He had 17 points. Glenn Robinson started off well, slowed down, but his teammates helped pick him up as the Knicks continue to be confused by what happens against the Bucs. Now 0-3 against Milwaukee this season. For John Andres and our entire crew, thanks for watching. And you're watching New York Knicks basketball on the MSG Network.
Guests receive American Express gift checks, the universal gift certificates, available at any participating bank, credit union, American Express travel office, and AAA location.
Everyone hopes their financial future will be smooth sailing.
Tonight on Sports Desk, Gibson with a little charity for his old pals from New Jersey. Chris Dudley and the New York Knicks, they get rejected in Milwaukee. Bob Watson takes the high road with lots of love as he leaves the Bronx. Donnell and the Pirates, well, how about this? They lay up the Hoyas. And the Joe Willie look is back for the Jets, Jets. And can this man stay healthy in '98?
to you, Bill Daughtry, with the late edition of the MSG Sports Desk for a Tuesday night. Lots of ground to cover in the next half hour or so. A somber ending for Yankee general manager Bob Watson, and an old look for the New York Jets among the stories we'll tell you about tonight. But we begin this evening with the NBA. The New Jersey Nets concluding a 6-game Western Road swing. They're playing in Portland tonight. Nets just 1 win shy of last year's victory total of 27, trying to finish this Western swing with a 4-2 mark. The game now in the third quarter, 64-57. The Portland Trailblazers lead this one at the Rose Garden. There's John Calipari, the Nets head coach, as they get ready to jump it off for another evening of basketball. Arvydas Sabonis with a reverse slam, or reverse layup, actually. Exit one, fouled in the first quarter. Blazers up by 6. Then it's Sherman Douglas retaliating for the Nets at the other end. High off the glass, Nets up by 2. Then J.R. Ryder showing he can also pass it, connecting with Rasheed Wallace for the alley-oop pass, and Kenny Anderson going long range here still in the first half. The 3-ball for the Portland Blazers. Moving now to the second quarter, late in the second, Sam Cassell, a little spinorama behind the back, little ball handling there, just facial on Kenny as the New Jersey Nets trail by 2. Then it's Jason Williams getting into the act, the all-star right here off the pass from Cassell, fires to the rim and throws it down. But at the other end, Rasheed Wallace says, anything you can do, Mr. All-Star, I can do better. Sabonis off the miss. Watch Rasheed just slam it home as he beats both Gill and the rookie to the rebound. The New Jersey Nets, as we say, trailing the game in the third quarter, 64-57. Well, the last time a Milwaukee Bucks team made the playoff was in 1991. Back then, the Bucks had a 5-game winning streak, something that they brought to the Bradley Center tonight against the New York Knickerbockers. Well, maybe they should start printing playoff tickets in Milwaukee. Bucks won their game tonight, their winning streak 6. They've beaten the Knicks 4 in a row in a game you just saw here on MSG Network. Milwaukee holding on at the end for an 82-78 win over the New York Knickerbockers. We take you out to the Bradley Center. A pensive Buck Williams sitting this one out in street clothes. First quarter, Ray Allen fakes the 3-ball right here. Then he drives into the paint and gets the easy lefty layup. Bucks lead at 26-22. That's after 1 quarter of play. Second quarter now, Larry Johnson trying to have another big game, posting up Michael Curry, goes right by him for the hoop. Still now in the second quarter, the Knicks trying to make a big game out of this one. Allen Houston, he connects with the 3-ball. He had 15 in the first half. Knicks halfway home, 47-44 at intermission. But then in the third quarter, Terrell Brandon, he finds the old-timer Tyrone Hill. He drives that baseline and lays it in on Charles Oakley for 2. Bucks 8, 58-53. Then Chris Dudley forces Armin Gilliam into a turnover. Oakley with the nice baseline save. Gets it to John Starks, who gets it to Chris Mills for the layup. 65-65 after 3. Chris Ford beginning to wonder if those winning streaks are at stake. Fourth quarter, though, Michael Curry, who had the big game at the Garden, he heats up. He's going to hit this jumper over Allen Houston right here. Then he's going to take a feed from Tyrone Hill right there. Another wide open jumper. Bangs it home, 80-76. Bucks leading this basketball game. 19 seconds to go now. Bucks have the ball. They inbound. Chris Childs, though, great job denying Terrell Brandon, is picked off by Charles Oakley. Knicks say time. Let's set up a play here. So the Knicks get ready for a tying shot. Ernie Grunfeld wants Allen Houston to be the guy. He gets a mismatch here with Terrell Brandon, but his shot is long. Tyrone Hill pulls down the loose ball. He is fouled. He'll go and hit both free throws, and the Bucks make it 4 straight over the Knicks, 6 straight overall, 82-78 your final score. Elsewhere tonight in the NBA, it was Orlando in a squeaker over Atlanta. Outlaw, 23 points, 17 rebounds to lead the Magic to victory. It was Vancouver bowing to Houston tonight, 110-97. Charles Barkley had 25 points. Abdur Rahim, he had 30 in the losing effort. Houston, by the way, they got Hakeem Olajuwon back for tonight's game. He was out for 10 weeks after knee surgery. Phoenix got by Toronto tonight. Antonio McDyess, 24 points, 14 boards. Doug Christie, the former Knick, he helped Toronto with 24 points in the loss. It was Charlotte over Boston, 93-89. Antoine Walker, number 8, he makes baskets. He also made rebounds tonight, 16 of them in a losing role. Matt Geiger, he had 24 points to lead the Charlotte Hornets. Second quarter, it's San Antonio trying to beat Golden State. Golden State looking for only their 9th win of the year. The LA Clippers looking for win number 11. They're all over Utah. Still early on. It's in in the second quarter. The Clippers lead that one by 16. And still farther out west, Indiana and Sacramento in the late show, 48-28. You just saw as Indiana has the lead in that one. Well, Bob Watson takes the high road out of the Bronx. The Yankee story and the rest of baseball news after these messages.
Sports Desk is brought to you by Office Depot. Business is crazy, but Office Depot makes sense.
Dilbert for Office Depot.
I prepare to enter the sensory deprivation chamber. I will experience no mental or physical stimulation for hours. All that, and I get paid too.
From the cubicle to the boardroom, Office Depot, the world's largest seller of office products, has it all. From paper clips to computers, file folders to file cabinets, all at guaranteed low prices. Business is crazy, but Office Depot makes sense.
She was your permanent playmate. She was a partner in crime. She was your beauty consultant. She was a sympathetic ear. And today, she's just a phone call away. That's why MCI offers 5-cent Sundays. 5 cents a minute of every Sunday, along with low rates all week long. Call 1-800-SUNDAYS to become an MCI customer.
Class, integrity, professional. 3 words to describe Bob Watson, and he used all the above at a Yankee Stadium news conference today when he resigned as general manager. Now, despite all the talk about his relationship with owner George Steinbrenner, Bob Watson didn't rip the boss today. He simply said it was time to take a vacation.
The reason why I'm leaving is that I need some time. And that was one of the things that I wanted to make clear today, and I will say it again. I need some time off. I'm going to spend some time with my family. I'm going to spend some time away from the game. Do I want to use the term burnout? I don't know. That might be a term that you could use. But I do want to set the record straight. This is not a health issue. I am in better health than I was when I came here.
There's no question that sometimes things get difficult here. You know, I can't deny that. And there's going to be times in this position that I'm going to feel that way again. I have no doubt. Because again, I've been here for 10 years, and at times it can be very difficult. But the rewards are so great that the opportunity that's presented to me now, I have to take.
And of course, one of the things Bob Watson probably won't miss will be phone calls. Phone calls like this one he took after a tough loss in Milwaukee earlier this year. The tough phone calls will no longer be a part of Bob Watson's routine.
I need some time off. As I stated, this is my 33rd year, and I haven't had a vacation. And over the years of being involved in baseball, from Little League to being a 300 hitter 7 times, the coaching, teaching some of the game's best hitters, to the present, it has been incredible, to say the least, to say I've been a part of designing a world championship. It was a sense of accomplishment, a sense of letting the world know that an African American could help put together a world championship club. That was the most enjoyable.
Well, I'm going to miss him as a friend and as a confidant and someone, you know, with a wealth of knowledge. You know, he played the game. I managed him. He sort of was a coach for me when I managed Atlanta, even though he was actually a player, but he helped me a lot with the hitters. So we've had a good relationship, and I'm going to miss that.
And Bob Watson taking the high road out of the Bronx. 30-year-old Brian Cashman will follow him as the youngest GM in Yankee
There's
history.
No question that sometimes things get difficult here. I can't deny that. And there's going to be times in this position that I'm going to feel that way again. I have no doubt. Because again, I've been here for 10 years, and at times it can be very difficult. But the rewards are so great that the opportunity that's presented to me now, I have to take. And I think that I can do this, and I hope to prove to the fans of New York and the Yankee fans that I'm the right man for the job at this particular moment.
You know, Brian, even though he's a small guy, you know, he's got a little bit of a rough edge to him too, and I appreciate what you know, the way he does his job. He stands up. He's a stand-up guy, and takes a beating if he has to, and lets you know how he feels.
And like we said, phone calls like this one after a tough loss in Milwaukee, no longer a part of Bob Watson's routine. He leaves with a championship, his health, and his sanity.
If you stand up with him, at least I've seen this over the years, if you stand up and you believe truly that something should be done correctly, and this is the way it should be done, there are times he listens. I would say he will listen always, whether he'll go ahead and then follow your advice. That might not be the case, but he will listen.
Whether you're 30 or 50, you still have to put in the time. You have to be prepared. And I think, you know, he coming in here with a 10-year experience of dealing with the New York Yankees is a plus.
Well, Brian Cashman inherits this Yankee business, and I doubt that Bob Watson will miss it, at least those phone calls from the boss. By the way, he leaves with a very impressive record. The big deal for Tino Martinez, that little noisy deal for Graham Lloyd, and, of course, a world championship with a 96-win season for an encore. A solid job, no matter who you choose to give the credit to. The Andy Bennis rumor mill is all closed now. The righty pitcher reportedly signing a 3-year, $18 million deal with Arizona. The Diamondbacks now with a starting quartet of Bennis, Willie Blair, Brian Anderson, and Jeff Supan. Pretty impressive. More baseball news for you. Supan's old team, the Boston Red Sox, they avoided arbitration with second baseman Jeff Fry today. The infielder gets a 3-year deal worth $7 million. Montreal signed pitcher Sean Bosky and ex-Met outfielder Chuck Carr to minor league contracts. College basketball coming up next at the Sports Desk. The Hoyas visit the Hall. College basketball, all of it, when you return to this late Tuesday night edition of the Sports Desk.
See it one more time on Knicks Rewind, tonight on MSG.
Emotional, compelling, and memorable. New York Liberty basketball, exciting fun for the entire family. Come to the Garden this summer for a full season of Liberty. New York Liberty basketball tickets are available at the box office and through Ticketmaster. Order your season tickets today. Call 212-465-6073. That's 212-465-6073.
Hey, you want to see some cool shots? Oh, yeah!
The coolest game on earth is bringing you the hottest half hour on television. NHL Cool Shots showcases the game's brightest stars on and off the ice.
Pretty cool, huh?
It's your all-access pass to the NHL as Cool Shots takes you behind the scenes and into the game as you've never seen before.
There we go, Joey. Come on, baby. Come on, buddy. Wow.
NHL Cool Shots, presented by Powerade. Check your local listings.
Oh.
Tickets for the AT&T Big East Championship at Madison Square Garden. But hurry, or we'll be jamming without you.
Fox Sports has a long tradition of innovation. You can see that same spirit in every Fox Sports News show.
End up in that hot zone, because our goal isn't to give you just a score, a highlight, or a stat.
It's about trying something new, something different.
It's to take you closer to the story than ever before.
Let me ask you about that third down call.
At least that's the plan.
Fox Sports News, we are there. Now on MSG.
To college basketball, the Seton Hall Pirates picked up their 11th win of the season tonight. That's one better than last year. Number 11 coming your way at the Meadowlands. Seton Hall over Georgetown 68-57. Tommy Amaker's team tied at 22 in the first half. Shaheen Holloway here kicks it to Lavelle Saunders. Lavelle drills the three ball. 25-22. The Georgetown's trailing at this point. Then off the miss, Georgetown tries to save it, but Shaheen Holloway is going to pick it up right there, and it's off to the races. Easy layup. Yes, little scoop dip there. The Hall leading by 10 at the half. Second half, Holloway going to get stripped now. Give it back. Thank you very much. Georgetown's Joseph Tuamanu. He gives it to Boubacar. Ow! For the layup. 49-48. Seton Hall leading. Now down the stretch, Donnell Williams, he makes the steal for Seton Hall. He takes it all the way in and lays it up. Pirates at the 5-point lead, 55-50. Then it's Williams again, doing that three-ball thing. Get right behind the arc. Yeah, the white line right there. See that? Bang. 60-52. That puts it away for Seton Hall as they get the victory over Georgetown. Their first win, by the way, over Georgetown in 10 games. As you saw earlier tonight on Fox Sports New York, Delaware slammed Hofstra 92-77. Big win for the Flying Dutchman. Well, if they had have won, but Delaware coach Mike Vray has different plans. Now, Hofstra's Mike Renfro, he hits the jumper right there to put Jay Wright's team up by 6. But Delaware, they lead this one 47-42 at the half. Now, second half, Delaware's Mike Pegues, he works inside, hits the lefty shot, 52-42 Delaware. Moments later, Pegues again. Layup while he tumbles to the hardwood. 58-44 Delaware. Looked like a foul to me, ref. I don't know what you think. 92-77 Delaware, your final score. With the rest of Tuesday's college basketball scoreboard, it was Hartford over New Hampshire, 85-73. Pittsburgh losing to West Virginia in Big East action, 90-72. Elsewhere, you had Rhode Island beating St. Joseph's 94-76, and Temple down to UMass in the Atlantic 10, 61-47. In the MAC, it was Fairfield bowing to Rider, 71-64, and Manhattan down St. Peter's. The Peacocks, they get plucked, 86-76. Well, it's been a while, but you've seen these Jets before. The Joe Willie look is back. See for yourself right after these messages.
Mo! Gotta go to Moe's. Gotta go to Modell. Gotta go to Moe's. Modell. Yeah.
Gotta look good, gotta look bad, gotta look cool, can't look like a fool. Gotta get pumped, gotta look tough, gotta take off, gotta check out the stuff.
Gotta go to Moe's. Gotta go to Modell. Gotta go to Moe's. Modell. Gotta go to Moe's.
Men, is gray hair sneaking up on you, right under your nose, making you look too old?
Whoa, it is sneaking up on me. Up here, too.
You need Just for Men gel, made for the hard-to-color gray of mustaches and sideburns. Simply brush in this no-drip gel, and in 5 minutes, rinse. Gray's gone. Your mustache and sideburns blend perfectly with your natural hair color.
That gray won't sneak up on me again.
Just for Men gel, the sure thing for a natural look.
Lads, British men of war passing Skull Point. Run the cannon.
Arr, I can see my room from here.
Let me show you my Vegas.
Nice enough to light the whole place up for me.
First time to Vegas?
Yes.
And you?
My third. My 44th trip.
Winner, winner, lobster dinner.
Tomatillo.
People are so excited.
Mine's a blue convertible.
And you, my lad, have to walk the plank.
No need to spit. Anything, all the time. That's Las Vegas.
Time now for some food for thought. Now, Bill Parcells changed the Patriots uniforms in 1993. 2 years later, they went to the playoffs. 3 years later, the Super Bowl. Could lightning strike Bill twice? Parcells' Jets will have a new look in his second season here in New York. Let's call it Retro Jets. Yes, the logo is back. And wait a minute, the uniform is back. They were unveiled earlier today at the All-Star Cafe. Parcells looking for the success that went with the old look.
This is as close as we can get it, my best recollections of the identity of the Jets. And I think each team has to have an identity.
I'll tell you, this is a good-looking uniform. Whoever put it together, I think Coach Parcells did. It's a nice look, and hopefully it can do some things for us.
Fresh and new, but this is tradition right here. You get a chance to wear a tradition, and this makes you feel good to be a part of it, and the will to succeed is even greater.
Joe Namath, synonymous with that GT stripe, the Jets look. He used to wear that uniform, wore it in back-to-back AFL title games.
Change is constant, and I like the idea of going back to the future, in a sense, to these new uniforms, because that's the way I still see the Jets. And that's the way a lot of people I talk to still see the Jets. And the bottom line is going to be winning, of course. And but Coach Parcells is a traditionalist to a degree, and that's just what he wants, and so that's the way it is.
It's a family. I mean, once you play for this franchise, that's the great thing about it. You're a member of it forever. And just to have those guys come and share their, memories with us and their thoughts about, how we can get to the point where they were. And we welcome it anytime.
I think the uniform don't make the team, though. The team, I think, is definitely in the making. I think we got key players around us, and hopefully everything goes well.
Glenn Foley will be wearing that new Jet green uniform. Our Bob Page, he was at today's unveiling, and he asked the Jet quarterback to respond to those concerns about being injury-prone.
I mean, I guess you can say that about anybody. I mean, people get hurt. It's what the game's all about. It's a real violent game, and guys are going to get hurt. It's just, I've had 2 unfortunate injuries, and unfortunately that's the way people perceive it. But I just got to show people I can come back stronger and bigger, and have a good year.